about it, but I don't know if I've ever encountered
Uh,
someone that I could for sure say is doing that
exactly.
consciously. I don't know. I'd really like to talk to them.
It's hard to even come up with a list of names, isn't it?
Yeah. What you should do is actually take that question and try to answer it yourself instead of asking somebody for their opinion and then either be satisfied or dissatisfied with that other person's opinion. Like, what actually would be the outcome if it was a lie, right? So look into things like how much do they get paid for doing these so-called things, right? All of that would be for what? Money. And then if it is a lie and they come out and say that they are lying about all this, then obviously they're not going to keep getting the funds. So for money alone, how much money are all of these nations making from their own population on this lie? How much are private companies now making for what's a lie? Like, the only thing that would actually change is instead of it whirling around a big ball and in the vacuum of an outer space, it would just be flying above your head, but the method would be different. They'd still be doing the same thing. It'd be a hell of a lot cheaper because it wouldn't take millions of dollars to stick something into a vacuum of outer space physics violation. It would just be making it fly in the sky. And we already have all of that technology. So then what actually would be the reason for maintaining the lie? You should drive yourself with that question.
Yeah, and if you think about it, right? So just prior to, the advent of space industry, right? Was everybody running around denying that the Earth was a globe? Or was pretty much the whole, at least the entirety of the Western world on board? There would have been a few flat earthers, sure, right? Still getting around. But I mean, it wasn't a huge hot topic. Universities were teaching it was a globe and it was spinning on its axis and we're part of a solar system in an ever expanding galaxy. Look at Hubble and all that. I mean, so people had an expectation, if one was to claim to be able to go really high up into the sky, of what those people would see. So if you're going to pretend to be able to do that, are you going to show people something paradigm shifting and destroying, or are you going to show them what they expect to see and what you yourself might even expect to see? So that nobody can actually say with any certainty that they did this to convince people that it is a ball. I think that they were just pretending to be able to do something that they couldn't do, to give a false sense of power to the rest of the world. Look at us. Look what we can achieve. You better not mess with us. We're the world dominant power. I mean, right? And part and parcel of that was showing people what they would have expected to see, that the Earth is a ball and it's spinning in outer space, right? You wouldn't show them a flat Earth, right? You'd show them a ball Earth, right? If the majority thinks that's true, you'd meet their expectations, right? Just like Rob Simon meets the people's expectations when he photoshops Earth. Doesn't try and show something that's going to shock them. He's going to show them a planet, right? What they think a planet is, right? Now, since now it's become to light that for a lot of people that the Earth's surface is planar in nature, right? And that population is growing, right? So they've incorporated this idea into their fakery of being able to travel into space. They've incorporated the ball Earth into that. They can't go back on that now, can they? Can't renege and say, well, yeah, we can go to space, but we lied about what the Earth looks like. They're not going to do that. This exposes so much more than just any idea of them intentionally hiding the true nature of the surface of the earth. It's a lot deeper than that. It has political and social and psychological implications, spiritual. It's deep, economical. It's huge.
T-Dub, didn't Elijah ask Ellen with the answer to the question, why would they lie, change anything about the observation? I think he was referring to the Black Swan observation or long distance observations. And then I think Elijah said he doesn't want to talk about anything else other than these observations. That was the question which I wanted to ask Elijah, if he's still listening and hearing. Are you still listening, Elijah? Are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. Were you expressing your frustration? Because this is also something which frustrates me. Why do we have to let the Globers derail our demonstrations of the observations which are related to the reality, and go talk about why would they lie and how the seasons work? Did you mean that you are frustrated that you have to talk about other things which have nothing to do with the observations?
Yes, like I over the years I've realized that that is the case and that's what's happening. Um, and there are two things to note that you can spend a lot of time letting the conversation that you intended to have be derailed and then leave the conversation feeling like you didn't really get to just share the information that you set out to give. Or maybe you might feel out of touch because the way somebody wants to engage with them, you shut them down so hard that you may feel yourself not really connected with anyone because nobody wants to engage in the way that you want to engage. Um, like for example, being a part of FED.
I have 149 milliseconds. I don't know. Is it me, or are you cutting?
I could hear him.
Yeah, I heard him, and then he stopped abruptly. So I think I can say that. Yeah, I'm. I think I can say that that I agree with him, or he agrees with me, that we should take the approach that we avoid being derailed by the Globers to talk about how seasons work, or why, how gravity works, and just stick to the question and the observation of the black swan. Why do why why do we see too far? Aren't we risking to lose or to digress and deflect from the proof, the empirical proof, and talk about things which are for example, the intention and the motivation and I think this is what you call, this is subjective, not objective. This is subjective, something that you cannot see because you cannot read the minds of people. Why would they lie? But it doesn't change. I mean, it doesn't change the fact when someone has stolen something, uh, being unable to explain why he stole, for example, money because he is rich. That doesn't debunk the fact that he didn't steal. If you have the proof, or if someone commits murder, you don't have to prove. You don't have to explain why he murdered another person if you have the proof that he did it. I mean, why do we have to go? Why do we have to let these Globers drag us into being required to answer the question? Why would they lie? I mean, that is what Elijah asked. Would the answer to the question, why would they lie, change the fact that we are not finding
It
the
doesn't.
curvature?
It wouldn't, but that question comes naturally to them because that's all they have to appeal to. So people that ask that question, they've realized that's the only thing that they can appeal to.
Yeah, I know,
Is that?
Tida.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
It's often,
That's why. I mean,
it's
it's
often
like
it's often a diversionary tactic, but it's not necessary actually to
exactly. That's why we should.
I just have one sentence I wanted to finish. It probably only take 15 seconds, or maybe less. We don't have to berate them. You can easily
go.
change. You can easily take their question seriously and then continue on with exposition on whatever you want. Just answer the question you wish they would ask. It's not really that hard.
Yeah, but that would not change the observation. That would not. It's irrelevant. It has nothing to do with the observation. I mean, they
Yeah,
are
well, you guys can keep
They are
berating them. I mean,
avoiding.
you guys can keep berating them if you want. I mean, we all have different approaches. I'm just saying, it's not necessary. You can just answer the question you wish they'd asked.
Yeah, you just state the fact that it's a non sequitur and you put them back on sequitur.
Exactly.
Berate them and all other flat earthers who dare to have a different approach to you. I mean, that's another approach. Some people use that, and maybe it's effective in some ways. Could be. Maybe iron does sharpen iron. Could be.
So T-Dub did that last night. T-Dub was really diplomatic and mature. There was a bunch of I don't know, probably 5. I'm gonna guess they were drunk. They were just in here being asses, and he was very calm and polite and just made them, look like idiots, mostly in a very calm way. And he didn't yell at them. He did not call them bad words or anything. He muted a few because it was just out of control. They were trying to, make chaos, but. So there's definitely some of you in here that know how to do it. And it is, I do think, I mean, yeah, you always
10 minutes.
show more, I guess it's classier, but I mean, at the same time, it is fun sometimes to talk shit and make fun of them. So I think it's a balance,
Also, not everybody is a content creating troll who's just trying to run through the script. There are people who have a lack of knowledge for what it is that we're saying, and they have these things that they need reconciled, and it's okay to answer those questions.
True, very true. What part did I get cut off? Because I was talking for a very long time.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly.
Did I answer the question at least?
That
Yeah,
part was maybe like a minute
in
ago.
general. Yeah, in general, you answered the question.
Okay.
Yeah, you answered it. You answered it in the way that you think that it would be more productive if we prevent them from derailing uh, the
Conversation.
demonstrations of the observations and start talking about why would they lie and how seasons work, which are irrelevant to the question why do we see too far. I still don't agree with tactical droid or TW. I mean, we then go and talk for hours and hours, trying to answer the question, why would they lie? But this is completely irrelevant because the fact is, we have a fact that there is a lack of curvature, and we should demand for them either they prove the curvature and show us
No,
demonstration of the drop, or they concede. I mean, they
no.
should concede.
It's a step further. That's a step too far. Like asking them to prove its curve is already asking them to, because now you're in a step where you know they can't prove it. So now you're asking them to you're putting them in a vulnerable position where you know they're not going to have something, but they're going to have to give you something, and that thing they
Yeah,
give
that's
you a red
yeah,
herring.
that's why I said sorry for interrupting you. That's why I said then they have to concede. Sorry for interrupting. Go ahead.
Mhm. My whole look. My whole thing is we just it's not the derailing thing. I want to drill into people's heads some. When somebody comes here and we're in the middle of a conversation talking about a demonstration, and someone goes, "So if the Earth is flat," it's like we disengage that and start doing the circus. Well, let's all get into our roles. Okay, let me ask you the hard hitting questions. Oh, let me play good cop. Let me play. Why are we doing that? Like we're beyond that now. It's not 1977 where we do things like in 19. You know what I'm saying? Time progresses. I feel like we should be progressive. And my whole point was maybe some might want to assume that I mean, well, you have to take, I'm going to go ahead and say it, I love him. But, like, say, for example, Nathan Oakley's approach, right? Where it's totally fine to say the earth is measured flat, practically used as flat, has always been flat. The globe was invented using flat earth measurements and yada, yada, yada. I just don't like how it carries on for 2 hours still. Even even though there's a claim of I'm shutting this down, the shutdown takes all damn show. Right? So my criticism is the same. I don't want that because that's boring to me. To me, my opinion. So what I'm saying is I've had conversations, not all of them, but I've had conversations where I went to Jim Panda's server. I don't have any permissions in that old server that I used to go to, or nobody owes me any favors. But the way I asked questions had the moderators say, okay, you're talking over him, you have to let him talk. And then when I did, I got to prove my point, and the person not responding was the outcome that I wanted to achieve. The silence. It's like here we can argue for hours and hours and hours, and the silence never comes, and we're just tug of warring, and we're like, "No, you need to accept that this is the truth," and the blah, and it just happens, and it keeps happening. But when I come in, not all the time, but when I have patience, and I don't always have patience. When I have patience, and I'm not yelling. I just ask people questions in a certain way, and then they try to do the same thing to me, and I'll go, wait, but didn't you say, and they'll go, yeah, okay. I'm like, well, okay, my response to that, and then this is where they'll usually interject, and I'll go, hold on. Now, you did interrupt the first time, and I allowed you. Now you're interrupting again. What's that about? Because should I interrupt you? Like, and now this means that you can't interrupt that. I'm not always like that. That's why I said sometimes I do it. But when I take that act, people usually shut the fuck up really quick, right? And it's not like I made them. It's not like I forced them. It's not like I did it in a way that makes anybody cringe. It was just, damn. The guy, Eli, got the dude to look like a fool because he was saying something, and then he couldn't stand on it, and that was it. And then he left. And I'm saying we need to do that so we can have conversations with people who actually want to listen and receive the demonstrations. The people that are distracting from that, we need to get them out of the way. Still get a win, but get them out of the way.
Yeah, I agree, bro. I agree, bro. Yeah, and you saw how dishonest they are. That was great when you asked Exo, how was he called? Exo. When you asked him, would you please tell me which opinion we or I wanted to force onto others? And he went radio silent. He wasn't able to respond because he didn't have a response. He just had to express it more specifically. Which opinion? Because
Mhm.
opinion is general. So which opinion? The opinion that the Earth is not moving and the sun is moving, or the opinion that the Earth is flat? And he didn't want to answer because he didn't have an answer. He wasn't able, but he was not honest enough to say, you know what? To be honest, yeah, I meant this or that, or I didn't think anything specific. I just spoke in general.
But imagine
Yeah.
this. This is what happens. Correct me if I'm wrong, and I would love more class participation if others would listen. Tell me I'm full of shit and I'm wrong if I am. Bam, please. So anyway, what happens though is when someone says what he said, they will give him something to latch on to argue with them for the next 2 hours. So if he said, because it started to happen, he goes, oh, you force people's opinions. And then Mary Mom was about to rip into him. And all she had to do was say one sentence that he could latch on to and then carry on for another 10 minutes. And then we'll just, and then he'll just respond to one thing. And then here we go again. And it's a forever conversation instead of what I did, which actually, one, cleared our name. He said something that wasn't true. So the most important thing to do was to go, wait a minute. You said we do what? Okay, what is it that we do? No, I'm not going to give him, because if I would have just been like, oh, what do you mean opinion? It's not opinion. It's measured that way, blah, 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 blah. Well, now,
Yeah.
instead of understanding the audience, instead of them understanding that he lied, now we're engaging into another realm in which they have to take in the information that's now coming in. No, the moment's gone. The fact that he lied in the first place is gone. Now you're moved into a conversation. Having someone lied and spit in your face. Now you got spit on your face and you're talking to this person. I think that's super disrespectful.
Yeah.
But I mean, anybody could tell me that. Open your mic, let me know if you're there.
Oh, did I just miss another lion Globy?
Earlier you did. No.
Yeah, about an
Sometimes
hour
I
ago.
sometimes I cut through the mustard, because a lot of people take the same approach, and normally they're bigoted, and so I shame them into not doing that, forcing them to talk to me as the individual. But then the guy tried to say that we force our opinions on people. And I was like, okay, well, what opinion of mine did I force on someone? What was the opinion? The dude went radio silent. But I was talking for a while. The guy that chimed in, why don't you tell him what happened, if you don't mind? It was the other guy that also, I think he jumped in to give greater detail to Zen Garcia earlier. You're who I'm referring to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying tell Cyclone what happened with the Glovers today.
I came in at the last half or the last portion of the conversation. So, other than the guy trying to keep the out and the out remaining on a loop, he was able to get control of him by getting him to focus on what it was that he was saying, and then Eli was able to get him to recognize that I'm trying to get you to see that you can do this for yourself in reality, and we're trying to give you a method of process. And then once he got that, he went silent, and then we were off on small rabbit trails with a new gentleman.
All right. Nice. Well, that's hilarious, them saying that we're forcing our opinion on people. From the Globe side, that's very rich. This is like the most censored topic on the internet, and they've come here to talk to us, and yet we're forcing our opinion on people. That doesn't make sense.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
I was listening back. I didn't manage to listen to the Blitz debate when it was happening, but I managed to have a little bit of a listen to it today, man. It was even worse for him than I thought. Indio absolutely obliterated him, and Miggy would have been smashing him too if it wasn't just for his constant barreling through him and over-talking and tactics and sophistry. It was terrible for Blitz. That was like one of the worst Globe performances I've seen in years. It's hilarious. I doubt he'll come back.
Well, he's on record for the whole the whole specular reflection thing. So that if we prodded him in a respectful and in the correct way, I think he'd have no choice but to respond to that. And I believe, as Indio said, he admitted. Well, he said um, he basically would accept that the Earth is flat if whatever, I can't remember exactly what Indio said, but he said that he would accept the Earth is flat. So that's a follow up, something that we can follow up strong and capitalize on.
Yeah, we should follow up with him on that, but I'm almost certain he will duck and dive every attempt. He'll say and do anything he needs to maintain his globe belief, which is hilarious. Like, he was saying things like, "Oh, as scientists, we need to be humble and accept that we could be wrong." It's like, dude, you've just said that you might not have hands in order to reject what observable reality is saying to you. Don't talk about being humble. You're doing the most embarrassing mental gymnastics ever to avoid having to consider that you're wrong. Like, he's poisoned the well so badly that his version of "I could be wrong" is, well, I can't be wrong because nothing can be known, nothing is true, so I could never be wrong. Even though he admitted he doesn't know that the Earth is a globe. So they sent us this PhD guy who doesn't know that the Earth's a globe. doesn't know if he has hands, and spoke for 3 hours without offering one globe proof. Yeah, I don't even know why we'd bother following up with him. It's amazing. I want to ask his viewers, like, why are you sending money to a guy who doesn't know that he has hands? It's so shameful as well. He's saying to AV, give me the deductive syllogism for how you know you have hands. AV should have just been like, I'm not even going to comment on my hands. Does that mean you don't know if you have hands? And just let him spiral. No, you have to tell me that you don't know you have hands. No, I'm certain I've got hands. I've got my hands here. I can see my hands. Where does that leave you? You don't know you have hands? You don't know you're on Discord? This is what passes for intellectualism in 2025. This is what PhDs are in 2025. You don't know if you've got hands. What class was that in his PhD when they sat you down and said, now guys, this is big boy stuff. This is the real deal. This is the intellectual peak of Western society. Have you considered that you might not have hands? Like, what is that class? Where's that come from? Idiot. Laughable joke. He should be pariah. I mean, he's teaching students. His students should be listening to that, and they should be thinking, Jesus Christ, am I going to listen to this guy? The guy who doesn't know that he has hands? The guy who doesn't know that anything is true is going to start telling people about reality and what's true. It's so ironic, it's actually sickening. People like him. Farming super chats. I mean, I can only imagine what a loser you would have to be sending that guy money after hearing that. Can you imagine?
How does he count his money without hands? I mean, we don't have people barely use any cash these days, so maybe it's all digital. He doesn't need hands.
Yeah, he's already got the chip. He's got a chip in his head. He just puts his head up to the scanner.
He's had a chip on his non-hand.
Yeah,
Because he's just a brain in a jar, remember? So he's just getting carried about by
brain
someone.
in the jar hippie. Yeah, no, I'm glad you watched it because your assessment is spot on. I was saying the same exact thing yesterday.
He's so desperate. This is the PhD level. I mean, he's run of the mill. He's like, literally was no better than the average Glober. Actually, the average Glober was better than him. Because, I mean, his entire argument was, I don't know anything. I could be a brain in a jar. I don't know if I've got hands. Prove to me that you have hands. Wow. He should just be a joke meme on the internet from now on. Mr. PhD doesn't know that he has hands.
He also said something like, he also said something crazy like, if you believe that you can know things 100%, it makes you a nihilist.
No, see, I was posting in the chat actually. Let me see if I have the result.
What, they did like a poll?
No, I typed in while they were talking because Miggy was trying to categorize him, and I was curious as to what category you would put someone who says they can't know anything 100%. So,
Say just solipsist.
well, the result came up as a person who says they can't know anything with 100% certainty is typically a skeptic or fallibilist. There are several philosophical categories that describe this position depending on the nuance of their doubt. Skepticism. This is a philosophical view that questions the possibility of knowledge or the certainty of beliefs. Global or radical skepticism, the most extreme form, which maintains that it's impossible to have certain knowledge about anything at all. A global skeptic might argue that our senses and reason are unreliable, so there is no way to be 100% sure of any belief. Some people have said that.
I think that's where he fits in at right there.
They have different forms, and they're like, there's one that fits him even better. But we've heard people like that, right? So, uh, uh, Pyrrhonian skepticism. Uh, this ancient form of skepticism advocates for suspending judgment on all non-evident matters, leading to a state of inner peace. They don't claim that knowledge is impossible, but rather that arguments for or against any belief are of equal weight, making it irrational to hold a strong position. Now, who does that sound like? The people that say, I don't care if it's flat or round. Hey, let's keep going.
Yeah, but
So,
see, that said that was applicable to non-evident matters, whereas everything we're talking about is evident, so they wouldn't be able to use that one.
no, they can, because they believe that it is non-evident, because they would say that it's so great that you can't tell because you're like an ant. That's why it's non-evident to them. So they don't care whether it's one way or another, although we know ultimately they go with, academia and stuff. But all right, let's keep going. Fallibilism. I think this is the one, or it was agnosticism, which one of those two that he fell under. So fallibilism, this position agrees with skeptics that absolute certainty is impossible, but differs by not concluding that knowledge is therefore unattainable. A fallibilist believes that knowledge does not require certainty. We can just have justified beliefs that we rely on in our daily lives, even while acknowledging they might be wrong. That's him. This view emphasizes that the importance of keeping an open mind and recognizing that any knowledge claim, even a well-established scientific theory, could be revised in the future. While most commonly applied to religious belief, agnosticism is a form of skepticism that can apply to any topic. An agnostic is a person who holds that certain truths, especially those regarding deities, okay, that's irrelevant. But yeah,
I don't like any of those terms.
You don't?
No, because I feel like this is just their attempt to give intellectual justification by creating a label for essentially solipsism and just rejecting reality. Right? They've created an intellectual framework that makes it reasonable, they think, on a philosophical level, to reject reality. And through all of human history, this would have been anathema to logical thinking. Everyone would have rejected this. And also, the term skeptic, the fact that they might try and claim the term skeptic is an insult to actual skepticism. These are the people that base their entire worldview on government space cartoons.
Yeah, you're right. While I do think that there are certain, keywords in the other ones that I read that fit his description, here it fits him too. Because it says solipsism is the quality of being very self-centered or selfish. Okay, we might say, how is that relevant? I don't know. But then look, philosophy, the view or theory that the self is all that can be known to exist. And that's exactly what his argument was for. You know what's crazy though? Even though his argument was for that, he would still say, prove that you have hands. So you can prove that you're the only person that exists. You're the only, the only thing you can know is that you exist, but you can't even know that you have hands, bro.
He's got no hands. Oh my god, like what?
So
give me you could just hear how pressed he was. Like, give me the logical deductive syllogism that you have hands. Embarrassing.
those are the guys that you want to be next to and just smack them. And then when he's about to hit you back, you're like, what you gonna hit me with?
I mean, it would have been funny just to press him again and again and be like, so are you saying you don't know that you have hands? Dude, look at how dumb he was. Said something like, I know the earth is a globe in the same way that I know that I have hands. So Miggy, quite reasonably, is like, okay, so you do say you know the earth is a globe, thinking, obviously you know you have hands. But he's such a dildo. He's like, no, that means I don't really know that the earth's a globe or that I have hands. It's like, wow, this is your intellectual superiority coming through, is it? Like, how you can maintain the level of arrogance arrogance and condescension that he did, whilst maintaining that he doesn't know that he has hands and admitting that he doesn't know the Earth is a globe. I mean, this is what happens when you just spend your life in the ivory towers of academia, out of touch with reality, normal people. Like, is his PhD in zesty passive aggressiveness? Because that's all I saw from him. You know what I mean? Like, just being a dickhead straight away. Like, India was being super chill, and he was just, in the first minute, hyperventilating and being condescending and being a dickhead. It's like, wow, this is actually a real indictment of the modern education system, and especially PhDs.
India was so chill and so smooth that I was like, yeah, right, because the guy obviously had nothing. Even with the neutrino thing, when he asked him what's the beam divergence, it was like 3 degrees. He's like, okay, so then I could just as easily say that it's traveling, blah 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 blah, and just horizontally, because the beam divergence is 3 degrees. So even though you're pointing it down 3 degrees, like you still receive the surface over the. You know what I'm saying? Like, and he was like, no. He was like, well, I could just affirm the consequent just like you.
Yeah, and with that, I would have pointed out that us flat earthers are men of the people, not academic ivory tower gatekeepers, where we're going to say, oh, hey, you want to know the Earth is a globe? Just get yourself a neutrino detector in $1 million lab. It's like, I'd have been like, okay, well, for the benefit of the audience here who don't have neutrino detectors and don't know what the fuck you're talking about, could you tell them something that they could do in their lives to prove that they live on this giant spinning cartoon ball? Because think about that. It's like, it's a form of elitism where he's basically saying, oh, you want proof that you live on a spinning ball? Take my word about this obscure test that I claim is done based on a paper I've not read.
Trust me, bro. Trust the science, yeah.
But he can't even give you that because he can't really be sure of anything.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't even know what he's talking about when it comes to that.
Yeah, the whole conversation is pointless with that guy. As soon as he said that, he'd be like, well, I mean, the conversation with you is pointless, so there's no matter. We can't go on.
But that's a point worth highlighting, right? To the audience. To say to the audience, listen, this is your man here, and he's not giving you any way for you to verify Earth is a globe. He's literally telling his audience, trust me that I trust this paper that I've barely read. And that's your proof that the Earth is a globe. That's insulting.
I mean, they should have told the audience, not even that, because I mean, somewhat that, but you can't be 100% sure about it because I mean, he's not 100% sure he has hands.
Well, yeah, he doesn't even know if he has hands, so Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, if we took him at his word on that, you should have just ended the debate at that point and said, well, he doesn't know the Earth is a globe. He literally doesn't even know if he has hands. So why are we talking to this guy? I thought we were going to get a learned globe scholar with all the evidence in. So yeah, another big fat globe L. We could do like a full dissection and just play the tape and pause it and just laugh at him. That would be a few hours of content. Point out all the tactics, all the non sequiturs, all the diversions. That's all he was doing. He was just jumping from one thing to the next. visual stuff we see. And his whole thing, like, boiled down to, they always use these kind of words, don't they? It gives credence to the globe. But they know they can't actually say this is proof of a globe. Saying it gives credence to, I mean, that just means you think, in your subjective opinion, that is evidence for it. Or makes it probable. Like, come on, dude.
Another really strong moment was when Indio, when he's like, yeah, they can do that. He's like, but did that? It was so that part to me was so good. Did they? They could, but did they? You
Yeah.
know?
They always do that shit. You could, they can, but did they? Well, no. Imagine that guy's your teacher. Unbelievable.
What would make someone, another side question, what would make someone not want to look at Israel?
I couldn't hear you there. You're breaking up a wee bit.
Like, what would make someone not be interested in laser tests? Like, if they come into a room like this, so you guys think you're just flat, and you say, "Well, we got measurements, laser tests, long distance observation." What would make someone's next statement not be word? Let me have a look.
One word. Fear. That's it. Or an existing awareness that you can't argue against it, which is basically the fear. He knows he can't touch a laser test. He's in there saying he doesn't have hands. But then that's how he lays the groundwork, right? He lays the philosophical groundwork. If he doesn't know he has hands, then of course he doesn't know that a laser is a straight line, or that there should be a certain amount of curvature, or that a laser is not bending down and around curvature. He doesn't know anything. Doesn't know he has hands. So that's perfectly fine for him to just not know, but know at the same time. It's amazing. He was essentially trying to gaslight everyone into thinking that his position of admittedly not knowing is somehow even better than actually knowing. Like, he's trying to claim a level of certainty to the point where he'll come and debate, and he's a PhD and he's got an authority to claim this, whilst at the same time outwardly saying he doesn't know anything at all, he doesn't know this. But he doesn't know it in such a way that he definitely knows it and it's absolutely true, and everyone else is an idiot if they don't believe it. It's so contradictory, ironic, brain-dead, retarded. It's like, it's an incredible psychological phenomena. Like, psychologists should be studying these people.
He says at one point about 99.9% certainty, that's how confident he is that the Earth is a globe. And I was really interested in how he got that value. Like, how was that determined that it was 99.9% accurate? Or of a probability. Like,
Yeah, what he
where does that
actually
come from?
means, the translation of that is that he's got 99.9% emotional feelings invested in this being true. Doesn't actually have any data behind it. It's, of course, just an emotional
Right.
bleat.
Okay, we
Right, and
are
then-
live.
One could ask, right? Okay, so how certain are you about that 99.9% probability? And he'd say, well, I'm 99.9%. Right? Each time he does that, he's reducing his level of certainty to 0. I mean, it's an infinite regression,
I
right?
don't have any in for. Aircraft is not rigid. The wings go up and down. It is not a
Is
constant.
someone playing the bot? The music bot? Who's doing that?
Yeah, what is
Someone
that?
messing with our music bot again?
It was that I am coding Python guy.
Oh, okay. Rude.
What, he's just flying in? That's a normal person?
He's been chat skanking all day, but not
All right,
talking
unmute
on the mic. No, he's not muted.
All right, Guy. Well, we're having a conversation, but if you want to... Are you a Globe believer? A Globe fan? Coding Python guy? Hello?
Yeah, come on. You were confident enough to mess with our music bot. Why aren't you confident enough to open your mic? Grow some balls.
Oh, Oh, you're saying that was him messing with the bot, not him talking? Wow, that's a pretty pathetic tactic. I'm
Yeah.
going to guess you don't know that you've got hands either, Mr. Coding Python. That's a great meme for us, though. Anytime that guy shows his face. You figured out you've got hands yet? That's going to have to go up there with a triangle test. Do you know if you have hands or not?
I don't know if it was the music bot, but I don't think that was him talking. It was like a recording or something.
Yeah, I mean, it sounded so out of place. It had to be recorded.
You gotta remember, you're dealing with people that deny water. They look at water and claim that it's doing what water doesn't do. It's pretty obvious in the way water behaves, and we know that it doesn't attach to the outside of spinning spheres, especially in vacuums. But for some reason, they think that the thing that they cannot demonstrate is the fact. I can show you water behavior. I can show you spheres. I can show you
that's the
real
beauty
spheres.
of their philosophy.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of their philosophy, because if he doesn't even know that he has hands, it's very easy for him not to know what water does. Even if you show him his own hands, he still doesn't know.
Yeah, you can show him water, and he's gonna say, "Yeah, that water does what I cannot show you that it does."
Yeah. That's why he has to set that groundwork of nothing can be known, because he knows he's going to go on to deny things like the physical nature of water.
I mean, they claim a sphere, right? But even the sphere that they claim doesn't work like a real sphere, because when you grab a real sphere and you grab water, they don't behave the way they tell you that that imaginary sphere with water behaves. It's a total different thing. Not the same thing that I can demonstrate you a sphere in reality, water in reality, and just those two things falsify their claims about the water ball in the vacuum of space.
Yeah, he's talking about being humble and a scientist questioning things. Yet he's the one who would claim he knows the vastness of the universe and he knows what the sun, moon, and stars are made of, how old they are, how they got there. And he would say he knows that, like he knows he's got hands, which he doesn't know he has. So he doesn't know it, but he does know it. And he's the humble one. And we need to be more humble, even though we're the ones not claiming that knowledge. Isn't that just so insane?
Yeah, that ruffled my feathers too, because he was saying that epistemological view, like standpoint of saying that there's absolute certainty, right, leaves it. Okay, so you've got a dichotomy there where you know something with certainty, or you don't know something, right? And when you can admit that you don't know something, that's being humble. I mean, just because you say that something can be known with absolute certainty does not mean that you have an epistemological view which lacks humility. Quite the opposite. It allows you room for humility to say, I don't know. I'm yet to find out. It's undiscovered, or I can't determine that yet.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a total contradiction as well. He's saying it's just double speak again at its finest. He's saying, on the one hand, that he knows these things about the Earth and the sun and the moon and the stars and the galaxies and the nebula and what's billions of miles away beyond what he can perceive. He knows all that, but he doesn't know anything at the same time. Both he holds to be true, and he will insult others for not complying with that blatant, contradictory, nonsense, retarded framework. He knows everything and he knows nothing at the same time. Genius stuff. Just all debate tactics, just all rhetoric and games. Nothing of substance, no reality. It's insanity. But it makes sense with this topsy-turvy world that we're living in right now, that the insane people would be lauded at some high level or degree of education when they're completely removed from reality.
I'm to the point that once a glober says water, it's done. It's game over. Once you say water, that's it. Cannot go any further with the globe claim. You can only acknowledge reality. And if you're denying water, I mean, where can you go after that? If you're denying what water does and what it doesn't do.
Do we have any new people in? I'm not looking at the chat. Any new people want to say hello? You don't have to be new. You got questions? Some evidence for a globe earth? Unmute your mic, say hello.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon to you, sir. Hope you're doing well, and everybody else.
Is that you, Gemsy?
Yes, I'm doing okay. How about yourself?
All right. Got work in the morning.
Who is Spherical Earth and why is he muted? You can already tell he's triggered. His About Me says, words cannot uncurve the earth. Spherical Earth, you would have to have some curve to uncurve first.
It sounds like Robert.
Your words cannot make water be attached on the outside of a sphere in a vacuum. Your words cannot do that.
Is that you, Robert? Do you think there's some curve to uncurve?
Is Spherical Earth Robert Utah?
I don't know. That's what we're trying to figure out. He's just got a hilarious quote about me.
Don't ban Robert. Give him a pass. Give him a pass. Robert, you can speak. You can use my pass today. They won't ban you. Go ahead and open your mic.
I don't think it's Robert.
Whoever it is, you get a pass today. Go ahead. You won't be banned. Just for
Hello, Spherical Earth. You are unmuted.
for being
and use
an
your
eternal
microphone.
troll.
Come on, Spherical Earth. Now's your chance. You get to prove the globe once and for all.
We got
If
this
you
other
don't
guy,
say-
MCC.
Oh.
MCC's in the side chat that they said they know it's round. So, are you there, MCC?
How do you know that, MCC?
Come on, MCC. Ah, no, Mike. Gang.
Use your voice.
2025, no mic. Wow.
Hey, let's not poor shame people, you know.
I'm too poor to prove the globe.
All you have to do is grift some people on TikTok. Tell everybody you have no hands and tell them you have a PhD that you earned online from an online university. Cyclone, usually you get lucky, man. Usually you come in after hours of silence and there's just like the perfect globe believer to speak with you. I've been listening for weeks now and it's like you just got that luck of the draw. You usually get some good conversations going, like on average.
It's not all luck, John. There's an art to this. But yeah, I have had some good globers in the last few weeks, but guess they're all shy
talking
now.
about just them being there at the right time. It's like sometimes I'll just be like, wow, there's like nobody talking for a while. He comes in and all of a sudden it's just like two people back to back. I'm just like, what are the odds?
Oh, well, MCC says they're going to get their phone, so hopefully they'll join VC in a moment.
That's it. Phones have microphones. He had an epiphany.
Well, we're happy to go over lots of evidence for you, MCC, once you get into VC. Well, here's what I'll do for you. Yeah, it's MCC. I don't think they're going to join, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, I can see he's typing away, but go ahead. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you. But yeah, it's simple, MCC. The Earth's surface does not curve as the globe Earth requires. It's just flat and motionless, as you've always experienced it to be. There's no evidence to the contrary. Just cartoons from the government. And that's it. But you're going to have to come on mic if you want to talk to me anyway, unless someone's going to read out your chats. Because I ain't here for the keyboards.
Cyclone, would you say that your knowledge or your knowing that the Earth is flat is similar to that you have hands?
Yeah, I could say that. Man, we really do need to dissect that properly. Whole thing. It's hours of clips. From that fool.
Yeah, once I saw pictures of him, I realized that he had been memeified already. I'd seen his face around on TikTok, people like just making fun of him. Pretty sure Jake the asshole or Jake the awake or whatever you guys know him as, was talking junk about that dude too.
You should send it on to Jake. Give him some content.
Oh yeah, he loves breaking down things like that. So he asks you, what about time zones, Cyclone MCC?
Well, time zones are political designations agreed between the nations to support commerce and international trade. What you're maybe asking about is why we have night and day, and that would be due to the movement of the sun above the Earth's surface, just like you observe. Just like every single human being on Earth has always observed the sun moving above us, taking its light with it. But yeah, the time zones aren't strictly based on that. They're political, like I said.
I noticed in this server, 99% of the time that they say time zones, they just mean day and night.
Yeah, that's what they mean. They don't know what the fuck time zones are about.
Nah.
Yeah, it's like you're already translating. It's like, we know what you mean, even though you don't know what you mean. It's good stuff.
Yeah, hopefully that answers your question.
If anyone wants to see the ultimate globe debunk, like study this video by Dr. John Dee. It's the Dr. John Dee's Black Swan with the wind towers. I just went over the whole video. It's freaking amazing. Like there's every single detail and variable that you could possibly need are accounted for in the video, and it's explained so well. It's completely underrated. It's like so much better than any of the other observations that we have in terms of how detailed it is. It's like every variable that you could possibly need to take into consideration is covered in the video. He goes over so many things. It's towards the end of the video, goes over all the different types of mirages and how they're impossible on a globe, and yeah, it's freaking awesome.
That might be a good guy to get an interview scheduled with, DJ. What do you think? Maybe we could have him on and do a staged event. I think that would be much more cool than what the heck just went down the other day.
Dude,
oh yeah,
I can't
love to talk to him. What's that?
I can't get over how similar this guy John Lunas sounds to AI Ardent. I keep thinking it's AI Ardent who's talking.
He sounds a lot like him.
Yeah, like
Just got to talk to me a little bit more, bro. There's the subtle differences, right?
yeah.
Over Fencer says Johnny's AI with a much better mic. AI actually has an amazing microphone. He just never uses it.
What are you doing right now, DJ?
Just getting ready for bed at the moment. I just went over that Black Swan John Dee video, which was fun.
What are you wearing?
What the hell?
It just sort of sounded like that sort of question. That's where it was leading. I was just getting there before you did.
Bro, I was not going there.
Damn it.
Oh man, dude, I just got done with another long day. Awesome stuff, man. No rest for the weary sometimes. Yeah, I hope for Todd's sake we get a Globey in here to ask some questions. Guess no one wants to debate the topic, man. Even with an event going, we can't get any good action.
What's the event?
Yeah, I got an event running already. It's flat versus globe debate. They're not biting.
I think they're all busy trying to figure out if they have hands.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to get jumping off, guys, so I'm going to go and listen for a bit and then head off. But it's good hearing you all, as usual.
All right, have a
Catch you
good
later,
night, bro.
Cyclone.
Stay flat, boys.
Cheers, bro. So what did you think of that song, TJ? Tunok.
يا معشر الإنس
Tunok,
Oh, yeah.
جئناكم
I
Mine
listened to like 20 seconds of it. That was all I could handle.
الله أكبر.
The video is great. What's up, man?
يعني يا زلمة أنا بقول لك زي هيك أنت ليش ما بترد علي؟
Yeah, we
I'm
speak
gone.
English here, buddy.
يا حبيبي English
Yeah,
you don't
English.
understand English. Earth no flat. It is شو اسمها؟ دائرة.
What? What is it?
Earth circle no flat.
Circle.
Okay. Yes. Like
The
football.
Earth is a two-dimensional object.
No, it is like football.
It's like a
دائرة.
football.
Yes, bro. But not very
Soccer
perfect.
ball.
Because yes. Soccer ball in America it is football. هسا عندك الكرة الأرضية when you go to the space يعني you can see it very well. You have قائد الفضاء اللي بيروح على ناسا.
You never did that.
America.
You just believe in fairy tales, my friend.
No, bro. Fairy tales, nice. But Earth, football. Trust me, no flat. Why do you think it's flat?
Because it measures flat when we go and test the Earth.
Okay, look. When you are on a sea, ocean, you call it ocean. When you are on ocean,
Yeah.
and you see, like, why don't you see the country that is next?
Because you can't see forever, because the air is not completely clear over distance, so you have a visibility limitation. Like if you go on the internet right now and you check your area that you live in and ask what the visibility is, you'll see that it's not very far, because the air over distance, it's not that clear.
For example, I know Earth is a circle. I have a proof. Look, example. I live in Jordan, okay? I live on the borders. There's a country called Israel. They have towers. I see the towers from Jordan, but they are low. They look low because Earth is circle, you know? They look lower. But when you go to there, you see towers very big. But from Jordan, you see towers small. You know?
Yeah, but things will look lower due to perspective and obstruction in the distance.
No, that's not what I mean. I mean they look like they are under the word. They are down. I don't know how English not very good. But
How far
That's
away
okay.
is too far to see that observation?
it's far,
Yeah,
but you see it going down.
Okay. What is the radius of Earth?
What is you mean radius?
Spheres cut in half. You look at them, there's a circle. The outside, where you're standing when you're on that sphere that you imagine, that's the circumference. Okay?
Oh,
Cut the circle in half, right? That diameter from one edge to the other, half of that diameter is a radius. And for a lot of the math that's required to build the ball that you believe you live on, you need the radius value. What is the
So-
radius value?
yeah.
Maybe an easier question is how many kilometers is Jordan away from where you're seeing these towers? Like, how far away do you have to be? Yeah, how far? What's the
Yeah.
distance in kilometers between the 2 points?
Like 140 kilometers.
Okay, so this is going to be a big problem. Yeah, this is going to be a problem for the globe. Do you know how high the towers are, or are you able to find out how high they are? Like that, how tall are they?
I never went there, but they big, very tall.
Yeah, but if you can find out the height, like if you know the name of the towers, you could look them up, and it will tell you how tall they are, and then you could calculate whether you should be able to see them on a globe or not.
But I see it. When I go to the roof of the house, I can see it because Jordan is a low place. Israel makes higher on heats. No, I mean the opposite. Jordan is big on heats.
No, I got you. Look, we can replicate things looking like they disappear bottom up on a flat surface, right?
Yes,
that's not
yes.
something that's not something that's exclusive to a curvature, because we can replicate it on a small scale, right? On a flat surface. The same thing. Okay, so what we would need to do is check how far away are you seeing the towers, and how tall are the towers. And what you'll probably find is that you shouldn't be able to see what you're seeing if the Earth was a globe.
Bro, I just did the calculator. You should see the amount of drop that there would be for 140 kilometers. Oh my god.
Yeah, how much is it?
Like over 7,000 feet.
7,000 feet. Okay, so what height are you seeing the towers from, my friend? Like how high off the ground would you be?
I don't know. On roof house.
Yeah, so what, like 1-story house or 2-story house?
You know Jolan Heights? 2-story house. You know Jolan Heights?
Jordan what? No, I don't know what you mean.
The Jolan Heights. They are famous.
Oh yeah, no, I don't. Maybe
Never
someone
mind,
else
it's
does.
okay.
Yeah, so a 2-story house. What's that, like 20 feet? 20 feet high, approximately. Okay, so
what is
Oh, sorry, it's 5,000, about 5,000 feet, I think.
no, a two-story. Oh, okay. So if 1 sec, I got to convert to metric. What did you say the distance was? 140 kilometers.
Yes.
Okay, and the observation height is about, say, 25 feet.
Jolan
Yeah,
Heights
so
altitude, I just searched it up. It is 1,800 kilometer.
from where you're observing,
Yeah, Jolan Heights, 1,800 kilometer.
so from where you're observing, you're seeing something that's 1,000 kilometers away.
No, I mean the altitude of Jolan Heights, you know? I live on Jolan Heights. The altitude.
His altitude is 1,000.
Yeah, but that's altitude. That's altitude above mean sea level.
Yes, above.
You need to know
Right.
the
I am up.
difference between altitude of Israel above mean sea level, and then so there's a lot of math that needs to be factored in then. At
So
that
it's
point.
pretty easy. So you just need to get the altitude above sea level from where you're making the observation, and then add the height of the 2-story house, and then find out the altitude of the target, right? And then also find out the height of the towers, and then you can calculate, you know, how much you should be able to see. But just from the basic mathematics, you shouldn't be able to see these towers at all if the Earth were a globe.
Nope.
No, we see them somehow.
Yeah, yes, the Earth's not a globe, my friend.
So you say Earth flat?
Yeah, so we've gone out and tested over these types of distances, but it's better to do it over large bodies of water because you don't have like differences in elevation. Okay, so if you go to say a 20-mile lake, right, which is like what? That's like over 30 kilometers. There should be a certain amount of curvature over that distance, which is about 70 meters approximately of curvature over that distance. Now we can go there and we can test for that curvature very easily by doing long distance observations or high powered laser transits and different methods, right? This has been done hundreds and hundreds of times now, and we can't detect any curvature over distances where you should have huge amounts of curvature. So all of this has been documented and recorded, you know, in high definition videos. So yeah, I encourage you to have a look at some of this stuff.
Can you give us some reference?
Some reference of what I'm talking about?
Yeah, you're trying to prove a point, right? So you have to give us like the source of this.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. So I can show you some long distance observations if you want. Okay, so
yeah, sure.
Yep. So
like
here's
a scientific article that someone did it or something like this.
Yeah. So here's a guy, right? His name's Dr. John Dee. He's got a PhD. He's a very smart guy. So here's the full video. It's over an hour long, but you know you can watch that sometime if you want to have a good look at it. But I can give you just a very quick, basic rundown of what's in the video. Okay, so I'll just post a couple of. Yeah. What's your question?
Why you Earth is flat, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Why government say that Earth not flat?
Well, the government isn't essentially something that just speaks. You know, it's a big giant organization with all different sectors and different people, and you know, it's compartmentalized. So it's not like the government is something that has a mouth that can speak. You know, most people that work for the government would have no idea that the Earth's not a globe.
I a lot. But this has no point to lie when you say that Earth is flat. Like, what do I get from this? Not important.
Yeah. So look, So that's a question that you would want to ask after you have a look at the evidence that they are lying or that their Earth is not a globe, and then maybe you can go and ask them. Because we can't prove why someone would lie, but everyone agrees that governments definitely lie.
Yeah, but no reason for lying about this.
Well, maybe once you have a look a bit more into the topic, it might, click and you'll see why they would lie. But
and
you can't
not just
prove
the
motive,
government, right? Also, like all the companies that have satellites, they must be lying as well. Every single one of them. If the company launches a satellite, they know.
Are you going to keep repeating? I heard you. Okay. So, again, what we have to offer are very long distance between point A and point B demonstration. Would you like to see that? Oh, there's that silence I was talking about. Wow. What?
Yeah, they don't want to see the long distance observations. You know, they do what they can to avoid the actual evidence against the globe. You know, guys, if we can prove that it's not a globe, right, then you can follow them up with all these questions afterward. Okay, so if we can validate that it can't possibly be a globe, then you can go and ask these questions to the people that you're talking about. Right? Or just look into the topic more and you'll learn more about this type of thing. You'll learn more about satellites and, you know, most people. Yeah, so have a look at some of the long distance observations. I recommend doing that, right? It's not possible on a globe. Right? So this one, for example, I know the other guy did want to see it. Okay, so here's the Earth. So you can validate this mathematics that I'm telling you. You can go to Google and you can type in Earth curvature calculator, and you can pick any one of the Earth curvature calculators and you can put in the metrics that I've put in here. Right, I've just copy pasted this about 10 minutes ago from the Earth curvature calculators. Okay, so the distance, this is a long distance observation, right, over the ocean, looking out at some wind towers. Right, you know how you have those big wind towers out in the ocean? It's like a wind farm. Okay, so the tower that we're looking at is 11.2 miles away. Okay, and then we have Dr. John D, who's on the beach with his camera, and he's got his camera set up at 3.5 foot. Okay, so that's the height of the observer. Right, so based off the radius value of the globe, we can calculate how far away the horizon would have to be on a globe. Now that distance is 2.29 miles, which is probably about 4 kilometers or something like that. Okay, and the bottom of the the bottom of the wind tower or the wind turbine tower should be obstructed behind the 2.29 mile horizon by 52 feet. Okay, 52 feet is like a 5-story building, just for reference. Okay, so that's the mathematics. Now I'm going to show you the observation. Okay, now all of this is highly detailed in the video that I shared, but here's a clip out of the video just showing part of the observation and some screenshots to go along with it. Okay, so you can see he's zooming out, and Tower 8 that you can see there is 11.2 miles away, right, which is about 17 kilometers approximately. All right, so what you'll be able to see is that we can see the entire wind turbine tower, and then we can see that the horizon is far beyond. Okay, so once again, if the Earth were a globe, the horizon would have to be at, what was it, 2.3 miles away. Okay, the closest wind tower that you can see there is just over 8 miles away. Okay, so it should be a quarter of the distance basically to the first wind tower, right? Anything beyond that, you shouldn't be able to see any water beyond that, okay? Because the horizon is the line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet. So the bottom 50 foot of the wind turbine tower at the bottom where it meets the water should be hidden behind the horizon. But we're not seeing that when we do these. When we go out and actually test for curvature, we're not finding any curvature. We just see flat water, we see a flat horizon, and we see far beyond where you should be able to see if the Earth were a globe. Okay, so this is just one of countless amounts of these demonstrations. Now, this guy, Dr. John D, he has a YouTube channel now, right? He originally set out to debunk flat Earth, and he became a flat earther in the process because he was able to see these distances that were impossible on a globe. And he didn't just do these kinds of observations, he also does high-powered laser tests where he, instead of doing the visual observation, he's basically doing the same thing with a high-powered laser where he shoots different spectrum lasers across huge distances and hits his target, right? There should be hundreds of feet of curvature over these distances that he's shooting these lasers. So So you can check out the full video there if you want. Posted above. It goes over all of the weather conditions, the temperature conditions, everything that you can possibly think about is covered in the video. And there's a link to his channel there as well, and he's got tons of other observations and things like that. So yeah, if you guys are still listening, that's what we mean by flat Earth, right? Just like no drop over distance, no curvature. The surface of water is flat. And I'm guessing those they probably weren't listening to any of that, and they just run away from the long distance observations.
They can't hide from the truth, dude.
Yeah, they can just bury their head in the sand and
eat dust.
Yeah.
You know, I'm going to be honest with you. Something tells me that they're not actually. The guy has never actually seen these towers 140 kilometers out.
Yeah, who knows, man? I highly doubt he's going to see something that far away. You know, what kind of, like, is he looking through a telescope or what? Because just due to the angular resolution, right, the towers would be too small to be able to see unless he had some crazy, like, telescope or something that he was looking through. But even just having that much visibility over that distance is highly unlikely. So, yeah, probably completely full of shit.
Hey, what's up?
What's up?
Oh, why is there so many people who know about this shit? That's true.
Yeah, man. Yeah, we're waiting for some globe earthers to come in and present evidence that the Earth's a globe.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we can wait for the guy who's trying to prove the globe What? Is anybody playing Sudoku?
No, well, not me anyway.
No, that's so easy.
I like chess. Chess is my game of choice.
Do you want to play?
Chess?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Let me end that. I just started. I'm on the difficulty 5, and I'm already done. Almost. Give me a second. I think there's 6. Oh no, I'm wrong. Damn, 7. Oh, there 5 here. 9, 7, 8. Easy. And 4. 5. 9. 8. 6. 1, 3.
Can hear you, Brian, kitty.
What?
We can hear you, Brian.
You can hear me what?
Yeah, sorry, I've got a bad mic on me. I signed with
Yeah. Shaggy said, "Shut up."
Oh, you can hear me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Hello, DJ.
Hey, what's up?
What time is it for you right now?
3 a.m.
Holy fuck. Are you not tired?
Yeah, a little bit.
The Earth is not a globe.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Would you bet
As
$1,000 on it?
as sure as I have hands. What about you,
Can we
USA?
can we play
Can you
the
Can you prove that you have hands?
me?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't have hands. Man. I just have one hand. I'm amputated when I was like 12.
You were what? Sorry.
I got my hand amputated when I was like 12.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Well, you're an exception then. So yeah, like what was that? Like a year ago?
10 years. 10 years ago.
Yeah, it figures the first time you go to use a joke, you know. That's just your luck, T-Dub.
Yeah. That's just my luck, yeah. Dang.
It's like my mom has no hands, you know. It's like, oh shoot.
Arsene, do you have the globe proof? I'll take that as a no.
Come on, DJ. You already knew that. Come on.
Yeah, I did actually.
DJ, do you know the guy named Twonger?
Yeah, yeah.
He came in here once saying he has proof of curvature with measurements, and I asked him to show it, and he still hasn't showed it for the past like 3 weeks.
Yeah, that's because he doesn't have it.
Yeah, every time I see him, I bring it up, dude, and he won't respond to it.
Yeah, that's why he doesn't show it. You know, if he had it, he would just show it to you.
He's like, yeah, I'm not going to show you, but prove I don't have it.
Proof I don't. It's fun. Yeah, you made a claim that I don't have it. The burden of proof is on you, Fluff.
Are there any Globers in the chat right now?
Of course there are.
Yeah, there's some.
But they don't
Fuddy,
feel confident enough.
Fuddy, are you still a Glober? Or have you come to the realization that it's flat?
Who are you talking to?
Fuddy?
Yeah, Fadi's got more hours in this room than I do.
Whoa.
Is he a Glober?
That's what we're trying to find out.
He's an expert audience member.
Expert audience member. He's a very good listener.
We get it. You can't. You realize you've come to the understanding that you can't prove that you live on a spinning ball in outer space. That's why yous are all silent. Yous understand that. Fair enough. I guess we win. We win the debate. Because I'm not. I can't use your silence, right, as a win. So that's called an argument from silence fallacy. But I can be like a Glober and just assume. So I'll just assume that yous are all silent because yous have no globe proof. Prove me wrong, guys. Come on.
Yeah,
Sorry, go on.
it's kind of funny how we continuously ask them for globe proof, knowing good and well that they don't have any. Like,
I guess that is a bit mean.
Knowing there's zero chance they can possibly provide any globe proof.
Well, guys, just at least walk away from this understanding that you will never observe the Earth as a ball or as a sphere or a geoid or whatever you want to call it. You'll never observe it like that. You'll never see the Earth as having a shape. Think about that. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. You'll never see the Earth in its entirety. You'll never know what shape it is. You'll just have to trust some guy on the TV that tells you.
You're such a dream crusher, T-Dub.
Yeah, T-Dub. Why would you say that to them?
First the hands thing, now this. You're just bad in 1,000 today.
Where's my boy Crit at? I need to Crit.
Hi.
Hello.
How are you?
That was so
Hello.
perfect. If
I'm
Hello,
doing. How are you,
Hassan.
bro?
How are you? How are you doing?
I'm fine. And you?
Very good. Thank you. Very nice.
I love it when Rakesh comes out. Awesome.
Hey, if you want, I don't know if you guys saw this. I posted it earlier today, but this guy, he in this video, he gets like 3 pieces of glass, like broken glass. One of them's like a square, one's a triangle, and one's like a different shape, and they're all different sizes. And have a look what happens in this video when he reflects the light onto something in the distance. It's crazy.
Yeah, I heard you explain it, but I didn't get a chance to look at it. So thank you for reposting.
Yeah, no worries. Like, you know, when he so basically the light's reflecting off the little pieces of glass onto like a bit of cardboard or something, and you can see the shapes of the glass when it's close up, reflected. And then as he moves it further and further away, they just start turning spherical. And then when it's really far away, it just makes like 3 completely spherical lights that are all the exact same size.
Why does that happen?
Well, Indio kind of explained it a bit today, and it kind of made sense. I'll try not to butcher it too much, but I mean, basically any light that you look at in the distance, whether it be like a tube light, like a long tube light, or any light, you know, from a distance, it just looks like a circle. So it's the same principle, except it's just being reflected. Indio explained it way better. But yeah, it's the same thing from a distance. It looks spherical. So I guess it's that same thing reflected back onto the target.
So what? They're shining light through these pieces of glass.
No, it's just like little bits of broken mirror, and then he's putting them down in the sun, and they're just reflecting the sunlight.
Oh, okay.
So it's interesting when you think about like what are the stars? People always assume that they're round, like spherical. I mean, or at least circular in shape. But we really have absolutely no idea what we're looking at because all lights look like round from a distance. Like even if you look at a train that's coming in the distance and say it's got like 6 lights on the front of the train. All you see is one big round light coming towards you, and it's not until it gets close you're like, oh, what the hell? It's actually, 6 different lights in different positions on the front of the train. So we have no idea what we're looking at when we're looking at stars in regards to like what shape things are we looking at.
So those stars could actually be squares.
Yeah, they could
or triangles
could be,
or
yep. Yeah, or anything, yeah. Tubes.
they could be tubes.
Yeah, like if you look at, like a 4-foot tube light that you put on your roof.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
If you walk away from that, it just looks like a round light.
Yeah.
Sporadic says maybe they're holes in a blanket. Yeah.
Blanket?
So some of the stars, with the naked eye, appear as one star, and then you use a telescope and you realize it's 2.
Yeah, that's trippy as well. Yep. Damn, Sporadic just said they say Polaris is 3 stars.
You should get that clip of Joe Rogan talking about all the different stars. Look at this one. Dude, look at this one. Look at Arcturus.
Have you seen him where he's talking to Elon Musk and he's like doubting what the sun is, like that it's fire because you need oxygen and there's no air in space. You need air. I'm not sure if like Tyson comes along later and corrects him and says it's not fire in the conventional sense, it's nuclear fusion.
You're very fast.
I just want to see the, the off-camera footage of Neil deGrasse Tyson grabbing his wrist and slapping his hand really hard.
What?
What? What happened?
Yeah, you're fast.
Who's fast? What? What's going on now?
You're speaking fast, very.
Yes. It sounds like we're speaking.
Yeah.
Yes.
We can slow it down for you if you like.
Yeah, when you hear people speaking in other languages, it sounds like they're speaking fast, but they're not. It's just hard to tell where the one word starts and the other word stops.
Some people think I do things that are not correct to do.
Thanks, Stephen Hawking.
Yeah, I understand what you say, but I can't speak, you know?
What about this, matey? How's it going, Cobber? Did you understand
Bloody
that?
hell you talking about, mate? So, Arsene, where the hell are you from, Digger? Digger. I said Digger, by the way. Digger with a D.
Yeah, that means like bro in German or something like that.
It's kind of like Digger. It's like it's like someone like it's like a that's been in the military or something like that.
I know
World
in
War
German
One.
it means
A digger.
bro.
They dug.
Anything that
They dug
ends-
trenches.
True. Yeah, in the military, right?
No.
Or
I'm
just in
student.
general. Anyway, should stay away from words.
No
that-
longer a digger alive.
True.
From World War One.
Yeah. So it is from the military. Yeah.
Yo, DJ, that meme is amazing.
I think T-Dub made that. Did you make that meme, T-Dub?
It's so good.
Probably one of the best ones I've ever seen.
Is that the PhD style thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. I just put the words in. Like it was.
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
it was
yeah.
from like
That counts.
one of the meme sites, and it just had it blank, and I just. Yeah.
It's freaking amazing, man. Oh shit. So yeah, Amish just put Polaris A flat or AB or Polaris B. So Polaris is 3 stars. That's crazy. How did the Globers explain like images like this one?
Perspective, bending and warping of space, time, refraction. Yeah.
Dude, what's really cringy is when they say that sometimes you won't be able to see objects on the Earth when you're on the Earth because of gravitational lensing, dude.
Yeah, DJ, you're not really seeing that, man. Check your eyes, bro.
Yeah, I might not even have eyes. Can't be sure.
Now you're talking, man. Now you're making sense.
Yeah, PhD style.
I didn't know you were such a smart guy, bro.
We can't be too sure.
Kabaj.
What's up?
Nice profile pic.
Thank you.
Welcome to the room.
Likewise.
So did you come to join the debate or you just come to listen?
Bit of column A, bit of column B. Depends. Like, listening is always nice. There's a symbiotic relationship.
Well, if you have any
between both of them,
questions,
isn't it?
okay. If you have any questions, you could direct them towards T-Dub, the older gentleman at the bottom.
How's it going, Sonny?
How's it going?
One second, I'll just get turn you. I'm actually kind of busy at the moment, so maybe someone else can field it.
All good, all good. Just hopping from VC to VC, it's all good. Just checking in.
Cool. What have you discovered in the VCs, the other VCs?
So there's been like 2 VCs I've joined, the philosophy one and this one. So I'll tell you when I make a round.
Okay. What are you looking for?
What am I looking for? Conversation. Just good conversation. We'll see. Philosophy, very good. If not, other than that, like other theology, like, there's people discussing theology of different sorts. That'd be fun as well. We'll see. Okay, I'll make a round. I'll see you, gentlemen.
All right, man. All right. Have a good one, man.
Thank you.
So, a bit off topic. You know what I've been using AI for lately? But I was just like going through the fridge and the cupboards and shit, right, and finding leftovers, like things that really need using and stuff, and just putting it together and just giving it to AI and saying, "Give me a recipe." It's actually not too bad. Right?
Yeah,
So,
it's good idea. Yeah, I've done that actually recently. I'm like, I got like these ingredients. I'm like, tell me something awesome I can cook with this. It's pretty good. It's like super helpful. Like it tells you like the whole process.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I made a blood orange and apricot cake, but it flopped. It didn't rise, so it's a slice. It's so funny. My wife was laughing at me and said, "Oh, you should take a photo of that and post it on your Flatter."
Oh, that's so funny.
It was just flat and round, actually. I made a Mediterranean style sort of pie with chicken and bacon and stuff. That was good. What else was this other thing? That's right, but like banana choc muffins, yeah, which was pretty good.
What if ChatGPT gives marriage advice and relationship advice? I mean, do guys could you just look, you go to Chat, she said this and I said that, and do you think I'm right? You can get ChatGPT to be your marriage counselor, maybe. I don't know.
You can do all sorts of things, man. It's very helpful.
Mm. Yeah, I used AI I put some of my artwork through AI to see what it looked like, and man, it looked freaky. But it's kind of I kind of got sick from using it. I'd use it and then I'd feel sick, and then I'd use it. I'd try to use it again, and yeah, I kind of felt sick. It's weird, so I don't use it. But I draw these pictures, and I ask AI to make my pictures like look realistic. And oh man, they came out really freaky. I thought these are great, but then at the same time, I thought this isn't mine. You know, it's not my artwork, sort of thing. It's mutated or something.
Yeah, other people are coming up with some crazy stuff with it, and there's actually some crazy programs that are coming out, AI programs. These two dudes were getting this one AI program, which wasn't even designed to do what they were using it for, but they were getting it to. So they were just playing the film clip with no sound, whatever. Like, I don't know how they would do. Yeah, well, I don't know. There's a clip with no audio, I guess, of like artists performing, and then telling it to like make the sound of what they think that should sound like. Some of it was hilarious, but others was like pretty spot on.
Oh yeah. I was using just a really cheap, just AI that was tacked onto another app. It wasn't really even a decent AI program, but some of those videos that started popping up where they had, you know, it was like a dream. It was literally like a dream where people would turn into monsters and buses would turn into jets and take off, and yeah, it was wild.
I've seen that, yeah. There's some pretty weird stuff.
Mm.
But you remember
Really can't work out.
Sorry, go on.
They can't work out hands. That all the AI stuff with hands. If you focus on the hands, they're all messed up. Yeah.
All right.
That's so hands right yet.
So it's a bit like Blitz. Yeah. Maybe.
You know, whether he's got hands or not, or what are hands. He's such a freak. I tried to debate him on TikTok on atheism and that, and bro, he's just turbocharged. Yeah, debate, bro. Just I was listening to that, and he did not let anyone talk. Like every time someone was talking, he would talk over them, and yeah, he was very bad faith, dude. Shit. But you wanted to just punch him. You didn't want to debate him. You wanted to strangle the dude.
The AI has trouble with a lot of things. Like I was watching this one video. So AI generated comedy, sort of like skits, right? And
wow.
Yeah, and it was actually some of it was quite funny, right? It's like dad jokes and stuff, you know, but it had the real people talking. It's like, no, they're not real, but I mean, it looked lifelike. But so there'd be two people standing next to each other, and one would be supposed to be looking at the other, but it looked like one was further ahead and not looking. They weren't looking directly at each other, so it's like has trouble with like depth perception or something. I don't know. Like, yeah. But you remember that clip of what's his name from Men in Black? Will Smith. Remember that clip of him from like, I think it was like 2017, and he's like saying, "You think I'm sitting here doing this? Well, think again." And then he morphs, and he's like somewhere on the beach, and then it morphs again, and he's like, and he says, "Nothing is real anymore. You don't know what's real and what's not. Like what you see on the screen." Like, so, like they've been able to do that sort of stuff. Like maybe they've been messing around in the background with AI for a while, like longer than what they've allowed the public to have access to it, you know?
Exactly. I remember watching this video and it was all these clips of actors and stuff, famous people, saying that they want a clone. That because like in an interview and they go, well, you know, what would you? You're a big star. What would you like to get? You know, if you could afford it or whatever. And they're like, and I remember when it was like, yeah, I want a clone. You know, I want a clone to go and do all this stuff on man while I just chill back. I've got to go on a red carpet or something. I just send the clone. And there's a few others like, man, I want my own clone, man. You know. Yeah. But when you got everything, what else could you need? What did you want? It's like, oh, yeah, robot me just to do everything.
Well, I'd be kind of worried, like if I was an actor and even performer, that you know, like I could be doing another job, because you can just remember that movie Sim 1 with Robert. Is it Robert De Niro?
Pacino.
Al Pacino. Yeah, Pacino. I can always get their names. Yeah,
that was a good movie.
Yeah, Simone. Yeah, Sim 1. Yeah, like basically that. Like it could happen easily. Like making shows and movies without necessity of hiring actors.
And when he tried to kill off the character, when he tried to make her unpopular so no one would, and it just kept backfiring, she got more and more more and more popular.
Yeah.
She's like, she's smoking. She's like, I don't have a problem eating dolphin meat. I reckon it's all right. And everyone was like, right, yeah. No one, they just believed everything she said and stuff.
But what happens when your clone wants to get a clone? Knows it's possible, so it's going to go and get a clone.
There you
go. That happened in The Simpsons. Yeah, that was. Remember that? All those homers. Yeah.
Did you see Bicentennial Man? That was a weird little movie.
Yeah, that was all right. Actually, I didn't mind that for a sci-fi.
It was a very weird little movie.
Bit drawn out a little, but yeah, it was weird. Yeah, I don't think that's
evolving, and all the people around him just kept getting older and older, and then he would just be the same, but he would sort of evolve a little bit. I wish Kubrick had done AI, the artificial intelligence movie, because it would have been really. He would have made it more. It would have been freakier and trippier
It
and
was
stuff.
almost in his style, though, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, but the Spielberg just sort of stuffed it up. I think it was too candy coloured and stuff, you know. But if Kubrick had done that, man, that would have been so dark. Did you see that AI with the what's his name about the kid robot and that?
The Sixth Sense kid. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't remember. Yeah.
I was watching. I was like, "Gee, I wish Kubrick had have done that because it would have been, yeah, it would have been something else."
Isn't it? There's one from like, isn't there a movie from like the 70s about a smart house? And The Simpsons did the mock-up thing with Pierce Brosnan as the voice for the smart house. I think that was like a send-up of that movie.
I don't remember.
And then the house ended up trying to kill him and stuff. Like, yeah, I'm pretty sure there was like a 60s or 70s movie like that. They've been thinking about this AI stuff for a long, long time.
Mm. Project Bluebeam. It's about Project Bluebeam. They wanted to put holograms and stuff in the sky of deities stuff. This is the CIA. We're gonna project a projection of Muhammad over the Iraq to scare all the Iraqi soldiers or something out of fighting. They're freaky.
Seen this comedian, he's like talking about Vietnam War, and he's like talking about his mother and girlfriends and stuff, and he's like, so you know what they really should, because his father was in the Vietnam War or something, and he's like, you know what they should have done? They should have just sent, why didn't they just send women with PMS into Vietnam? Because, you know, they would have been like, what do we do? And I don't know. All I know is they're not talking to us. It's like, say sorry. It's like, it was just the way he said it. It was so funny. I was like, just imagine like war fought with these dominant, bossy women, you know, angry.
Yeah. Apparently Gaddafi had a female guard or something, or he had these special forces bodyguards and they're all women. I saw some of them, they were like 6'4" and they were absolutely brutal looking. The scariest things we've ever seen. I mean, Johnny Depp said you should fight war. You give the enemy LSD, and then you just run in dressed as Teletubbies and take a.
That's hilarious.
course, nothing's on sale.
شنو هذا جاهل؟
That's fresh cope.
What?
He's gone. Did you have a question there, Hassan?
Mic check. Yeah, I was listening to the conversation. Was that you, T-Dub, who then asked Cyclone, why should we be talking to someone who says he cannot know for sure that he has no hands?
Oh, yeah, we were discussing it when Cyclone was in here. Yeah, we were talking about how stupid it is.
Yeah, so double speaking. So he claims that he knows that the Earth is a globe, but he cannot know for sure that he has hands. And this is a guy who has PhD and he's teaching in university. University. Yeah, that's what I mean. Why should we be talking to people who talk nonsense like this? I mean, okay, yeah. There could be also people who are honest and asking honest questions and not reality deniers. Okay, but we can see through people who don't like to accept reality. Isn't that true? I mean, there are also people who troll, like the guy who came. Was that yesterday? The guy who came and said that the Earth has an egg shape. That was yesterday, I think.
I think I was in here for that. Pretty funny.
Yeah, but he was clearly trolling egg shape. And then I don't know. He said it could be also a cube, or was that a different person?
It was the same person. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, that person was trolling when they said the Earth is an egg. You know, anybody who
Yeah.
says Earth's a cube is also trolling. So
Yeah, that was clearly he was clearly trolling. Yeah.
is Hassan a flat earther? Are you a flat earther or a glober? I think I've seen you in here before, Hassan. Is it Hassan or Hasan or Hassan? How do you spell that? How do you pronounce that?
Hassan, I think Hassan.
Hassan.
Hassan. Okay.
Do you think the Earth is a globe or Hassan? So what do you think? Do you think the Earth is a globe?
What the globe?
Or do you know? Or do you know? Is it? Or do you know if it's a globe? You know, the topic of this channel is flat Earth, right?
It does say he's a beginner of the Berserky.
He's not sure like most of them.
I have a question. I think it could.
About the place where you live. This is an easily reproduced experience, as I mentioned, that thousands of people experience each summer, and that you could also. For this reason, I do not know why the concept of a photograph amused you so much. If you had been around the argument a long time, I would postulate, oh, the guy's gone, I'm still going to keep going, that it might be because you've heard us dispute images of the Earth supposedly from space that show said Earth as a globe, when these images can be and have been soundly debunked, as well as the fact that you cannot and will not ever reproduce that experience for yourself, whereas the experience of viewing the Earth as flat and stationary is something that any person can easily do for themselves. Thank you for not listening. Agent Smith.
It was a great explanation, Dandelion. Appreciate it.
Neil was listening. It was totally worth it then. Thank you, Neil.
I said it was a good effort. I was listening. Come on.
Oh, I didn't hear you, India. I didn't hear you. I really didn't
Liver over
hear you.
here. Just go all the admin.
I
get the
know,
brownie
yeah.
point.
Yeah, I did. I gave him the brownie points. I'll give Indio some leftover brownie points. Sloppy seconds for Indio. You like that one, but you did mute the guy, so that I actually did give you. I do give you credit for actually making it so I actually could speak, because for some reason I expected him to have self-control. I don't know why I would have gotten that impression from that dude.
He was just sobbing all over himself. I couldn't take that anymore.
Understood. Oh, Major said, "Don't worry, there will be more Agent Smiths who also won't listen." Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. Oh yeah, you got Milwaukee. Yeah, from Michigan. Nice. From Muskegon. Yeah, I should go up there and try to do that one sometime. I've never actually seen that one. I've heard of it, but I've never seen it.
86 miles.
Nice. So that's got to be pretty rare then, probably. Like, it's probably more rare than Chicago to see. I don't know.
I don't know. I
Yeah.
wouldn't know.
Because I don't know, it says that rare view of Milwaukee City lights, whereas Chicago is like common view, yeah, from Sawyer and Bridgeman.
I mean,
Bridgman's
it's really
a funner
a question of
place.
how often people try. You know what I mean? How do you even know if it's a rare view? Might be a rare view, just nobody tries.
Yeah, I guess you'd have to, if you lived closer, you could try like every night, right? And then keep track of how often you see it. But I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to drive up there every night. But I go up there and try a couple times. Probably figure out what the best conditions would be and then go up there when those are happening. Not that far. There's an amusement park up there, Michigan Adventure. It used to be called Deer Park Funland, where you just go to pet deer. Now there's tons of rides there and roller coasters and stuff.
Oh, it wasn't on. What kind of rides can I find at that amusement park?
Any kind you want.
I mean, I want a partial roller coasters, but
Oh yeah, there's roller coasters there.
I might be getting too old for that.
Roller coasters, bumper cars, merry-go-rounds. all of those things.
You ever ride the Gravitron? You know what that is?
I do not know. Tell us.
It's like it's a UFO looking thing, and it spins in a circle.
Sorry, where I'm trying to go is, I mean, it sounds more, how do you say, a more solid model when we would say, look, your model is based completely on assumptions. We have observations which prove actually that the ground is not curving. So if you come and ask us, what is the model of the Earth? In our site or from our...
We don't have one because you can't validate
but can't we tell them as a first step we have the proof that the Earth is flat, and instead of you going and building a model on assumptions where all the cornerstones or the sides of your model are assumptions, why don't you take this proof that it is a flat, and according to that you can then try to model why the stars are doing what they are doing? Or you see what I'm saying? I mean, first you have to have a ground where you. I mean, when you like to build a house, you would like you have to. You will have to lay a foundation as a first step, right? You cannot just build in the air. I mean, you have to have something as a foundation. So,
yeah, a model is like how the sun and the moon work with the Earth and everything. Complete,
that's what I meant.
Work and all that. We have no idea about.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
And the globe doesn't have a model either because they can't verify it. Can't verify the size of Venus, for God's sake, and all of that.
Yeah, everything is built on an assumption. The distance to the sun is based on the assumption that the Earth and Venus are Mercury.
You could say, as far as we know, the flat Earth model is Earth is flat and the stars and the sun just move around somehow. That's as best as a model as you're going to get out of us, dude. Because we can't verify it.
Yeah.
Can't really verify it. We're pretty sure we can prove it's flat, and we can prove we're not spinning, so the stars are spinning, moving around us. So we've got a model where Earth is flat and the stars are spinning around and the moon and sun's spinning around above us. What sort of
I don't know
pattern and why and how, and no idea.
Okay. I just proven myself to be right. That I fell into the trap. That I got derailed from the fact. The only fact which is important, because it's the only fact which we can prove, that the Earth is flat, and flat is not a shape. I don't know if you were here 2 or 3 hours ago. I had a conversation with Elijah and T-Dub, and I said, why do we let the Globers derail us from the observations, long-distance observations and laser tests and Black Swan into how the seasons work and why would they lie? Because I said then we go into discussions which are actually not related to the flat Earth. So you see, just just walking into their terrain or the model, just because they asked the model, I thought, I had a good idea that we can tell them, take the flat Earth as the foundation and build on it a model. It would be much better than a model which is built totally on assumptions. But that is actually the wrong approach, because
You
one
could say
gets derailed.
you could say let's make a model together of the Earth. You know, we have to start with the Earth as flat because it's what's proven. So okay, so I've got a flat Earth.
That's what I meant.
Now what's next?
That's what I meant. Yeah.
Or you could say, look, you need to verify that the Earth is a globe in your model. You haven't done that. You just go, look, Earth's a ball in this model. You know.
Yeah, we have been saying that, but they always evade the question. Why do we see too far? And they
It's
start
like if I rock up to a party, if I say I'm rocking up to a party with my new hot girlfriend, and I rock up with a mannequin with a photograph of her stuck to the mannequin's face, I'm going to say, check out my hot girlfriend, guys. And they're going to go, yeah. What about the real one? Oh, she's at home, you know. I've got the model here to explain everything. And they go, no, dude, just bring in the real thing. Just bring in the real thing. We don't need to see a model. You know?
Yeah, exactly, man. Just the real thing. Yeah.
Just bring a reality. What, you know? We don't believe you, bro.
Yeah, reality. Yeah,
get out of here with your stupid ass model.
Yeah, and the reality is the ground which we stand on, which we can touch, and because water seeks its level when we stand on the shore, then the water, either it should be flat if the Earth is flat, and if the Earth is really a planet, then we should be able to observe. So these are things we should be able to observe the drop, but we are not finding the drop. So this is something which we can, which is in our reach. But talking about space and the container and the where the container ends what they claim as a straw man argument. These are not in our reach. Even the even the arguments, they always weasel themselves out. They always find some magical explanations, like we cannot have gas pressure without a container. Then, gravity is the container. I mean, it will never end with these guys because they just don't like to accept reality. Truly, we can call them reality deniers. Of course, it doesn't make sense logically. You will have to have a container to have gas pressure. It's in the definition. But because we cannot show them the container, that's why the observations, the long distance observations, are very, very strong and solid, and the best proofs which we have. That's why they like to evade explaining why we can see so far, and then throw questions like, why would they lie? How would seasons work? How time zones work? Yeah, I still think it's very frustrating when we when we let them compel us and force us to go in that direction, explain these things, because we don't need to explain why do they lie. We don't need to explain why how seasons work, because the next time someone asks you how seasons work, you should ask him, what do you mean with this question? Do you mean that seasons cannot work on a flat Earth? And if you mean, that is you telling him, and if you mean that seasons don't work on flat Earth, then for sure, because you're assuming that the sun is 93 million miles away and very big, and the Earth is a disk flying in the space, like the other society model. So if this is the image which they have in their heads when they ask how seasons work, because it's a rhetorical question with which they mean that seasons cannot work on a flat Earth, but only because they are assuming a very big sun, and the sun rays are coming in a parallel way. But that's what I'm saying. Why should we go in that direction, and why shouldn't we insist that they should explain the black swan and the long distance observations? Sorry for ranting for long. You can just give me an idea. Why shouldn't we stick to the long distance observations and refuse to talk about something else? What do you think?
Hello.
What's up?
I'm good, and you?
Good. What's a good word over there? Where you at?
In the house.
Good place to be. What are you here for, anyway? Silence.
He dropped.
What's up, Berserker?
What's up, Swamp? Gilly.
How you doing, buddy?
Fine. How are you?
Good.
How are you doing? Good.
I'm doing good, man. This is the first time I've ever actually been here talking in about 2 years, I think, maybe. I'm always hanging around in the background listening.
Say that again? And this is the first time for you talking?
Yeah, well, it's been like 2 years. I've only been in here one time, but I'm always in the background. I always listen on YouTube, but now I got
really?
that back up again. Yeah.
Okay, kind of yeah. Somehow, just like me, I am flat earther since 2015. You know, since the beginning.
Damn.
And yeah, when flat Earth asshole, Jake the asshole, now Jake the Wake, Jake the Woke, made his first video. I was there. But I never contributed to. Yeah, I didn't know. I found this 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. I think 8 months ago or 7 months ago.
I was trying to get into the politics one, and it won't let me in there. It won't let me verify my phone number for some reason. I don't understand why.
Really?
Yeah, but I can get into this one, no problem. I'm kind of new into this. I mean, like 5 years ago, I think maybe is when I started. Shit started clicking, but I've been lurking around the background for a while.
Yeah, 5 years is long enough. I mean, when I say 10 years ago, I didn't need when I started when I realized that it's not a globe. It could be a flat. It didn't take more than a day or a couple of days that I saw through the lie that it's not a globe.
It's a neat realization, though.
Yeah.
One thing that I'm surprised about, though, since how I've been listening for so long, is that not all, but I don't know, 93% of the Glovers who come in here, their attitudes are terrible. And I just don't, it blows my mind that they don't like look at the evidence that's put in front of their face. And I've never once heard one say, huh, that's pretty neat. They're always like, find an excuse to fight it, dude. It's crazy.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I have been telling my fellow flat earthers today here. I mean, this is frustrating. When we let them derail us from the long distance observations into stupid questions, irrelevant questions like why would they lie and how seasons work. I mean,
how do you know you have a hand?
Yeah, how do you? Yeah, please. Yeah. All right.
That shit drives me insane, dude.
Yeah. Yeah.
Truth is truth, right? I don't
and
get that shit, man.
Yeah, and when I put this forth, shouldn't we prevent them from digressing and deflecting us into other dimensions of discussion?
Yeah.
And while I was talking about that, Elijah also said the same thing. What you just said. He said, when you show someone the long observation and the laser tests, long distance tests.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be the first thing he should say. Wait a minute, what?
Yeah, and then start asking questions about it. At least start asking questions about that observation.
Yeah, and that's why. Wouldn't you agree with me that it is very? I mean, you wouldn't need more than a couple of sentences of conversation with someone to find out if he is honest or is he
Most
just,
of them aren't. They're not.
Yeah.
They're not honest. Most of them aren't honest. If they were, they would ask questions. They wouldn't start spiraling out of control. I think a lot of those people that are doing that, I think they're all very dishonest, and I think a lot of them are on a team. I think they're just putting people into the Discord, trying to derail it in any way they possibly can. But it's funny though, because it's all recorded. Everything is recorded.
Yeah, I know.
So you would think that you would be smart about approaching the situation when you know you're being recorded, especially, that's it's all documented, dude. So like that did you listen to that hand one about that discussion the other day that was supposed to be a discussion that ended up turning into a debate?
No, I didn't listen to it, but I heard
it was crazy.
Cyclone and other flat earthers, talking about that, how crazy that was. It was, I think, either a conversation between Blitz and Indio or Crits. I think Indio
and AV.
Yeah, but I didn't go back and watch the stream. Because this is typical. I mean, most of the time, I hear stupid arguments. I mean,
it's always the same thing. It's the same thing over and over again. It's dishonesty, and they try to just derail it. They never even try to prove anything because they can't, because they know they can't. So they have to like do different approaches to derail the conversation, and it's very obvious at this point. I mean, dude, I've been listening to this shit in the background for years, man. And it's the same thing. I've even went and listened to like a whole bunch of debates, right? And it's always the same tactics. It's the same tactic. That dude, that Blitz guy, that guy, I personally think that he just ruined it for them. Because if you go back and listen to it again, I'm pretty sure anybody that has a brain will realize that he's totally screwed up, dude.
Yeah.
Assalamu
I mean, he's not doing them a favor.
No, he's not, man. And it's mind blowing.
I would like to point something which you said, and you said it twice, I think, more than once, about dishonesty. This is also what I say when I get frustrated, and I see that they have scripted questions. You can see how the seasons work, how the time zones work on flat Earth. Yeah. You can notice that they are somehow, there is a group. How are they called? I didn't know that they exist. I didn't know from their existence, about their existence. I heard it only here. There is a group called Debate Bros. Yeah, I think Debate Bros. Yeah. Yeah, and I think India or Crit, he showed me once, and he told me that they have discussions, and they put questions what they should ask flat earthers, and yeah, they even have they even have evil intents. If they would be able to dox someone, they would like to dox people and hurt them if it's possible.
Yeah.
Once I had I had a
Why is it so hard? To be honest.
Yeah, that's why, bro. That's why when I get frustrated, I tell him, you're just lying. You're just dishonest and lying. There was a guy today. What was his name?
I heard you talking to him earlier.
Yeah, Mirales or something, because he kept saying, the math is not mathing.
Yeah, dude, I heard that whole conversation.
Yeah, and then goes to, I'm just curious, and then mentions something else, how time zones work, and then derails the conversation again, and wastes another 15 minutes, and then he comes back and says, he's just interested, he's just curious. And
and I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be disrespectful or whatever the hell he was saying.
Exactly, and then I told him, bro, no, you are dishonest and lying.
Yeah.
I told him just like that.
You can't be that stupid. You really can't be that stupid. You can't.
You know what the problem is, bro? I mean, this is something I have been saying after being here and being in the background at this for the first month or 2 months. I was always at the background because I have the language barrier, because English is not my native language. So I just chime in when I get frustrated and see what I often mentioned, that the mods are very patient and very respectful.
Very good. They do a good job.
Yeah. They even tolerate a lot of disrespect and aggressiveness from the Globers.
They do that for a reason, though. That they're exposing them.
I know, but you have also to take also in consideration that there are also people listening to the streams who have the phrase TikTok attention span.
Yes, exactly.
Because I think most of the TikTok videos are only 2 minutes long, I think.
Well, on average, yes.
I think at the beginning it was like that. It was limited to 2 minutes. So people formulated this phrase, attention span, TikTok. Attention span of TikTok, so that means 2 minutes. So there are people who cannot listen more than 2 minutes or 5 minutes. Okay, let's say 5 minutes. Mostly the young people, and,
right.
And you have to also consider that. Look, I'm old, and most of the mods are also old. You have to take in consideration the young people. They prefer that someone pushes back when he gets disrespected and doesn't tolerate more than once or twice for someone to be disrespectful to him,
right,
or to make fun of him. So you have to consider this psychological how do you say, elements. I mean, what people like to. I mean, some people like to see that you are a fighter. Of course, they like to see that you are telling the truth and your arguments are based on logic and you are convincing. But they also like to see you standing uh, for your truth, and so you cannot say. I know, because the boss told me, yeah, we are so tolerant because we want people to see on the stream that we tolerate all the nonsense and let the Globers tell as much nonsense as they like to. And that's what I'm saying. There are also people, most of them mostly would be young people, the young generation. They don't, they will not sit and listen to the stream for 11 hours. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, man. Yeah. I mean, dude, I'm a truck driver, so I listen a lot. I have an opportunity to actually sit there and listen, and I hear all the things. And the thing that's crazy is that the mods have to sit there, and each person who comes in there to try to present their evidence, which they never do from the Glober standpoint, it's the same story over and over and over. So then they have to keep going through the same process. So what's your proof? Blah blah blah, and then they try to present it. They never do. They can't present it because it's impossible, and it's driving them absolutely insane. The Glovers, right? So they have to keep doing the exact same thing. It's almost like a crazy ass interrogation process, which isn't even. It's not like an interrogation, but it's just it's a psychological. I don't even know what the word is. It's insane. I don't even know how they do it. They do a very good job, though. I will say that, because I could never do as good of a job as they do, man. I'd be getting all fired up and mad, you know.
Yeah, me too. I get frustrated and get angry, and then I get direct. And in the first months, I was often muted by the flat earthers, just because I was too harsh. I was too harsh with the
right. You're passionate, dude. Yeah, I mean, it's one of the most interesting things I've ever heard in my entire life. Listening to these conversations is one of the best things I've ever heard ever, because it's like it's constantly exposing the liars. It's a constant bang, and it's one of the neatest things ever. It's beautiful.
Yeah. Sorry, I cannot laugh because I'm smoking. If I would laugh, I would. If I would laugh,
you're good.
I would risk to cough, and I've been coughing a lot because I'm a chain smoker. But I agree with you. I mean, I would not be able to do. I would not be to deliver the performance of the modders.
No,
with the patience. I would not. You're right. They are like the good cop. You know, there are good cops
exactly.
and bad cops. Yeah. Because they are always. They never get angry, bro. I cannot do that. I have to.
Dude, they are very good at it, man. One of the first things when I first came into this, I had to do the verification or whatever. I had to talk to somebody and able to talk. And I was talking to those guys, and like one of the things that I respect about these guys is that they talk so well. They, like they don't say they don't say they're very good at speaking. It's mind blowing, man, how professional they are.
Yeah,
and I think it's really funny too, because it drives the global people crazy, man. Bro.
I sorry for interrupting you. Just so that I will not forget. I just want to reply to you. I agree with you 100%. And I made more than once. I wanted to make this clear, and I also said this is why I get angry, because I am a civil engineer and I studied according to the American Concrete Institute ACI code and steel construction. How do you call it? I forgot it. Anyhow, so but I cannot. I'm not I'm not so eloquent like these guys. These guys talk like they were. You would think they are scientists. I mean,
dude, they're brilliant. They're
yeah, I mean,
brilliant.
all the fallacies. I only know the at-home fallacy and the straw manning fallacy, and I only can name the affirming the consequence fallacy.
Yeah, see, I don't even know what any of that is, man. I don't know.
But I don't know what affirming the consequence is. Nathan Oakley. I mean, he doesn't only know all these fallacies, but he talks so quickly and he's so eloquent. And yeah, I that's why I often got angry and told the Globers, look, I have to make a compliment to these guys. I myself studied civil engineering, and I didn't use critical thinking. I didn't realize, even though they told us in the university that we should not count the curvature of the Earth in the calculations, in surveying, in the bridge construction design, and highway design. They told us we should not. Yeah, go ahead.
Did they say anything about having to add the curvature or anything like that?
Yeah. They said we should not consider and we should not count curvature in calculations.
Yeah, that's pretty neat.
And that's why I can tell you it's a lie when you Google now, because I tried to Google a couple of months ago because I heard Globers saying that the engineers count the curvature of the Earth, and I knew that this is a lie. This is not true. And I said, let me Google and see what Google will answer. Then Google answered that the engineers can't take the curvature of the Earth in account. Because
there's no curvature, there's no measurement of it.
But this is a lie. This is disinformation. So I wanted to say a couple of times, 3 times or 4 times, I always got angry and frustrated and had a rant against the Glober, and then I told him, look, these guys, I mean, they humbled me. They because how eloquent they are, how scientific they talk. Even though I'm an engineer, I was not able to come to this truth by myself. I wasn't able to execute critical thinking, even though I was told that I should not count for the curvature of the Earth. So don't come here and tell us that flat earthers are low IQ people, uneducated people.
That's crazy.
Yeah, because it actually it has nothing to do with that, because I studied engineering, civil engineering, and yeah, it didn't protect me against the deception of the globe. So and it has only to do with simple geometry, which anyone in the 6th grade or the first year of high school would be able to, realize that the math is not working here. So,
well, they say it's just simplify it. It doesn't bother them. They don't think anything suspicious of it or out of the ordinary. They just think it's done flat to simplify the maths. It just makes it all simplified, guys. That's all it is. And they don't even think twice about it. Doesn't even register in their little brain that it's an anomaly. Let's go, it's just a way to do the maths. It's all, Used to a flat. So it's simplified. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is really ridiculous when you think about it. It's.
I mean, dude,
that's why they believe. That's their defense. That's their defense. So all this stuff is like all this stuff about being planes having to fly over flat, non-rotating Earth. It doesn't really get their attention because they just think, oh, it's gravity, and they just imagine the plane just going around ball, sticking to it. So in their mind, it's level. I mean, it remains level with the curve, if you like.
Well, that's a strange thing to say, right? Though, I mean,
it's very strange things to say. If you have a curving shelf, for whatever reason, and you want another shelf above that, then the curve has got to be level with the other curve. If you know what I mean, it's kind of level.
Yeah.
But not really.
What's the curve? What's a curved line above a curved line instead of parallel? What would that be called? If you had two curved lines that were supposed to be like if you took two parallel lines, right?
Yeah.
And then you curve them both, what would that be called? Are they still? What's the word for that?
I don't know what you mean.
But it's but that's what they're sort of going, that you could sort of have a curve. If you're lining up another curve on top of another curve, then that's level with the other curve. So it's in line with it.
I think the term is radial. I could be wrong. Something like that.
Radial, something like that. Yeah.
Like I guess you're thinking like layers of an onion. They're all kind of. Yeah. I think that's the term. I could be wrong. Something like
concentric.
that. Yeah.
It's not concentric. It gets bigger.
That's another one. Yeah. Concentric is, I think, another. Yeah.
So how come every time that I'm listening to the Glovers talk, how come I never hear them go on the offense? Is it because it's impossible?
What do you mean? Never going offense?
The Glovers, they're never offensive. They're always defensive. Or they're trying to derail the conversation. That's a conversation that is pretty obvious, I think.
Yeah, bro, because they cannot prove the curve. They cannot show us the curve. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. It would be much better if we would stick to the show us the curve, show us an observation where you can show us the curvature instead of going and talking about gravity, because even they have no definition for gravity. When someone asked Neil deGrasse Tyson, "What is gravity?" he said, "No idea." Next question, please.
Exactly, because it's impossible. That's just it's crazy, man. I don't understand. I don't get it, dude, because I'm just a truck driver, man. But like I said, I've been listening in the background for a long time, and it's the same conversation over and over again, dude. I've yet to hear one Glover come in there and give anything worth a damn. Nothing. All they do is play games, and then you get the debate, bro, guys. Like it's silly. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah,
it's
that's what
Truck driver, dude. That was my dream as a kid, to be a truck driver. So you're living my dream, brother.
Oh, dude, I'll do it for you.
How's my dream going, bro? I wanted to be a truck driver.
I mean, I'm pretty good at shifting gears. That's about it.
Well, I find out in my adult life I can't drive, so that screwed that.
Well, it's one day at a time, brother.
I'd go up to the main roads when I was a kid. I'd just go to the house, I'd go up to the main roads, I'd wait for the trucks to go by, and I'd do the pull the cord
Oh, that's
motion.
awesome. Dude, that's awesome.
And yeah, I'd do that. Loved it.
Dude, I
6 or 7. I think I did that.
That's amazing. I always do that. Every time I see a kid, it's always the horn going, man.
Yeah. I wanted a nice truck, though. I wanted a really nice truck with a really nice cabin. That was the most important thing, is I had a really cool truck with a nice cabin. The cabin idea was really cool.
Dude, they're amazing. I drive a day cab, so I can see out my back window. But it's a 10-speed.
Because it's the coolest thing as a kid, like camping and sleeping in, funny places kind of thing. It's a really kid, so the idea of driving a truck and having just your room attached to the truck, and you just park anywhere and crash out and watch TV. That's just the coolest idea. Yeah, could ever think of.
Yeah, that is a cool part of it.
ناخذ نمسوكا بليات.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Yeah, here we go.
أصبحوا ورا بدكو. شو هذا الخرا؟
Hey, what is that, bro?
الطراشة. ناخذ.
Hey, do you guys speak English?
English?
Yeah.
Why?
I'm just curious. I'm pretty sure you're supposed to be speaking English.
Oh, English بلادنا.
Oh boy.
Speak English. Speak.
Well, if you can speak it, that's good.
I can anything speak English. ناخذ سوكا.
Hey, man.
Yeah, he's a beginner. Yeah, he's a beginner. So, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Just be a good girl and don't ask so many questions.
Oh my God.
Okay.
That's pretty good English.
So you've just gone from beginner to intermediate there, Kia. Well, congratulations.
Holy shit, dude.
That's 68. Is that your year of birth? 68?
Yeah, man.
Okay, nice. My birthday.
My mum always told me, she goes, I took you outside and I pointed to the moon and said, look, Darren, they're on the moon.
Yeah, I just wanted
That was
to
a
say,
year later. Yeah.
I just wanted to say I'm 1 year older, 67.
Are you?
Using this as an example. Okay. When COVID started, they were showing videos of Chinese people like dropping dead in the street, having seizures because of COVID. Like they got touched by somebody and they just dropped dead. Like they got hit by nerve gas. Those were bullshit. If you didn't even know that they were bullshit then, there's something wrong with you. That's not diseases don't progress like that. Even Ebola doesn't progress like that. It would still take you 2 weeks to die from Ebola. People just don't drop dead from fucking viruses. Never have, never will. But scared the shit out of everybody, showing these stupid fucking videos that everybody seems to have memory hold. Okay? Everybody forgot about it. And now you're in here white knighting for a bunch of fucking liars, which I don't even understand that shit. And yeah, they all did it. It was a big fucking conspiracy between all the governments.
Do you believe in the globe there, Boffin?
I'm sorry?
Do you believe in the globe?
In the globe. Well,
yeah.
I honestly I can't prove any of it. I'm relying on the theories and the proof that others are offering, and that's why I just popped in. I was curious to try to understand.
You think they have proof?
Well, like I said,
they even have proof.
I can't prove or disprove any of it. So I was just interested.
Do you think we have a theory?
That's right. We're here because you can disprove it. They say the Earth is a ball of 3,959 miles. You can go out into the world and test that claim. And what you'll find out is that claim doesn't match reality. That's why we're
Hey, Indio, I got a question for you, Boffin.
We're here to bring you the good news.
Who told you that flat Earth was a theory?
I just stumbled across it. I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 years ago. It popped up on a video recommendation or something I was reading. I can't
But
remember.
who told you it was a theory? Who told you it was a theory?
I don't understand the question really.
Right, that's the whole point. Why would anybody say, tell me more about this flat Earth theory? It's
Well,
not a theory.
because the general consensus in what seems to be the majority of the scientific community is that the current model that's popularly accepted is being the way things are.
Right. But let me ask you this. Is a sphere a science question?
More a math question, probably, but I
Correct.
guess.
So why would scientists have anything to say about what the shape of the Earth is? I'd trust a mathematician before I'd ever trust a scientist when it comes to geometry.
Fair enough.
So when it comes to flat Earth, if you want to know what flat Earth is, you just got to find out what they're saying the shape of the Earth is. They say it's a ball. That you find out how big it is. They tell you it's 24,901 miles in circumference at the equator. It's 24,850 something miles at polar wise, I think. It's got an average radius all the way around the Earth of 3,959 miles, right? So that right there will help us understand what kind of drop over distance we might observe, right? You just draw a tangent on a sphere, and then as it deviates from that tangent, you get your drop over distance, right?
Right.
Right. So, some people have done the math. It wasn't flat earthers, it was globe believers. And they said, based off of the dimensions of the Earth, the horizon at a 3-foot observer height is at a 6-foot observer height is 3 miles away. At a 1-foot observer height, it's 1.225 miles away. At 8-inch observer height, it's 1 mile away. Like these, and it's a parabolic function. As things get further and further away from the horizon, it would drop exponentially as it continues to get further and further away. Because if it didn't, then it would just be a slope, right?
Okay.
So what kind of curvature do you think you would see at 10 miles from a 1-foot observer height?
Well, at 6 feet, you said it was 3 miles.
The horizon was 3 miles, yes. From at 1-foot observer height, how far away is the horizon?
At 1 foot, well, it's going to be less than 3 miles. I don't know, maybe half a mile.
1.225 miles. So, and then there's a formula for that. 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And, if you simplify it and you drop down to a 1-foot observer height, the square root of 1 is 1, and then 1.225 times 1 is 1.225. And then so anything behind that should start to get blocked off by the physical geometric horizon, correct?
Okay, makes sense.
All right. So do you know where the side chat is at?
Yes.
All right. If you look into the side chat, we're going to put some images up there. This image is an oil rig off of the coast of Santa Barbara. Correct me if I'm wrong, Indio. You seem like a fairly smart dude, so I'm going to give you this image. So in this image, right, it was actually a video, and then somebody paused the video and did a screenshot of the video. And so in this image, where would you say, this is from a 1 foot observer height, where would you say the horizon is at in this image?
It's tough to tell, but I would say behind the rig on the left.
So it's behind both oil rigs, you would say?
Yeah, looking at the picture, looks like it.
Right. And so what we have established here is that from a 1 foot observer height, the horizon would be 1.225 miles away. They shortened it to 1.22, but we'll throw the actual number in there, 1.225. Some people say 1.23. It's kind of irrelevant at this point because if you look at these platforms, the one on the right is 6.21 miles away from the observation that this image was taken from. And the one on the left is 9.41 miles away, right? And what you've established is that the horizon is actually behind 9.41 miles away. And based off of like the perspective of this image, we could say that it's 10 miles away, but like, let's be honest, that looks like it's probably 15 or 20 miles, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. So if that were the case, then instead of having a radius of 3,959 miles that we currently have on our globe Earth, you would have a radius of about 250,000 miles and a circumference of over 1.5 million miles.
That's a big number.
It's a very big number. Platter did you a solid by putting a video up there. This guy BMLSB69, he's got some pretty cool videos, man. He actually shows another one where the platform is like 30 miles away, and then you can see the island. There's like an island from his observation that's even further than that, and there's like a significant amount of curvature missing from the observation. And the whole thing is based off of like, if there was curvature, there would be a hard cutoff at the exact location where they say that it's at, and then things would start to dip away. But because you see further, it's reasonable to conclude that things are running parallel. Your vision's running parallel towards the surface of the Earth.
I'll definitely give the video a watch.
Right on, right on. So what do you think about that, though, just from the conversation? You said it's a pretty big Earth, or like, I'll give you another example. If I asked you to fill up a cup of water halfway and then let the water rest, is the surface of that water flat or is it curved?
I'm sorry, say it again.
If you filled up a cup of water, a cup full of water, and you only did it like halfway, because you don't want to overflow it or whatever, but is the surface of that water flat or is it curved?
Well, observationally, it's probably going to look flat, but there's surface tension, so I don't know. There's probably a slight curvature to it, but again, I've never really studied it, so I don't know.
Maybe at the edges because of the surface tension, right? Because we know about meniscus and like it actually curves upward instead of downward, right?
Exactly.
So if I asked you to fill up a bathtub full of water, leaving room at the top, is the surface of that bathtub water flat or is it curved?
Again, observationally, it's probably going to appear to be flat.
Okay. What about a swimming pool?
Same thing. Relatively small body of water, so I would say observationally it's going to look flat.
What about a pond?
Because I'm a neophyte to all of this, I've never really paid attention when I'm looking out over a pond or a lake whether I can perceive any curvature. But I'm just going to say, based on recollection, I've never noticed a curvature in a pond.
Right on, right on. No, that's an honest question. That's an honest answer. How about a lake? You've never.
Same
You said
thing.
you never noticed a lake. Also,
same.
How about an
same
ocean?
thing.
How about an ocean? Is the surface of that water flat or is it curved?
At the horizon, it always appeared flat to me. But again, I never sat there and tried to detect any curvature. So it
no, that was
from
an honest
recollection,
answer. That was an honest answer. So with all of that knowledge right there, and we, based off of what we were told, the Earth is 70% water, right?
Yeah.
Roughly. So if the Earth is 70% water and all water at the surface at rest lies flat, where's the curvature?
Wait, how do you know that?
How do I know what?
That the Earth's water is 70% of the total.
I just said, based off what we've been told, if 70% or more of the Earth that we know of is water.
What if it is like 20%?
Okay. Do you have proof of all of this extra land that we got going on?
Yeah, but how can you not know that we have, extra water? Like, what is your proof that the Earth is 70% water?
All right, dude. So I'll talk to you in a minute. But as you can see, I don't even know who I was talking to before that. What was your name, dude?
Me?
Oh, is it you, Boffin?
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought I didn't know I was still talking to you. So yeah. So if what they're saying is correct, right? If the Earth is 70% or more of water, and water always lies flat at the surface when it's at rest, like it's reasonable to say that the Earth is flat. Everything's based off of sea level. Now, does that mean that all of science and physics and everything are wrong? No, not the things that we can test. Those things are all correct. The things that we can't test, like Jupiter being a gas giant, and like we can see Saturn's rings, but we don't know what Saturn's made out of. We don't know what Mercury's made out of. We don't know what Pluto, Mars, Venus. We don't know any of those things are made out of. Do we see them in the sky? Yeah, we see all these things in the sky. We just don't believe the story that's attached to it. Because in order for that story to be attached to it, the Earth would have to have a radius of 3,959 miles. Because if you don't have an Earth with that specific radius, that means the satellites are not in orbit around Earth. That means the distance to the moon is incorrect. The size of the moon is incorrect. The distance to the sun is incorrect. The size of the sun is incorrect. And then what we're actually doing in this universe is all incorrect. Now, I'm not denying what we see in the sky. I see all those things in the sky. We see them moving across the sky. But when they say, well, what about Earth? Earth is the only planet that's not round. Nobody ever said Earth was a planet. The definition of a planet is a celestial body, and a celestial body is something that's in the sky. But when I look up, I don't see the Earth in the sky. And they say, well, is Earth really special then? You bet your fucking ass it's special. Excuse my language, but I'm going to be a little real for a second. You bet your ass it's special. There's no evidence for any life on anything up there in that sky. From all observations, all life exists here on Earth. That's how special.
So your contention is that what we perceive or call Earth is absolutely unique in compared to everything else out there.
Do you see trees out there?
Well, I'm just trying to understand your model. I'm trying to understand your perspective.
It's not a model. It's just observation, right? Like I don't see trees on Mars. I don't see a river on Mars. I don't see rivers on the other planets. Right?
Yeah. Fair enough. Again, I think mainstream conventional science has offered no proof that there's another planet, at least that we're aware of, that has life, at least at the present time.
Yeah, but I mean, you could do a Google search right now. Scientists find another planet that could have life, that could have water. They do that all day long, and then when they show you this picture of this planet, it's always an artist rendition or an illustration.
Okay,
It's never an actual real image.
Are you saying that modern science is a lie? Is that what you're saying?
Modern science, yeah, I'll go with that. Modern science, yeah. They haven't made any advances in science in over 100 years.
Okay, let me ask you a
Modern
question.
science is a lie. Modern science is pseudoscience.
Do you believe that the older generation, Einstein, Oppenheimer, all these older scientists, do you believe they were lying?
Do you mean the satanic cult?
Okay.
I'm a
So
Satanist.
Let me ask you a question.
I'm sure you are.
Do you believe the world is flat?
Do I believe it? No.
Okay.
He knows it.
Because if the world was flat, you'd be able to see Mount Everest from New Delhi. Okay.
Why?
Let's just make that perfectly clear.
Why?
You'd be able to see Mount Everest from New Delhi, India.
Why?
Why? Because the world's flat.
Why?
What?
On a clear day, if the
You
world
say
was
New
flat,
Delhi?
On a clear day.
New Delhi.
Are you Superman?
Capital of India. You could stand
Let me ask you something about a clear day, man. On a clear day, on a clear day, on a clear day on your globe Earth belief that you have, on a clear day, can you see farther or not as far? On a clear day.
He's gonna get you. Yeah,
If it's
farther,
okay,
obviously.
if it's a
Obviously.
foggy day, can you see farther? Obviously not. You can't even see what's in front of you on a foggy day.
Right. So obviously the answer correctly on the clearer the day is, the further you can see, right?
Obviously, yes, of course.
All right. So also on a clear day, is there more refraction or less refraction?
It depends on how much sunlight there is, what time of day it is, how much water is on the ground. There's a lot of things that come into play. The
On
humidity
a clear
comes into play.
day.
Are you closer to
On a
the ocean?
clear day.
Are you
On a clear day. I'm asking you on a clear day. On a clear day.
Yes, you can see as far as your eyes will let you. Absolutely.
You can, right, but on a clear day when there's less particulates in the air, is there more refraction or less refraction?
Zero clouds, all sun, perfect weather.
Yep.
Like maybe less reflection.
Less refraction? Awesome.
For sure.
So on a clear day, the Earth even appears to be more flat than normal. Got it.
Well, okay, dude. An ant an ant cannot gravitate, cannot even conceptualize how big the planet is. Right? A human being. You're not.
Okay.
You're
So how big is the
stationary.
planet?
You have you can only see so far, right? And your
How big
eyes
is the
can
planet?
only, according to who? According to you or
Then how do you know it's a globe? If you can't see so far,
Hey,
how do you know it's a globe?
you can measure it.
according to
You
me,
measured
What's the
this multiple
circumference of the
times.
Earth?
according to
What's
me,
the
I can look that up on Google.
We won't get into who measured the circumference of the Earth. I just want to know if you know what the circumference of the Earth is.
Why would I know that off the top of my
It's
head?
like, I don't know, what, 120 something thousand miles across? Like around 23,000 miles? Like, I don't know, bro. It's something.
It's too big for you to notice any curvature, right?
No, what I'm saying is if you're standing on the Earth, right, you can't see everything around you. You have a fixed view. You have a fixed position, right? You can't see everything. You can only see so much. That's why you got to go up. 30,000 feet, 40,000 feet, 80,000 feet, right? Self bombers, 80,000 feet up. That's how you can see everything better.
Yeah, and if you
can't
go to
see
like
shit now.
Antarctica or the North Pole, you know, like the sun will not set because you are in the middle. Like that's how the sun works. Like the sun will not set. But if you go to like the equator, it's gonna be like 24-hour, like 12-12, sun up, sun down. That's just how it works. It's another reason if you want to go to Antarctica or the North Pole anytime.
What does that have to do with whether or not the
Science,
Earth
you
is
can
turning?
figure this shit out yourself.
Science.
You can figure this shit out yourself. Literally, dude, listen to me. Time zones prove that the Earth is a globe. Time zones.
Okay, all right. We'll play with that for a minute. How many time zones are there in the northern hemisphere?
Dog, just get to the point, man. Like, I don't know, bro.
You guys don't know anything, apparently.
Yeah, apparently.
Okay.
Listen,
tell me how many time zones there are.
Why don't you Google it? Just Google it. Google it. Google
it, because
how many time zones are there in the northern hemisphere? Boffin will do it. Is Boffin still here?
Dog, I swear to
Boffin,
God.
can you Google for me? Do a quick Google search.
Google, take my data
time
real
zones?
quick. I'm talking to a flat earther.
I think it's 24.
How many time zones are there? Huh?
24?
No, there's not 24.
Okay, let's assume it's 24. What's the point here?
No, we're not going to assume anything. That's the whole point of the globe is you assume. You just assume all the time.
Okay,
so
wait.
There's 19 time zones in the north.
So
19,
I actually
not 24.
Googled that exact verbiage that you said. How many time zones are there in the northern hemisphere? And the first fucking link is a Reddit from r/flat earth saying there are 32 time zones.
In the southern hemisphere.
Oh yeah, in the southern. Okay, yeah.
34.
Okay, yeah. Okay, my bad.
Some say 39, if I'm not mistaken, in the south. But 34 is the consensus at the moment in the south. So why are there more time zones in an area with less land? Why are there more time zones in the south than in the north? When in the south there's
the water is greater.
land.
It's greater land in the water.
Why do they need time
bigger
zones?
The sea is like literally bigger than most countries, man.
I thought the Earth was a ball, bro. I thought the Earth was a ball.
Yeah.
Dude, let me ask you a question.
Yeah, the Pacific Ocean is fucking huge, man. If you didn't know that.
Just the Pacific Ocean.
Dude, do you understand that early explorers sailed across the world, right? They circumnavigated the planet. Okay,
Wait, what was your question? Why are there more time zones in the what? In the southern?
Yeah, no, he has why are there more time zones in an area where they don't have land?
Hemisphere, but like, how do I define that? Because the hemisphere is just like what, the bottom part of the fucking equator, right?
Yeah,
or am I fucking missing something?
Sir Francis Drake circumnavigated the world for the British Empire.
Because like I know what you're trying to talk about, like the ice caps, right, on the north side and the south side.
No, he just made a argument that there's 24 or time zones prove that the Earth is a globe, but he didn't know that there's 19 time zones in the north and 34 time zones in the south.
Listen, Sir Francis Drake circumnavigated the world. Magellan circumnavigated.
Okay, so it's 19 and 34. That's
you think all these explorers are lying to you, my man?
Hold on. We're on time zones, buddy. Just wait for the time zones to end.
Dude, time zones are in the ocean.
You concede on your time zone claim because you just got wrecked by a sheepdog.
Oh, really? I got wrecked?
You keep unmuting and muting, bro.
I know you don't know,
dude.
I know you don't know that global trade exists. And that shipping lanes need to know what fucking time it is.
If the Earth is flat, then all of existence is wrong.
Yeah, you clearly don't know about, oil
Yeah, what
ships.
the fuck is gravity, bro?
You don't know about, cargo ships. You forgot about
All right, so are we conceding the time zones?
Doug, we're just talking.
No.
All right.
You can either concede or we stay here at time zone.
If this world was flat and the sun was fixated above us, why isn't it like the North Pole? 24 hours of sunlight every day. If the sun was right over our heads, why isn't there 24-hour sunlight? Why is there night?
Why would there be?
Why is there a night sky? Why isn't the sun always shining? Please tell me. If the sun,
why do you think that you know how the flat Earth should work?
Because I know
flat Earth. Because
I know.
I mean,
because in certain parts of Alaska, there's 24/7 sunlight. In certain parts of the North Pole, there's 24/7 sunlight. So if the Earth
all right, guys, you believe everything Jeffrey Epstein wants you to believe.
Why isn't there 24/7
was a pedophile. He wasn't a
Do you know why there's a night sky? It's because the Earth is spinning.
My guy Elijah here is in here, and I think he's
my guy Elijah can't explain it. My guy Elijah can't explain it.
Elijah.
Why is the sun over us 24/7, bro? Why is it
Yeah,
a
why is
different?
there a
Why is
night?
it sunny in China and dark over here in America right now? Just explain that.
You were
Because
just talking about
that's where the
time
sun that's where the
zones.
sun is over. Yeah, the sun is over that
So it just
area.
moves around like a fucking RC car.
Yeah, like how does
Wait,
that
I
even
want to
work?
try and just give this
I
answer
don't know,
because
man.
it was
Like
very interesting about the whole
when,
difference in time zones. But
when you look
apparently,
up in the sky,
ChatGPT is saying that the time zone difference is because it's
hold on, dude.
political and it's not actually geometric
Yeah,
shape involved.
it's true. It's true. So when you look up in the sky, do you see the sun moving and the moon moving and the stars moving and the planets moving?
No, but they're
Yes.
moving at thousands of kilometers per second.
Yes,
though.
the sun is moving.
Like we
Actually,
are.
the moon is moving.
Those are all things that are moving, right?
Hey, the moon is
But
moving
you don't
further
feel the
away
earth.
from Earth.
You don't feel the earth moving, right?
How the it's called gravity, bro.
No, you don't.
You don't feel the earth moving, right?
It's like how
Gravity.
when you're in a car, you don't feel the car moving, right? You don't feel the car moving when you're in a car.
Are you in a convertible?
Yeah. You want to know another time when you don't feel the. You want to know another time when you don't feel the car moving? When it's fucking parked.
Well, when you're in a vehicle, right? Everything's
What about
moving
is
around you.
is the vehicle a convertible? With the top down.
What a good one.
Are you saying you don't feel the car
It's the same thing.
you're driving?
Are you suggesting that wind is a thing? Are you suggesting wind is real? See that couldn't happen, man. Because the Earth's flat, bro. When could it happen?
Listen, dude, the only thing you can say to me is that the reason why the government wants you to believe that space is infinite is because that this religious thing, right? Like God created everything, and the waters below,
Yeah,
and
they
we're in
want you
some
to
type of
burn in
dome
hell
bubble.
for all eternity.
They want you
What does that have to do with anything?
They want you to speculate that maybe there's aliens, maybe there's other life, right? Yeah, I
What does that
understand
have
you're
to
some
do with it?
religious fanatic. You're probably a religious fanatic, is what I'm trying to say.
No,
That's
I'm
what I'm
not.
trying to say.
I haven't
You
mentioned
believe in
religion
like
once in here.
Genesis and shit.
I haven't mentioned religion once in here. Matter of fact, I don't even
you're
like religion.
oh, the Illuminati is controlled by the devil, and the devil's controlling the world politics.
I haven't mentioned any of that,
And
dude.
do you
That's
believe
completely
everything
irrelevant
Jeffrey
on
Epstein
whether or
wants
not
you to
the Earth
believe?
is turning.
And give me your explanation why governments are lying to us about the globe. Then
What?
Because they want to
That's
send your
irrelevant.
soul
I
to
don't
hell
need to give
for
you an
all
explanation
eternity.
for that.
That's it.
That has nothing to do
is it a
with
religious thing? Is it
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why
Okay,
government.
hold on. Stop.
The creation story of science wants you to
Hold on, I'll
believe there
tell
is
you
no
why
God.
governments lie.
The creation story of the Bible tells you that God's really have a purpose.
Wait, okay, hold on.
Dude,
Okay, I got a
They
point.
want to
Let
send
me
your
say
soul to
something.
hell for all eternity.
Like, you think
That's
you
the
have
reason.
power in this room, but you don't have power in this room. All right. So, Tagilla, you were the one that asked about religion, right?
Yeah. I just want to know why
Or
the government's
religion,
lying.
or whether or not the Illuminati, or why would the government lie? So, do you have a girlfriend or wife?
I did.
All right, bro.
Broke up with her recently. No, I did.
No. I'm not gonna ask weird questions, but I'm gonna take you into a store. I know, whatever. Wish you can go somewhere else.
No,
if you want.
I did. I broke up with her recently.
Tagilla. So, if your girlfriend, can I ask how long y'all have been together by any chance?
We were together for a year, and then I broke up with her
Okay. Why did you break up with her? Did she cheat on you?
because she's disabled. Like she has like lower back pains, and she has to always go to therapy, and she doesn't want to work, and she doesn't want to go to school. And
I'm sorry to hear that.
Her pain took over her life, and I can't deal with somebody like that. You know what I mean? Like
I truly am sorry to hear that. I truly am sorry to hear that. I was a paramedic for 14 years, so I know what those kind of people are. And I'm sorry that you had to deal with that, and I wish her well. I hope she finds some peace and she's able to move forward. But regardless, let me ask you this, okay? Let's say you've had a girlfriend for 3 years now, right? 4 years now. You love her, you're about to marry her, and you're talking to your friends, the people that you confide in, and you're like, hey guys, I'm going to marry her. And your friends are like, bro, she's cheating on you. You can't marry her. And you're like, but why would she cheat on me? I don't know, man, but she's cheating on you, and we have evidence
still
to
talking
show
about flat
you.
Earth, bro?
Yeah, we're still talking about flat Earth. Just shut up. So we have all this evidence that shows that she is cheating on you, and she's lying to you, right? She's lying to you, and you're like, but why would she lie to me? Why would she do that to me? Why would she cheat on me and take my money from me and lie to me and tell me these fake stories and make me feel really good about myself and make me want to work really hard for her. Why would she lie to me? And then it comes down to you going up and asking her, why are you cheating on me? I'm not cheating on you. Why are you lying to me? I'm not lying to you. And then round and round and round we go, and you never get the answer you want to hear, because the fact that she is cheating on you, the explanation is irrelevant of why she would cheat on you. All you needed to know was that she's cheating on you, that you have evidence for that, and you can just move forward with your life and live your life how you want to live. Would you agree with that or disagree with that?
No, absolutely. I don't think anybody would disagree.
So with that being said, if the governments of the world are going out and telling everybody in the world that the Earth is a big ball floating in space, going around the sun and spinning and doing all these things, and a group of people who distrusted the government decided to go and check for themselves to see whether or not the Earth is actually curving, and then they go out and find out that the Earth has no measurable curvature, but because of perspective, that we have limitations in how our vision works. And so it's a little weird, but we see spherically on a Euclidean Earth. We don't see Euclidean on a spherical Earth. You can't get a orthogonal view of Earth ever. You're always limited to perspective. That's how vision works. So things in your observation from the ground to your eyes will ramp up off in the distance, and things that are above you will start to ramp down in the distance. But that doesn't mean that the Earth is curving. All you have to do in order to do that is make a long distance observation that would disprove the curvature of the Earth. You can also do laser tests. There's also radio communication that have also disproven the curvature of the Earth. So when it comes to that, now we have evidence that there is a flat Earth, that there is no curvature, that for whatever reason, all the governments in the world conspiring together, whatever they're doing, they are lying to the people. Why they are lying, I have no fucking idea. Most of the people in the government don't even know that they're lying. They just believe that they're doing a good thing by going along with what the government says. So whoever knows the whole picture,
I'd like to add something.
That's on them.
Okay, go ahead. Let him add.
Go ahead, Joe.
I think the easiest explanation of why they're lying is power. If knowledge is the ultimate power and everything we believe is a lie, then we literally have no power. That's the.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you all this real quick. Okay, let's say it is all a lie, right? Let's say you go to school, right? Oh, Mars, this, that, the other, space, all that, right? And let's throw the religious thing in, right? Let's throw religion in. Who's to say God can't make space? Who's to say God can't make planets and stars and all these things in the universe, right? What I believe as a Christian, God made all these things. If aliens exist, right? If we find aliens, God made them. God made everything.
I'm not saying God can't do these things, but we do have science laws. When we test the scientific method, things go a certain way. And it seems like whoever this creator is created laws in which this existence has to abide by.
And let me ask you this. You know the Big Bang Theory that's taught everywhere? If you go to college right now, you go to a geology class and you ask them, how was the universe made? They're going to tell you the Big Bang. Who's to say Genesis chapter 1, verse 1 isn't the Big Bang just God saying, let there be light? Boom. Everything.
I used to make that argument all the time, but he also said, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. So there's time, space, and matter right there. And then he created light on day 1, but the sun and the moon weren't even created until day 4. So how do you reconcile that?
Well,
the sun, the moon, and the stars were created 4 days after the earth.
I can answer this. If you read the Bible and you read...
It's irrelevant, man.
God's
this has nothing to do with religion. We're going out and testing the real and natural world.
Right.
That's what you have to understand.
Made until the third day. Listen to me.
First day. It was made on the first day.
Okay. God, right? When you in heaven and you look at God, you can't look at him. The angels have to cover their eyes with their wings. You know that, right? No one can look upon God and live. It says that in the Bible. When dude,
we're getting way off track.
No, listen,
we're
man.
getting way off track.
Stop. Let me just add this. Moses asked God, "Let me see your face." You know what God said?
I know. He said, "No." He said, "Turn away, and you can see me run by.
You can see my shadow. You can see my shadow." That's all he allowed.
Great, bro.
Moses to see.
What does that have to do with whether or not the Earth is curved?
God is light. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The sun doesn't need to exist for there to be light, according to God. He is light.
Yeah, well, God also hovered his face over the deep and all of its darkness, so there was no light in that portion of the Bible as well, dude. You really need to go back and read Genesis 1. Dude. Genesis 1 is full of all kinds of Easter eggs that you never even thought of.
Yeah, I understand that. But dude, listen. Look, the rich, man, the rich keep us broke so they don't have to work. They have generational wealth while we all have generational debt. You go to college, you're in debt. You buy a house, you're in debt. You buy a car, you're in debt.
Irrelevant when it comes to the
You're telling me the rich are controlling the world. Obviously, everybody knows this.
Irrelevant.
Everybody knows this.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. We're here just to talk about the geometry of the Earth.
But the rich can't lie to everyone. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They can't.
Doesn't matter.
It's impossible, man.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter if they print the textbooks. Somebody will find the answer.
Cool.
Somebody will find the answer.
So now you know the Earth is flat, right? Because they lied to you.
Because you said so? How do I know you're not part of the government? You know what I mean? You could be a CIA spy. I don't know.
Okay, cool. So how would you go?
No,
go ahead,
no.
I hear you, dude. I just heard you. You cut out and you cut back in.
This is the kind of conversation I was talking about earlier.
Dude, you can't trust nobody but yourself at the end of the day. You have to come to your own conclusions.
Whether you talk, whether you engage, anything he says, he's just going to keep blabbering. It doesn't matter what
the
you
Bible,
say.
God also said, lean not onto your own understanding. Focus on him.
It's like a video game with NPCs, right? Like, they just keep going. But when you realize that, you stop doing it.
Dude, you could say a bunch of crazy shit. You could say World War II was only started to create the Free State of Israel and that everybody's a Jew. You could say a bunch of shit. You could say anything, man. The question is it true? Is it true? You see what I'm saying? Now, you say science is a lie. Galileo saw Mars, dude. Galileo saw Venus.
Hold on,
You're
dude.
saying these
Elijah's
ancient Renaissance scientists are lying? Space wasn't just built in a fucking Hollywood basement. Space has been looked at for thousands.
Thank you. So the only way to engage him is when he says blah 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 doesn't make it true, right? So the only thing we have to offer is demonstration. So if he's not willing to look into it to figure out the truthfulness of what we have to offer, I'm not interested in talking to him or hearing him babble about others. Are you?
No, I was just trying to give him a chance to finish his thought, but like he said, he wasn't going to finish.
He keeps going. Like, you can hear it. Like,
But I think I did a good job walking him through a piece of the conversation, and I know you kind of showed up towards the middle-ish, kind of, sort of. Maybe you caught the beginning. I don't know. I thought I saw you pop in. And I do apologize, Elijah. There was a delay in your microphone. see.
Can I ask you a question, Sheepdog, to kind of pick up where we left off?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
There was someone in the chat but before things kind of got wild, and he asked a question that I thought was kind of a valid observation. And again, I'm a complete neophyte to what the flat earthers are proposing. So
right.
My question is, if the Earth is indeed flat, you would assume that you would be able to see Mount Everest given powerful enough optics.
No, yeah, it's the whole what if thing, right? What if? Yeah, go ahead, Elijah.
No, we're not proposing that. The first thing you said, because I listened well, you said you're trying to figure out what the flat Earth is proposing, and then you proceeded to make an assumption that I wouldn't assume or propose.
Well, I'm not suggesting you are, but someone in the chat raised the issue, and I was just curious to understand your perspective. Intuitively.
Well, I mean, as the meteorologist, you have a visibility how far you can see because of air. So no, you couldn't take a telescope and see through the air. There's an opacity to a distance. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, like as things move further and further into the distance, they get dimmer and dimmer because, let's face it, the air has thickness to it, right? That's why you can see the sun you can look at the sun on the horizon, and it won't hurt your eyes. But if you look at it when it's at your zenith, you can go blind.
So the explanation for why you couldn't see Mount Everest is because of the opacity of the air.
Yeah, like the distance is just far too great. There's no optic in the world that would allow you to see Mount Everest from India.
Okay.
Yeah, you ever notice that trees in the foreground?
Go ahead.
You ever notice that trees in the foreground are more brilliantly green than trees in the background?
Honestly, I've never really paid attention to it.
Have you ever paid attention to, like, if you ever been in a city or somewhere up high, the colors in the foreground are more brilliant than the colors in the background? You've never seen that?
Yes, I have noticed that, yes.
Right, that's because with the air, it's going to be less and less possible to see things.
So is there a model that is kind of universally proposed by the flat Earth advocates for what we're actually living in physically? Is there some generally accepted model of what it looks like?
We don't really propose what we think we know is going on in the sky, or with the luminaries in the sky, or how everything exists in the universe. All we know is that we were told that the surface of the Earth had a curvature to it, and then we found out that that curvature was actually measurable. It wasn't too big for us to go out and measure. So we decided to go test it, and from all observations, it appears that there's a lack of curvature. So when it comes to how do we explain how everything works, I'll say, and everybody here will say the same thing, but I say it in my own way. I don't know how everything works on Earth as it being flat. All I know is that if the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be flat. And if the surface of the Earth is flat, whatever is happening above the Earth, on Earth, in the sky, in all of our known reality, whatever is happening is only happening over a flat Earth because there's no curvature.
Okay.
The biggest problem for a lot of people when they're hearing flat Earth, they want to say, "Oh, you don't have an explanation for everything." I'm like, "Yeah, but your entire story goes away when you disprove the radius. You need the radius for the rest of the story to work out, and it doesn't. So then, how does everything else work then? I don't know, but we're back to square one. We know that the Earth is flat because we can't measure any curvature. We know the Earth is stationary because we can't measure any motion. And then, based on all the physics that we know, you can't have gas pressure without some container somewhere. Something has to contain the pressure in order for gas pressure to do this. So, because you have to have something to press on in order to have pressure, right? So, those are the three things that we know. There's no curve, there's no motion. You can't have gas pressure without a container. So the idea that gravity is holding all this gas in, if you had a vacuum as strong as what they call outer space, it would have sucked all the air off of it 4.6 billion years ago.
How'd you come up with that?
I'm going to put my ignorance on display here. Do other planets in our solar system, do they contain any type of atmosphere? I know it's not Earth-like, but are there gases constantly present on the other planets that scientists have measured?
Have you ever? What measurement? Go ahead.
Why do you think we think about these things? I mean, because ultimately, if Saturn rains diamonds, the only reason I would have that idea is because the authority that's in supposed probes out there is the ones that would tell me. So the only information I could work with is the information given. Now that would be assuming the Earth is a sphere, which it already there's no measurable curvature, so that's not the case. Why would I be wondering about what NASA or other space agencies speculate other planets have on them? I wouldn't.
Well, we all suffer from that problem. As individuals, there's no way for any of us to prove or disprove any of this. So that's why I'm asking. I'm just trying to understand your perspective.
Any of what? Any of what?
Well, gases on another planet. We can't prove or disprove it. We're all operating with information that we've been given by someone else. So it's a common problem for the entire discussion.
Well, that's like what was I gonna say? Well, I mean, I forget what I was gonna say exactly, but it's easy to know things. Or if someone makes a knowledge claim about something, as a human being, the capability of validating that is something we can do. That's why there's a scientific method. Because if someone claims to know the cause of a natural phenomenon on Earth, you could just go ahead and test the same hypothesis they gave, and it'll be the same. Now, when it comes
the problem that you guys run into is not that you can't go out there and buy a laser.
Right. So the bottom, thank you. The bottom line is, what we're talking about is the surface of the Earth, and what is possible to know is whether or not the surface of the Earth is curving or if it's just straight, aka flat, aka horizontal, aka level. That's it. There's only two perspectives. That level is curved or level is actually level.
What? I don't think that's how it works.
So that's really where we're at with it. It doesn't really matter what anyone says. It doesn't really matter who supports it. The bottom line is, I know that there's no curvature. Why do I have an expectation of curvature? Well, you can just look online. If
Are
or
you a
remember
flat
any,
Earth czar?
I'm ignoring you, so you know.
That's right. I'll put them on mute. I'll unmute them later when you're done having this conversation, Elijah.
Yeah. So to say that, that's the problem with this subject, we kind of have to take faith. Yeah, that's what people in a cult say when they have loads of information that are interwoven into a lot of the things of their life and their society. And they're like, well, we have to, yeah, because you're in a cult. But when it comes to the nature of reality, you absolutely can know things. So if someone says the sky is perpluca color, and you go outside and you're like, oh, it's blue. If somebody says that it's raining outside of your house and you go outside of your house and it's not raining, you're like, nah, it's not raining. If somebody says the surface that you're standing on is curving 8 inches per mile squared, then you can test that. And we have, no, it's not. It's that simple. I don't know why majority of the world that we've told this to have a hard time actually responding to that specifically. Because they always want to go, okay, I see, that's interesting. Well, then how come insert questions about gravity, insert questions about seasons, insert questions about everything that we don't make claims about? We just have a claim of geometry and the fact that it's been disproven. That's it. Isn't that interesting enough? Isn't that more than enough of a discussion starter? Why do we have to talk about everything other than the fact that there's no measurable curvature?
I mean, the idea of flat Earth is just no curvature, right, Elijah? Flat, no
That's it.
curve.
How much? Yeah, that's it.
And I wouldn't say you're ignorant, Boffin. You're being genuine at this moment, and you're trying to understand something that maybe you've never been around, like an actual genuine flat earther who only wants to talk about what can be proven evidentially, right? And so when we go out and measure the Earth to be flat, or a lack of curvature for that matter, now the burden of proof goes back to the globe, because we have evidence that the Earth is flat. If you have contrary evidence, please bring it to our attention, because we would like to scrutinize it and we would like to have a conversation about it, because the burden of proof now falls on the globe.
Well, as I said, I'm a complete neophyte to the whole topic. Other than the few things that I see pop up from time to time, I've never made any effort to study it. So I'm willing to approach it with an open mind. And my only point is that and it should be obvious to you guys, because you have what I think most people would recognize as a very unpopular perspective on the issue. I'm sitting here saying it's an extraordinary claim, and it doesn't seem like most of the people educated in the field of mathematics or astrophysics and any other tangential subject.
Yeah, yeah. I get what you're saying.
there doesn't seem it doesn't seem to be a popular view amongst them. So I'm approaching it with an open mind, and I'm asking what is it? What evidence do you folks have that's so compelling that you believe that
Listen,
there is?
I got you.
Hey, and Elijah, I did walk him through the Black Swan, but we can do it again.
That's cool. No need. Listen, the only reason. Now, you said that we have an unpopular perspective. I get what you're saying or what you're trying to say. Here's my retort to you. That's because nobody knows our perspective. You don't know enough to bounce back to me what, because I'm sitting here telling you something plain as day, and you don't really have anything to respond back with. So the times we've spoken to astrophysicists and physicists, all recorded. As a matter of fact, Indio just spoke to one the other day. When we talk about these things, the claims that are already out there, they don't have an answer for them. They tell us we must have done something wrong with the calculations. When they figure out we've done nothing wrong, they don't want to talk to us.
Okay, fair enough.
So that's the state of affairs. And we already know academia is more like a club. That was before anybody was talking about flat earth. We already understand how papers get published, and well, I hope we do on a really is level. You know, it's not as easy as, oh, you're a dreamer and then it happens like that. Obviously, if you're a dreamer and your desires fall within the designs of academia's, structure, then you can be successful. If you go outside of that, your butt is toast. How do I know that? Because I read a lot of uh, literature, like, Scientific American, journals, things that people from academia say. I actually listen to these people, read these people. Doesn't matter who it is. You know what I mean? So it's like when people have this idea of what these people would think, but then you really, that's like a cartoonish version or that's like, as a matter of fact, no, I'm not going to do the Bible reference because we just, ran from that. But the bottom line is you got people talking about what scientists do, but if you read the papers, what they're actually doing is not what popular news articles and things like that. We already know is sensationalism. Every time we talk to an actual physicist, they say, yeah, it is misleading how the public digests some of the information that we give to the mainstream. So, I mean, it is what it is at this point. There's no curvature on the earth. And then everything else that I just told you is true as well. They don't want to hear this.
And you said you said mathematicians and astrophysicists. I mean, they're giving a story, and they was raised with that story like everybody else, like we were too. And they're not questioning. They're just going what they were told, and they're not questioning. They're not measuring, and they're building upon that without testing anything else.
Hey, Elijah, I put your video that I recorded for you. I don't know if you remember doing that speech. I think you were reading an old paper that you wrote or something like that. But you're talking about academia.
Yeah. You want to play it, or you want?
If somebody wants to play it, they can. I put it in the side chat, and I tagged you, Boffin, so you could save the video and listen to it, because it's probably one of the most intelligent speeches of you could ever listen to on Why Would They Lie. And then once you hear the speech, if you're still asking why would they lie, then that's your choice to remain ignorant. It's no longer about why would they lie. It's just a matter of like going out there and finding the truth.
Well, that's not even a part of my thought process right now, because I don't need to be convinced that the mainstream scientific community isn't fully capable of large scale deception. And my proof of that is the whole topic of global warming, anthropomorphic global warming. I think it's nonsense. And the mainstream scientific community has signed off on it for whatever reason. Again, it's conjecture on my part because I have no way of proving or disproving what their motivations are. So I don't need to be convinced of the dubious nature.
You don't need to be convinced of a lie to know that there's a lie.
Yeah. Yep.
No, that's great. That's a great mindset to be at. And then after that, all you got to do is just have a little bit of a. Go ahead, Elijah.
But you are saying that it's not possible to maintain a lie of this magnitude. And that's what you're skeptical about? Is that, did I hear you?
I don't know if enough people have actually questioned it in terms of the broad population. If we segregate the scientific,
I accept what you said. I accept what you said before, but you've also reasonably thought it through. So that's cool. Yes, because as I said, most people don't know our view, which our view is just, look, why am I here? At some point, I can't like pour into you all of the information or experiences that I've had, but I can tell you, at some point before 2020, they were using observations off the beach or lake to use the horizon to tell us that boats, buildings, et cetera, were disappearing beyond this. And they explained thoroughly it's a tangent to a tangent point on a sphere. That's where the horizon is. That's why this many feet of building is blocked. So once we realized, oh snap, how can that be the case if the horizon actually isn't geometric and there isn't a tangent to a tangent point? And all of the arguments that you've been making for all these years when we said, hey, we can actually see further than we thought. You know what the response is? There is no response to that because they made their own bed. They set it up. Okay, this is our argument because we live on a sphere. Because we live on a sphere, we've calculated this, and that's why the observations are what they are. Except when we pointed out the horizon isn't geometric. Now the globe is dead specifically because of that alone. Now I can explain that, but just for brevity's sake, I'm just saying it killed all of the arguments they made about the Earth being a sphere because of what was happening on the horizon. You can't in good conscience say that, but the bottom line is no astrophysicist or physicist is even worried about what the formula for the distance to the horizon is because they already believe it's a sphere. Why would they be looking for it?
well, look, I know you can't.
I know you can't. Look, 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 I know you can't. I know you can't. I know you can't.
I think it's Peter.
Peter.
There we go.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
I know you can't answer this question definitively. I'm just curious what your perspective is. Why do you think they are motivated to try to conceal the fact that the Earth is flat? Personally,
Because
I mean,
you're a stupid worker, and you're only good for.
No. Less is more when somebody's asking you to speculate. First of all, he knows good and well that there's no logical way that I could know that question, nor does anyone in here know.
Yes.
But if he wants us to speculate,
yes.
Ask your question again, really quickly.
What do you think the motivation is to conceal the fact that the Earth is flat? And I understand this is speculation. I'm just
navigation and all of the money that is profited from it. There's no As far as air travel is concerned, as far as land travel is concerned, you know, it's gridded up and ruled over. And no one's ever going to challenge it. No one's ever going to say, well, instead of using uh, uh, Greenwich, why don't I just do whatever I want? Because the Earth isn't a sphere, and since this is a coordinate system, I could just use my own. No, they don't want people doing that. We have to have a nice and neat society where everybody agrees. It's very easy if people aren't asking questions and doing shit willy nilly, like creating their own coordinate systems, going all over the earth, doing what they want.
So your best guess is that there's some financial motivation.
Well, what do you mean? I mean, an astronomer makes 200 grand a year, right? At speaking at university. Is that not motivation to say, hey, my career is legitimate? What do you mean?
Well, that's what I'm asking. You know, what is your
Well,
best guess as to what the motivation is?
and that's my motivation, to tell stories about things in the sky. If somebody was going to pay me 200 grand to tell stories about things in the sky, I most very well would be doing that. No, I wouldn't. But I'm just saying to see why
Yeah,
someone
I
would.
understand.
How much Neil deGrasse Tyson make? In the millions, right?
I mean, we could look up his net worth, right?
So that's the answer. There you go. But the bottom line is, whatever it is, their motivation is. It's not like they're hiding anything because they're not engaging us. How can you hide something when you're not engaging the public on that subject? Now, is censorship, but again, there's so many layers to that. But the bottom line is, generally speaking, in order to hide something, you have to engage with the items in which someone's going to be hiding. They're not hiding it. People are just convinced that the simplicity of what I just told you is not that simple. That's what's doing the work. Not they're not doing anything.
Neil deGrasse Tyson's net worth is $5 million. Just for talking about the stars. Dropping a mic.
And I'm not even a fan of the whole money thing, right? Like, I don't like, oh, they do it for financial reasons. Like, people who are in control don't worry about money. It's not about money. It's about power and control, right? Like
Money to
extremely
control.
wealthy people, they don't work with money. They work with resources. They trade resources. Hey, I'll give you 1,000,000 pounds of wood for 10,000 pounds of metal or whatever. You know, like they don't. I'll trade you 30,000 rifles for 5,000 bazookas, whatever the case may be. You know, money is traceable.
And the question becomes who are the ones?
Yeah, it's always a tough one, but you know, once you start going down that rabbit hole, then you get too far off the track of what Elijah's been talking about this whole time, and it's just like, who cares about why they would lie? It's
It's a very simple. It's
it's
a
true.
very simple answer.
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's why they would lie, and then who is they? It's the Roman Catholic Church from back in the day. That's who started. Last I checked, the only person. I don't even think the president has a line as long as the Pope does when the Pope comes into town. Every movie that I've watched coming up has Christian influence, but more so Catholic influence. Hmm? Okay, it's just baked into the equation that it's a staple, it's a foundation. It's a cult.
I don't understand your point, though. Wasn't
Yeah,
the Catholic?
500 years ago, Copernicus said that we were traveling around the sun, and he gave a calendar. You know, he made up uh, whatever models he had to make up for it to work with the calendar that we still use today. He did that 500 years ago. Did they ever prove the proposition true? No, they didn't. That's my point. They never did. So much so to the point that 100 years ago, Edwin Hubble, who admitted that it was just a presumption, didn't do anything to validate it, just went off the fact that it was a presumption. So we already know that it's a presumption. It started 500 years ago. That specific claim.
Didn't
Do
they
you have?
say that Venus was the same size as Earth too? That was the other claim that they made with that.
That's different. That
Oh,
has
that's a
nothing.
different one. I figured you.
Do you have a video I could watch that you feel accurately represents your uh, position on how the Earth has been measured and is found to be flat? Is there something you can link me to so I can watch it?
Yeah, and our
You want me
server,
FP core?
somebody link them the server. We have the logical order A to Z. You know, all the information you could possibly, want to know about. But you can link them to just link them to a simple laser test video.
Yeah, I was gonna give them the FE core video. Give me a second. But I'll give them a link to the server too. We'll put that in the chat also. So if you look in the chat, there's a FE core laser video 2 times.
Okay.
Also,
And
if you
then
link him is Sky Free, we could see. They could show how kind of light and air kind of fucks with the line of sight vision.
we can
I
do that.
can't
But
recommend our video enough. You really should watch that person.
yeah,
Really good.
Skyfree01 is a great YouTube account. But so what I need you to do, because we can't drop a link to the Discord server from this server, so you can either go to one of these YouTube bots and it'll have a link to our server, or you can just open up a new browser and type in discord.gg/flat earth, and it'll go to our server.
Yeah, I appreciate the link, Sheepdog. I'll definitely watch it. Well, guys, it's been interesting. I'm going to log off and get some sleep. I appreciate your time, and I will talk to you all later on.
Well, good,
Yeah, man. Thanks for coming. Do me a favor, Boffin. When you're getting ready to go to bed, go ahead and start up that video and see if it just interests you. I mean, it's an hour long. I don't know how long it takes you to fall asleep, but I think you might be interested to watch it, especially since your mind is focused.
Yeah, I'll definitely I'll watch it tomorrow so I can pay attention to it. I don't want to just run it in the background because I'm sure I'll miss a lot if I do that. So I'll make a point to sit down and watch it all the way through.
Did a lot of money off of that.
All right, man. Yeah, go to discord.gg/flat earth and just go ahead and log in there real quick just to
They be talking about they
get access to the server. That's our home server. We actually have started branching out because how else are you going to have conversations with people like us, right? You can't Google flat Earth because you won't find us.
The link is in the video.
No, not our video. Not the video I sent you. If you look up top, there's a couple of bots that say YouTube on them. Do you see that? Right above your profile. There's a YouTube profile. There's 2 YouTube profiles. Buffin?
It says exclamation 24/7.
Like you see Elbow right below you, you see Big Daddy Flurf right above you, and then right above that you should see YouTube.
YouTube bot 2, yes, I see that.
Yeah, either one. Click on one of those profiles and zoom in on the profile. And when you click on the profile, scroll down to where it says About Me, and you'll see www.discord.gg/flatters.
Okay.
And just click on that link, and it'll give you the invite to the server, and you'll be in our server immediately.
Okay, great.
And that has, at the very bottom, that has like a library of knowledge of things, like all different topics that we talk about whenever we have these conversations. And some of it's speculation, others of it is evidence, just evidence that's been gathered over the years. But if you have questions, we're all here to answer them for you.
All right, great. Appreciate it, guys.
No problem. Have a good night.
I get it, but because he had to go get it, something.
Let's see. Is there anybody in here that I need to unmute?
Tequila, stop spamming the chat with that stuff, please.
No, you said no cartoons. Oh, no cartoons. Read the paper then, bitch. Read it.
No need for the disrespect, man.
Oh, no cartoons. Read the fucking paper by Stanford grad students. Hey, these people have more education than your entire fucking family. Shut the fuck up.
Dude, calm down, please. There's no need for all the disrespect.
No, go ahead. Read it. You can't disprove any of it.
Not interested.
Any.
But
Oh, not interested. Oh, it's by Stanford. Oh, it's by NASA. Oh, this. Oh, that. Shut the fuck up.
I'm a mud engineer. We don't calculate for.
They calculate everything in here. Read the whole article. Read everything. They have every chart, sun track models. They got all of it. You have nothing to say. You have nothing to say. They have length of day at solstice. They have solstice at the equator. They have everything. Everything. You have nothing to say. Every link.
Calm down, Tequila. You're spiraling. You're spiraling. Calm down.
No, please. Read it. Read it. Stanford University, edu.edu. This isn't no bullshit WikiLeaks. This is a government link. Read it.
A government link. That's the same as a wiki link.
.edu. Education, right? They have to pay for that. That's not a public link.
It's a bullshit government.
Tough battle.
Yeah, doing that, and then if determining if they actually have hands, right? Like brain in a jar. I mean, but just to get to that point, right? Because I was on the other server, and there was like 4 Globers that were dogpiling and just constantly, how does this work? How does this work? And then you answer them, and they move to the next thing, right? And it just ends up being a 25 question freaking thing that they ascertain no information at the end because they're just waiting to ask the next question. So getting them to try and describe their own worldview gets them to, think a bit more and do a bit more in-depth knowledge. But
I think that's amazing.
I think it's good. Say some evidence rather than they'll just keep asking you questions. Say, what's your evidence? And they go, well, what about when this? So I'll ask your question. You got to get them to just present the evidence, and it's not up, but they can't help it. It'll just turn into a question.
They'll never present it.
Question proof.
What do you guys have to say to this bird in the side chat that says, Katy Perry went to space? That's how we know space is real. It was an all-female crew. She's saying that. Like, hold on. Don't make
Have you ever heard of a psyop?
Misogyny.
Who's saying that? Don't like it, not real. Okay.
Bro, what
Hey,
was
I have
supposed to say?
I
I
have a
believe.
question.
Oh, you mean Hannah C?
How was the landing, by the way, for Katy Perry? Looks pretty rough to me.
Yeah, she opened the door from inside.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, just how the impact was and how like hard fast they hit the ground. It's like that's a car crash, bro. Like, gosh, dang.
Yeah, bro. Guys, you know that Donald Petit. How is he called? Dom Petit.
Dom Pettit.
Right. Dom Pettit.
Yeah.
Okay, Dom Pettit. Yeah. He had a talk. I think in TED. First, I saw it on a video from Robert Bassano. I'm sure you know Robert Bassano, CB, right?
The name sounds familiar.
Yeah. So Dan Pettit, yeah, had a TED talk where he concluded at the end that, speaking to the young audience, he concluded his talk by saying, if we would not be able to find another sort of fuel, we would never be able to leave Earth. So how did they leave low orbit Earth in the 60s? And the title of his talk was something like The Tyranny of the Rocket Equation or something like that. So what he explained is that the payload which they can send, which we can send into space on a rocket, is something about 3% or 5%. I think even 3%. So at least 95% of the weight of the rocket will be the fuel. So he admits in the talk, and Robert Bassano says that Dan Pettit is admitting here that we never left the Earth. And Dan Pettit says, if we would not be able to find another kind of fuel, propulsion fuel, we will not be able to leave Earth. I can post in the chat box. There are so many holes in the globe model. Robert Bassano has 2 channels, but he's not posting videos anymore. One of them is called Flat Earth Reflections. The other one, I think Planetary.
Yo, I got smoke for Hannah C.
Yeah, she's in the chat finally. Come on, unmute
Hannah C, I'm
yourself.
calling you out.
Defend your honor.
We've got you in our sights.
I've got you in my sights.
Yeah, I'm not clicking on that IP grabber until you explain it, maybe. Then I'll click on it. Go ahead and pop in. We know you got a mic. We can hear you breathing.
How did you hear me? I put you on mute. Did you think a mute button was going to stop me from hearing you? Yes. No. You got a mic.
It's a live stream from the ISS, if anybody wanted to know.
Oh, really? Never seen one of those before.
What do you think about that, Conrad?
Oh, looks fake to me.
There we go, boys.
Are you a Glober or a Flat Earther, Conrad?
Well, I'm a Flat Earther.
Nice, awesome.
Yeah.
What's your best Flat Earth evidence?
Probably looking over long distances, like the ocean.
What does that prove?
We can see too far.
Too far for what?
Too far for it to be a ball.
Yeah, very valid. Congratulations. You're a
Ahmed,
winner.
welcome.
We have Ahmed on deck. He seems to have opened his mic. Hello, what's going on, brother?
Yeah, get the rocks. Get the rocks.
Ahmed, feel free to chime in. What's going on? He doesn't want to chime in. Hannah C. Come on. Show yourself. Pause.
I know, yeah, pause.
Yeah, Ahmed dropped because I think a lot of people come here thinking it's about the subject, it's about learning English because it's called the English language. So maybe he thought it's about learning the English language, and then he saw the title of Flat Earth. Did you see, guys? Did you see CB? The video from Pettit? From Robert Bisano. I posted it in chat box.
No human has ever left the Earth by a rocket. Damn.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a pill to swallow right there. To be able to know that you ain't freaking leaving, it's got to be like soul crushing for folks like Hannah T. You know, they're like, I'm gonna go to Mars. Okay. All right, Stokes. You're gonna be waiting a while.
Doesn't work.
They've been telling you every year it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Just wait a few more years. Oh no. Just kidding. Wait more. Wait longer. Like, bro, they've been saying this since like what? The 60s. We're gonna have so and so on the moon and blah 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 blah. No one's going freaking anywhere, bro.
No one is going. Here I
No one's
have it.
leaving.
Here I have it in the video from Don Pettit. He is showing on the big screen where he was having his talk. He has it written: percentage payload for Saturn V was 4%. The payload. The rest is the weight of the rocket and the weight of the propellant fuel. So just imagine that 4% payload, including astronauts, their suits, the computer in the capsule, the moon lander. How is that?
The golf club. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. The rover.
Apparently he snuck the golf. How do you sneak golf clubs? Like, who thinks that's not something you sneak in, bro?
Have you seen the video where he hammers? He hammers something.
Yeah.
And
the hammer.
And he produces and the hammer produces the sound of hammering. Have you seen that video?
No, I mean, I've seen the video, but I didn't hear the audio or anything. It's all trash, but it's all fake garbage.
Yeah.
Berserker, where are you from? What's your accent? You know, like Icelandic? So it sounds like.
Austria.
Austria. Close enough.
Shit, you're Mexican?
Yeah. I'll be back.
Yeah, okay. I can hear it
Get
now.
to the chopper.
Oh no!
Oh no! Leave me alone.
Okay, I fucks too heavy now.
Yeah, Robert
You
the
got NASA
Hammerhead.
shill.
Where?
Somebody named NASA shill.
Care to defend your globe, NASA shill?
It's a red flag. I am.
What's up, NASA show? Would you be a good NASA show and provide us a proof of the curvature of the Earth?
I don't talk
An
in.
observation.
I don't talk in chat much, but you've shut me off in text, so I'll just listen. Thank you.
He doesn't have the power to shut you up, so that's not true. Look, bro, I'm the friendly one.
I didn't chat with him in the chat box.
I think he's upset because somebody muted him before. But listen, man, it's a new day, and we got a friendly panel here. We got Neil, super friendly. We got Berserker, super friendly. I'm super friendly. We got a big backpack, and you can jump in it. Come on in.
Well, NASA shill. How about you give us something to talk about then? Since you're if you don't want to reply,
I'll listen. I'll listen, and I want some evidence for flat Earth, please. Thank you.
We're actually doing a no listening panel today, so congratulations.
I was going to ask you for your evidence of your globe, but since you wanted to ask us our evidence of flat Earth, we'll go first. Yeah, no problem. We don't have a problem going first. So, ready? 3, 2, 1. WATE.
R.
So that's it. Let me guess. Water and what's the other one? Come on, tell me the big other one.
Gas pressure, baby.
Water. Water. I like it.
Oh, you can tell me it looks flat?
It is.
No, it is flat.
No, it looks flat. I'll give you that.
No, it is flat.
No, it looks flat.
Okay, wait.
So if it is flat, then you have a measure it to be flat?
Well, let's just start at like base level. I would say that all bodies of water behave the same. And when we're referring to bodies of water, that'd be something you can put your body in. So let's say a bathtub. Let's start with a bathtub. Would you say the water at the surface of the tub is convex, concave, or neither?
So using the globe model, how much curvature would you expect over a bathtub?
Look, bro, the amount of it doesn't matter. We just want to know whether it's curving or not. So why don't you let us know?
Again, using the globe model, how much curvature would you expect over a bathtub?
We don't care about the amount. You can have as much or as little of the curvature as you want. We just want to know whether it is curving or it isn't.
Well, again, how much curvature would you expect?
Why are you asking me? Why are you asking me?
Because you would have to have.
We just need to be definitive answer.
You'd have to tell me that you can measure it to be flat, or you can measure it to be curved. And I want to know what the difference between a flat measurement and a curved measurement over a 6-foot bathtub is, please.
We just want your position here, but then we can scale it.
I want you to tell me what the
My
curvature
definition of the water
over?
flat, yeah, there is no curvature. But if you're going to say that there's an amount of it, we
on the globe,
can get to that.
On the
Look,
globe,
dude,
what would the curvature be?
brother? So okay, how about this? You are saying that water in the bathtub is curving. It's just at a minuscule or micro amount.
How much curvature would you expect over the globe model over?
I don't really care. It says your claim that it's curving.
Well, no,
you can. I already told you. You can have as much or as little of curvature as you'd like.
You would have to know the difference so that you could measure it one way or the other, wouldn't you?
No, I wouldn't say like inherently.
You wouldn't have to like
the physics. Hold on, the physics of water is to be flat at its surface for a bathtub and a swimming. We're going to scale it up to larger bodies of water, but we got to start with your position. Are you saying that the water in the bathtub is? He keeps asking.
On the globe model,
can we look it up for you? I mean, we could look it up for him. I mean,
look up. Tell me how much curvature.
The amount is irrelevant. You're
allowed
is irrelevant.
To have. Got it.
I'm trying to tell you why. Because you can have as much or as little curvature as you'd like. We just need your position on whether it is curving or it isn't.
Well,
you seem afraid to make
if you're going to say on the bathtub,
afraid
you would have to know how much curvature. You would have to know if you're going to say that the bathtub.
So you are saying it is.
You would have to know. You would have to know how much difference would you expect over a 6-foot bathtub.
So you are saying it's curving. You just don't know how much.
You tell me. I mean, what would the difference be?
It's your claim, dude.
No, it's not my claim. You're talking about a bathtub.
We are not claiming curvature, bro. We're not claiming curvature. We're claiming we're flat earthers, bro.
I know you flat earthers, but again, if you say that you can measure a bathtub to be flat, I would want to know how much curvature you think would be in a bathtub.
That's the dumbest question I've ever heard, dude. That's a
the dumbest question you ever heard. So you can.
Dude, we're just talking about water. We're just talking about water for now. We'll get onto the earth later.
We're talking about a bathtub.
Just want to get water straight, okay?
We're talking about a bathtub.
Just talking about water, the nature of water.
You would have to know both models.
Hang in there.
You would have to know both models.
We're just trying to get you to agree on the nature of water.
Well, hold on a second.
Okay, just to start with. Can you be patient?
Guy brought up a bathtub. And I would like to know. You would have to be able to measure the bathtub to be flat, and you would have to know. You would have to know the other model, which would be how much curvature would you expect.
I'm going to say this, and I'll pass it to like, look, dude. Since you won't let it go, I looked it up for you. Since you weren't able to provide this, it's saying that there is a small amount of curvature. Do you agree?
How much curvature? What's a small amount?
Oh, okay. A minuscule amount, 43.85 nanometers. You agree that you agree the water is curving?
Would you be able to measure 43 nanometers?
Oh my god!
I get that.
Yeah, why are you afraid? All right, Elijah, just take it, bro. He's afraid of his own.
It's actually I get about 60. Is that curvature, or is that sagitta, or is that drop?
He's the type of individual that you can't communicate with.
Well, no, you can communicate with me. Just you need to have your facts. You brought up a bathtub.
How about 66 feet over 10 miles? How about that?
How about
we try and find a bathtub? You didn't talk up a bathtub.
So this is why I can't have a conversation with him, because then he says something, monologue, someone else answers, and then I'm just gone, sitting here waiting, fucking playing with my thumb, up his girl's butt. Oh wait,
40 nanometers. That's like a 5-foot bathtub, I think, right?
Yeah, I was doing so good up across the street. Not that it mattered. Now I'm over here. It's like I think I'm home, but I'm here.
So you did the calculation for a 5-foot bathtub, which is a sagitta of about 45 nanometers. Would you be able to measure that over 6 feet accurately?
Look, bro. Again, we just need your position on whether you think it's curving. Which you do think it's curving.
You would have to be able to tell the difference.
We need to know. That's all we need to know.
Wait.
We'll just move on. Go ahead to the next. Go ahead.
Is he?
Well, you brought up a bathtub. Do you think you'd be able to measure 45 nanometers over a 5-foot bathtub?
What I mean by muting him, because if I get upset, then that's the thing that is noted, right? Like, I'm just trying to talk. I'm just trying to finish my thought. That's it. That's all I want to do. When I'm talking, I don't expect for a voice to come in blindsiding me.
Well, you brought up a bathtub.
So, again, if you're asking him if he thinks it's curved, and he's telling you that he needs to measure or needs to know how much curvature there is and if it could be measured, isn't that our position anyway? Are you trying to say that
I guess what I'm saying is that what would the difference between flat and 42 nanometers be to you? I mean, a nanometer is what you know what a nanometer is. Even it's like 10 to the minus 9.
It landed with CB. It landed with CB. I'm satisfied.
Yeah, I mean, that was good. I was going to say bomb planted. I don't think you realized it, but
I realize you brought up a bathtub, and I think that's a bad example because you'd have to be able to measure the difference between flat and 42, 45 nanometers of curvature.
How about it's not measurable, like Elijah just said? So we'll just move on to a swimming pool now. So we have water.
So why did you bring up a bathtub then? How big is the swimming pool?
Because I think you could put your body in a swimming pool. Sorry, a bathtub. So I would consider that a body of water. But now we'll go larger. So
do we agree? Do we agree that we really can't? Do we agree that we really can't measure 45 nanometers?
It's flat. Yeah, sure. I'll accept that there's no curvature measurable.
Well, no, it's not curvature. It's just you can't measure it because the curvature
no curvature
would be
measured.
45 nanometers.
We'll just move on to the swimming pool.
That is measurable. There is equipment that can measure that.
Over 5 feet, water level, 5 different 45 nanometers over 5 feet. You think there's equipment that'll measure that?
That can do it.
You think there's equipment that can measure that?
Oh no, runaway train happening again.
Yep. You really think there's equipment that can measure 45 nanometers over a 5-foot bathtub?
Yep. I mean, look, we'll just go to the swimming pool. So you have a swimming pool curving or no?
How big is a swimming pool?
Let's say like an Olympic swimming pool.
And how long is that?
Okay, I'm going to look it up for you.
100 meters.
50 meters long, 25 meters wide, 2 meters deep.
So what would the curvature be on the globe over a 50-meter pool?
You keep, I guess, since you won't let it go.
CB, throw the black swan at him.
Hold on, we'll get there. We'll get there. We gotta walk, slowly but surely, and we'll get there. All right, let's look it up for you. Okay, it says 0.2 millimeters. You agree?
Well, that's
this beach ball. That stuff is
let's drop.
I literally thought that. That's crazy. So,
that's drop though. That's not sagittal. You're measuring sagittal. You know the difference between.
It says here the surface of the water in an Olympic-sized swimming pool curves about 0.2 millimeters over its 50-meter length.
Drop.
Its curvature is caused by Earth's gravity.
That's drop. Yeah. The problem with drop is determining when you're looking at something, though, you generally see sagittal. So what would the sagittal be?
Okay, so he thinks there's a sagittal in a swimming pool, chat. And I would say
how much would it be? You say the drop is 2 millimeters, 0.2 millimeters. You think you'd be able to measure that when the sagittal
he's saying it's a convex body of water, a swimming pool. I would disagree. I would say that just violates the physics of water, and then we can move up to maybe a larger.
Well, you think you could measure
body of water?
You think you can measure 0.2 millimeters of water over 50
of curvature? No,
meters?
I don't think so. No, it's not measurable.
There's and that's drop.
To measure.
That's drop, so you have to determine where level is.
I think the water's just naturally, like the physics of water, it just lays flat.
It lays level.
There's no measurable curvature there. Yeah, level is an orientation, not a curved line.
Actually, level is curved. Look at I can't post a definition, but that's because
did he say level is curved?
Level is curved by definition. I'd post a definition.
Level is curved.
What? By definition.
Listen, what's funny is someone would say that something that is an orientation achievement is curved. That's what's funny if you think about
it. I could post a definition if you would give me permission to, but you haven't given me permission to. So you can argue about it all you want.
No,
I can't respond.
I don't have ability to give you perms, but you should be able to type in the chat at least.
No, I've been blocked.
You've been blocked? Oh, what did you do?
I posted in chat.
You sure you can't type there? Or you can DM it. Why don't you DM it to me now?
Type or you can't post images.
I can't do either.
Okay.
I just sent you a message. So whatever you want to post, I'll post it for you. We won't gatekeep. I just realized it's like NASA's hill, basically, and he's saying that there's hills of water, bro. Chat. He's saying there's hills of water.
Can't be delivered usually because you don't share a server with the recipient or the recipient.
But my message went through to you though.
From friends. So I can't.
That's simple.
I don't believe him, but because my message sent to you directly, so you should be able to reply though. Oh, you check your DMs. There we go. Oh, here we go. Okay.
Oh, I was totally NASA's hill, not NASA's hill, which is why I was making the Dawson Creek.
There you go. Merriam-Webster definition.
I was totally somewhere else. Go ahead.
Okay, so what did the first two definitions say?
I don't know. Let's go back because we'll talk about the adjective. The other one's like the noun, the noun that describes the tool, and the adjective that describes, to make things level. So so the noun, the verb, and the adjective.
Fair enough.
And you can agree that we're not talking about the tool, the level. We're not talking about the noun to make things level. We're talking about the adjective.
Okay. Well,
to make something level would be to orient it. To think that
would be a verb.
We're
not talking about. We're talking about the adjective that describes things.
Verb is hilarious. Again, very hilarious.
Okay, so his definition says level, having no part higher than another, conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of Earth's surface. Yeah, no.
Merriam-Webster, that's the language you're speaking, English.
Yeah,
but see, we're going off. Yeah, probably we're going off of Earth's actual behavior. I'll take the Earth's actual behavior over Merriam-Webster. To be honest,
take your definition over that of Merriam-Webster.
I never made a definition. I'm just saying, like, when you go outside, all these bodies of water behave the same. Where there's no sagitta, there's no hill, there's no hump, no mound.
Gotcha.
There's no
Except
curve.
that Merriam-Webster disagrees with you.
But see, Merriam-Webster can say whatever it wants to. It was probably
Merriam-Webster defines language, though.
But then it doesn't match the behavior of Earth. I'll take the Earth's behavior over Merriam-Webster any day of the week. You can quote me on that.
So you'll take your definition over that of Merriam-Webster.
I never provided a definition.
You did. You basically refused the definition, saying that Merriam-Webster doesn't know what they're talking about.
He didn't say definition. He said behavior.
So you're saying that this definition of level is no because I say so. Without evidence.
No, not because I say so, because the Earth.
Well, where's the evidence? Where's the evidence?
The Earth.
I was asking for evidence that the Earth is flat. And so far we've talked about water in a swimming pool and in a bathtub, and we both agree that you probably can measure the curvature of a bathtub and the curvature of a swimming pool.
Mr. Schill, I'd like to make a small request, or rather a question. Why is it that you choose to use Merriam-Webster's dictionary definition over any other definition?
Ooh.
English, the American English, and that's generally.
Are you still talking? How about this, Mr. Schill? Did you hear me?
Again, because we're talking American English, and usually,
sir,
the definition that one uses when one's speaking American English. Merriam-Webster is considered to be the.
Sir, are you deaf, or do you have me on mute or something?
No, he just answered your question.
I answered your question. You have me on mute.
I didn't hear shit.
Well, then you have me on mute.
Okay, yeah, exactly. So while you were on mute, I was asking you a question, and you decided to talk right through me.
Oh, no, I heard you. I heard you answer the question 3 times.
Might be some lag. Just see if you can get on the same page, 20 Cups. I think we can all hear everybody.
There might be lag. Go ahead.
Tell them, because we're speaking English, American English, and Merriam-Webster is considered to be the dictionary of American English.
Okay, so you choose them kind of subjectively over any other one.
No, it's because it's the definitive.
Matthew, can you let him fucking answer instead?
I
Thank
think
you
I
very
said
much.
something similar to that. How many times do I have to say it before you can
Thank
get
you. Okay, so, right. So I only heard about half of it because you were half muted or there was a lag. So forgive me for asking again. So you're choosing Miriam over any other one because they're American?
Yeah.
Okay. Because if you compare their definition with any other one, they happen to be the only one that has the definition that you are trying to lean towards.
Oh,
right? So maybe perhaps,
Are we in
right,
America?
that may be
Speaking
the
American
reason
English?
why you use them.
Are we in America speaking American English? Or okay.
Okay, well, how about this, right? So if I use a Canadian definition, a Canadian dictionary, right, and they don't have that definition that you're using,
what's
who's
the
right and who's
Canadian
wrong?
dictionary? What's the Canadian dictionary?
I'm just picking out of my ass.
You're making shit up. You're pulling shit out of your ass.
No.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for
Dude,
admitting that.
No, what
I'm
I mean
glad
by
admit
that
you're
is if I choose any other definition, right, from any other dictionary that does not have this.
Yo.
I'm glad you admit you're pulling shit out of your ass. That's a step forward for most flat earthers.
Listen, I was interrupting the other guy. I need you to interrupt me interrupting the other guy. Too many words, bro. He literally said to you that it's because it's American English. Like, but there are other places that also speak English, hence all of the dictionaries we use.
Yeah. So if I use another dictionary that does not have your definition, who's right and who's wrong?
Oh, you're speaking in American. You sound like an American, so you should speak American.
I'm not American. Right, I'm Canadian.
What's Canadian dictionary? What's Canadian dictionary, eh? Take off, eh?
Any other dictionary, dude. I'm just no.
Any other dictionary,
I'm giving you an example.
Oh, what's
the
a Canadian
point
dictionary?
Is,
don't you know?
if you're using one dictionary because it conforms to your bias, that would explain everything.
Hey, Jose,
right?
What's the Canadian dictionary? Eh?
So you didn't understand what I said, right?
The oot and the boot and the boot. Is that in the Canadian dictionary?
Nah, Neely's talking to you.
Because you gave him too much
here's the reality, right? So it's very evident, dude, is you're choosing to use Merriam-Webster because it conforms to your bias, and that's it. Right? Because not all dictionaries have this conforming to the curvature of the earth.
You haven't showed me another dictionary definition, but that's okay. Anyway, well, seeing how I'm getting nowhere at 1 o'clock here, I think
Mike, may I ask him a question?
You guys find the dictionary. Maybe you'll find the Canadian dictionary.
All right.
Get the Canadian dictionary and tell me what it says.
Mike, may I ask him a question?
Nah, he's gone. He's a bitch.
I'll answer for him.
Oh shit!
Yeah, he thinks American is a language.
He did kind of imply that.
Yeah, I wanted to ask him why don't we use the universal dictionary to define a curve? Yeah, and the universal dictionary is or the universal definition is the observation in reality. Come on.
So I just
level is
up.
curved. Level is curved.
So
I mean,
it's an orientation.
Come on, Elijah. Really? I mean, he comes and
listen. At the base of that claim is that level is really a person's local experience.
The tangent on the surface of the Earth, perpendicular to the radius.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. That's not what I'm saying. The gravitational vector from your local place is what they're claiming, but there is no gravity. So the conversation is over at that point. It should be, because there's no force. But now there are 4 dictionaries that I pulled up. The top 4 dictionaries is what I typed in, and it gave Oxford, Merriam, Collins, and Cambridge. Why couldn't you just give him those other 3 and then look through them and see what the definition said? Instead of what happened, why couldn't we just do that? Didn't that make sense?
Oh yeah, man, for sure. I was just opening up with that type of question, but it didn't go far enough.
Bullshit. You in the room and everybody. Yes, that's what that allows them. I hate women. In case y'all didn't know.
Sorry, I kind of missed what you said there.
Yeah, I hate when we let people bullshit us.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
It was
I had that too, Elijah. I had that too. That's why I recommend. That's why I recommended to CB just throw the Black Swan at him and ask him where's the horizon behind
We're gonna have a
the
little foreplay first.
oil rig. Yeah, why let him derail the conversation into gravity and yeah, definition? Definition doesn't matter. Who was it? Was it Mike 20 Kilo who said yeah,
Yeah, that was me, man.
Merriam-Webster? Okay, that was you. Yeah, Merriam-Webster can define as they wish, but reality. Yeah, you were the one who said you would take anytime the behavior of the Earth, right? That was
I think that
kind
was
of
DB
yeah,
or Elijah.
yeah. That was
CB.
CB. Yeah.
Huh? What? Sorry. What? What?
You
Yeah, you
said that
told him. Go
the
ahead. Go
experience
ahead, Elijah.
definition anyway.
What he was trying to compare the definition to like reality.
No, you said you would take the way that you experience Earth over the definition any day.
Any day. Okay, I'll stand
Exactly.
on that.
Exactly. That means his perception of reality.
Yeah, he could be experiencing something and then read on like Wikipedia and be like, well, whatever Wikipedia says is true. Even though I'm not feeling it, I'm not noticing it, I'm not experiencing it in any way, shape, or form. Well, the book said so, so must be right. I don't know, man. One of those takes more stock than the other.
And second of all, Collins is an American dictionary as well. This is what I'm saying. When we stop them and slow them down from saying the bullshit and go, okay, well, let's see, here's Collins, they're American. Let's see what they got to say.
Yeah, Elijah. That's why he was trying to steamroll all the time, so that you would not be able, no one would be able to, yeah, give a reply or ask a question. Just trying to talk as fast as possible and not to
All
listen
right, we got
at all.
smoke for. There's somebody else here. What is it?
Now,
Permeabilizing.
here we go.
It's
I'm
high
looking
noon.
at the adjectives, right? Okay. In the Collins American Dictionary. And it says, number 7, if one thing is level with another thing, it is at the same height as it. He leaned over the counter so his face was almost level with the boy's. Synonyms: equal, in line, align, balance. 8. When something is level, it is completely flat with no part higher than any other. The floor was level, but the ceiling sloped towards his head. Synonyms: horizontal, even, flat, plane.
Booked. We got Moxley talking shit in the chat. Moxley, I got smoke for you as well.
There's more though. There's more. An American Dictionary of English Language. What is this? Fifth edition. A major revision of the fifth edition of the American Heritage Dictionary. Okay. This seems very extensive. I wonder what they'll say. American Heritage Dictionary. Let's see. Level.
Moxley, Hannah, permeabilizing. We got smoke for you.
I've got you in my sights.
Man, that was painful. So now we have to define curvature into his paradigm. The definition of curvature has to fit his paradigm in order for us to continue the conversation. That was painful.
I didn't even realize he got cooked when Elijah asked him or said something about, oh, so it's not measurable. Yeah, I agree with you. They went right over his head.
Yeah, guys, do you remember? I was the first one who asked him if he can provide us with the proof for the curvature or an observation. Do you remember that? And do you remember that he said that he just want to listen, doesn't want to talk because I chatted with him? Do you remember that? No, I remember. I didn't chat to him. I threw at him. I tagged him with the, how do you call it? With the observation of the black swan. That's why he didn't want to talk to me at the beginning and at the end when I started to formulate the question. That's why he ran away. Now I remember. You remember at the beginning he said he doesn't want to talk to me when I asked him the question, and he said he just want to listen. That was before you came, Elijah. Remember that, CB?
Yeah, bro. Take all the credit you need, brother.
Yeah, now I remember why. Because I wondered, I forgot that I tagged him with the gift from the Black Swan observation. I forgot that I tagged him and sent that to him. That's why he didn't want to talk to me, and he said he would like just to listen. Okay, that's why he ran away. Yeah, bro, guys, I'm not trying to say. My approach or your approach, but just throw at him, just throw at the Globers Black Swan, and don't let them take us into such conversation like how about time zones, how about day and night, and how about the definition. That's why I like very much your reply, CB, when you said you would prefer anytime the experience of reality of Earth over the definition of Merriam-Webster's dictionary. Just try to bring these guys to the requirement of showing us an observation which can show us the curvature according to the radius of 3,959 miles. We should be able to observe a 66 feet drop at a distance of 10 miles, 266 feet at a distance of 20 miles, and 600 feet at a distance of 30 miles.
I don't think you can ever observe that kind of curvature. I think it's too small.
Okay, this should be clipped. Yeah, this is the clown, the professor.
Oh,
great.
Sorry, no, I'm not a clown. No.
Yeah, great.
Yeah,
you're a professor. Yeah, and you talk nonsense like that. You are making a bad image for professors. You are the guy who told me that science is not always correct when I told you how can you explain the contradiction of the molten iron core having a temperature higher than the Curie temperature of the iron, which contradicts the fact that the molten iron core produces the magnetic field, because when the temperature in the core of the Earth is higher than the Curie temperature of the iron, this is the temperature where ferromagnetic material transition into paramagnetic material and lose their magnetic properties. And you told me that science is not always correct. So you are a clown. You are a clown and a hypocrite, because you are saying by that science is correct when it's on your side, and science is not correct when it's on our side. So go.
No, so
You
sorry,
are a
I'm
clown.
neither a clown.
You are a clown.
Sorry.
Okay, sorry. No, sorry. You are the clown.
Yeah, I would just
Okay?
like to say I'm not the clown nor a hypocrite.
Yeah, I told you. You cannot talk with me like that. Okay, I told you I'm a civil engineer according
Can I
to
ask
the
last question?
American specifications. Yeah, who is that? Is that Mary Ma'am?
No,
Or
so why do you say
is
it's
that the
too
Glober?
small? Is it because you think the angle measurement is too small to measure across the lake?
Right.
But
Bro,
you have no problem with bringing the parallax angle.
Travis, 600 feet is not measurable. It's too small. Isn't he clown?
Well, I'm just saying he thinks it's too small to measure across the lake, but I'm sure he has no problem with the same size angle measurements of parallax between stars. You think those are accurate?
Yeah, they're with different types of equipment in the clear
But it's
air.
the same size. But for you, it's accurate when it's parallax to stars, but it's not accurate for us when it's across the lake, right?
Right, there you go.
Okay.
Do you want to know why? That was going to be in the second half of my sentence, but I'm happy to move on.
Look, no one cares about your title of professor. Okay.
Right.
Exactly as my title as a civil engineer didn't protect me from being deceived.
No,
these guys who didn't have a title of civil engineering were faster than me in finding the truth and opened my eyes. So I was humiliated from these guys who are much more eloquent than me and talk about fallacies which I cannot formulate and can't understand. Okay, so titles don't mean much, you know, because it's not rocket science. It's geometry of the level of 6th degree or first year in the high school. The geometry doesn't work. We are seeing too far. We are seeing the horizon at a distance at least of 20 miles, okay, behind the oil rig habitat with an observation height of 1 feet. You cannot explain that. That contradicts the measurement of a sphere with a radius of 3,959, according which we should be able to observe 66 feet drop, okay, at 10 miles, and 266 feet drop at 20 miles.
Well, apparently,
and you are telling me this is not measurable. Bro.
Yeah, the 266 is not measurable, but milliarc seconds is measurable. But for parallax, it's just so hypocritical and ridiculous.
No, it's not.
It is to us.
Oh, fair enough. I get that you don't understand, but the fact is that over humid water, the path of light might bend 0.007 degrees per mile, and that would be sufficient to make it impossible to determine the difference between a globe and flat. But with parallax, you can take pictures and measure the difference between the stars compared to background stars. So they're different types of measurements.
What makes it 0.007 degrees?
0.007 degrees per mile is equivalent to the radius of 3959. I'm saying that is the difference we'd have to be able to discern if we were going to make a difference between flat and globe. That's why I don't think that squinting at the horizon helps either side that much.
Right. But if there's 600 feet and you're not dealing with, say, the resolution of the human eye for that calculation, and you're using something else, increasing the aperture, thus increasing your angle of view, thus being able to perceive if there would be 600 feet of something or not is possible.
Yeah, I'm not talking about our ability to perceive something once the light reaches us. I'm talking about the path of light from the horizon to the camera or to the eye, whether that path of light is
Well,
perfectly straight or
one
not.
point, at 1 foot off the ground, the path is 1.2 miles.
Yeah, if the light travels in a perfectly straight line, yes.
Well, if it didn't travel in a perfectly straight line, then where would that be? What do you mean? Like, I mean, I'm looking straight across the street. The building is directly in front of me. Um, if I was like, I don't know, at the top of a building where I could only see the top of a building and it was 2 blocks away, I'd be looking at a building that's 2 blocks away. So if it was a mile away and I zoomed in, I would still see it at a mile away.
Yeah, I'm just saying that if the path of light can sometimes curve at 0.007 degrees per mile, then that is sufficient to have it curve around the curve of a supposed 3959 mile sphere. And so if it can curve just even that tiny amount, then it's going to be hard to distinguish between observations that look perfectly flat and
Yeah, but
observations that fit the globe.
we're talking about claims of a tangent to a tangent point. If you're talking about curved paths, then the entire school of thought where we're talking about tangents to tangent points is out the window.
Right, right. No,
Not
that makes sense.
comparable. It's not comparable to what you're trying to say, mathematically speaking, which means it's a totally different thing, aka non sequitur.
Right. Yeah, we first have to determine whether the light is traveling in a perfectly straight line or not if we're going to do tangents and triangles. If
Why?
it's
Well,
not,
I can demonstrate that by looking directly at the building across the street. So if I wanted to look at something and it's there where I see it, then if the horizon is 1.2 miles, I'm going to look. And if it isn't there, I'm not going to devise some reason as to how it could have possibly uh, removed the tangent to the tangent point claim and now insert if light is bending, then we could imagine a scenario in which what? Because when we're talking about seeing a further horizon, mathematically speaking, that's a tangent point to a ball with a bigger radius, mathematically speaking. But what you're describing isn't mathematically expressed. That would be something different.
right. Tangents are straight lines, triangles are made up of 3 straight lines. I'm suggesting that sometimes the path of light doesn't travel in a perfectly straight line. That's all.
Right. But you can't I mean, in demonstration, we see in line of sight. You can't demonstrate that when you're looking at something like a building, that the path of light may be curving. And if you say, well, we can't prove by looking at the horizon whether or not it's a sphere because the path of light may be curving 0.007 degrees to where it would travel around the surface of the earth, allowing you to see what you see, is obviously begging the question in the first place.
Right. Yeah, I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm just pointing out that it doesn't rule it out. Doesn't rule out the globe.
If you don't accept your experience of seeing something and it being in front of you.
Yeah, I think that it's obvious that sometimes the path of light bends. I'm just look at Skunk Bay.
Right. But when we're looking at Skunk Bay, everything that we're looking at is already in the field of view. It's not taking something that is demonstrably out of your field of view and then allowing you to see it. It's showing you how what's in your field of view is being affected. That's it. What you're supposing is that things that aren't in your field of view will be brought into your field of view. That's not something that you can actually validate.
Yeah, that is what I'm supposing. I'm supposing that if the path of light can
That's
bend
what
in
you're
Skunk
supposing,
Bay,
but what I'm saying, Skunk Bay is non sequitur to that because Skunk Bay is looking at something that's actually in your field of view.
yeah, but they're both the same mechanism. The path of light bends.
No, you're whatever the light's doing, all of it is in your field of view.
Yes,
So with
but
Skunk Bay, there's no question of, well, we're looking at things that aren't in my field of view, but because of Skunk Bay, it's bringing into my field of view from without that field of view. That's not what's happening in Skunk Bay, but that's what you're claiming is possible.
Yes, it's
So you
not
can't
happening
do
in
that.
Skunk Bay,
So that's
but
a
I'm
leap
claiming
of
it's
logic.
possible because
That's
Skunk Bay shows that the path of light is not perfectly straight, and all I need to say is the path of light is not perfectly straight.
No, that's a leap of logic, though. To
No,
say
it's just saying-
because no, it's a leap of logic because you're saying because with Skunk Bay, obviously you can see something happening where the horizon is rising, sinking, whatever, but the whole image is being manipulated. Because I can see that happening, I can believe I live on a ball where something that I
Right.
wouldn't be able to see is possible to be seen. Yeah, that's a leap of logic.
I don't call it a leap of logic. I think it's just
You don't have
saying
to
something
call it
very
a leap of logic, but what I just said in chronological order is a leap of logic, and that's what it is. You don't
Well,
have to call it.
I see
That's
what
what
you're
it is.
saying, but I'm saying something less than that. I'm saying Skunk Bay merely shows that the path of light sometimes doesn't travel in perfectly straight lines. That's all it shows. And
Yeah, but you're not demonstrating. But you're not demonstrating that when we're looking out into the Black Swan video, that we're not just seeing line of sight. Now, I guess you would say, well, the point is, you guys are saying that it proves that the horizon is not geometric. Is that what you would say?
yeah, the horizon is apparent, not geometric.
Exactly. But the claim is that it is, that the horizon is a leading edge of the sphere. How do you validate that? You can't.
Right, I can't validate it. I'm just saying that the Black Swan doesn't debunk the globe because the path of light might curve.
Which means that you can't make the claim that the horizon is the leading edge of the sphere.
Yeah, I don't make that claim.
Well, that's the point. When people talk about sunsets, they say it's due to the fact that the Earth is a sphere. No, you can't say that the horizon is a leading edge of the sphere. You can't borrow from of a sunset to make that leap of logic. It's just more leaps of logic.
I mean, you can't see the bottom half of the sun, so there's that.
Okay, but that's
Halfway
just
through
you
sunset.
can't see the bottom half. Can't see the bottom half of the sun, and you can see what's going on in Skunk Bay. None of these things validate that the horizon is the leading edge of the sphere, which you just conceded to a couple of times.
Right.
And your response is, yeah, but I can see the sun look halfway, but you're still not saying that that's because the horizon is the leading edge of the sphere, because that would be a fallacy.
Yeah, so I'd say on a ball you would have a geometric horizon, but because the path of light doesn't uh, go in perfectly straight lines, that
So how do you know?
horizon might be different than the geometric horizon.
How do you know that the horizon is the leading edge of the sphere? Then you don't.
No, I don't. It's because I presuppose the existence of a sphere, and that explains sunsets well. So it's not a
You
proof.
presuppose
It's an
the
explanation.
sphere, and then presuppose that the reason that you can't see the constraints of the sphere is because there's air as well.
Bingo. Yeah, I'm presupposing the existence of the
never
sphere.
not had air. You've never not had air to validate the first thing. So
right,
it's
but
ridiculous.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that the globe offers a good explanation.
I heard
for
what you said.
census.
Why do
It's
you
not
keep
like it's
why
not
do
a
you keep repeating what you're saying after I've
all
responded to
because
what
it's true.
No, but why do you repeat what you said after I've responded justifiably and in kind to what you said? Why do you feel the need to repeat yourself again?
Because I'm insecure.
Why do you have to play games? You're not going to answer the question. You're going
Because
to
I'm somewhat
take the
autistic.
fall. So you're going to take the fall instead. I'm asking you straight up. Why do you feel the need to repeat yourself after I've actually responded respectfully and in kind? Because no one does that in normal conversation. When someone makes a point and then someone responds and makes a point, they don't repeat themselves after that.
To make sure we're both on the same page, I guess.
That's not confirming that you understand that normally that's not how conversations go. Again, people don't repeat themselves after a point has been made.
I understand it's not normal.
All right, whatever.
Hey, Matthew, what's your favorite sitcom? Is it Third Rock from the Sun?
Seinfeld. No, Seinfeld. But then I was watching Seinfeld recently. It's surprisingly a product of its time. You couldn't get away with half the stuff they make jokes about these days. But I do think the Earth is the third planet away from the sun.
Can you believe that we can see Mercury and the sun at the same time?
Yes, not at the same time, but before sunrise. Tomorrow morning before sunrise, you might be able to see Mercury if you can see low on the eastern horizon. I saw Mercury like 2 days ago.
So, like, Mercury is supposed to be, is it 24 or 26 million miles away from the sun? 26? Pretty sure it's 26.
That sounds about right. I don't know.
And Earth is supposed to be 93 million miles away from the sun?
94 currently, but yeah.
Really? Yeah, they do that. But you know, there are globers out there that think you can see both in the night sky at the same, or both in the sky at the same time.
You can't see the sun and stars or planets at the same time. The sun washes out everything except for the moon.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, isn't it funny that that thing is supposed to be so much closer to the sun than we are, but yet we see it when we face away from the sun in the nighttime? Mercury.
No, I mean, you have to look towards the sun to see Mercury.
But we can see Mercury at night, right?
No.
Oh?
No, only at dawn and dusk. Because it's so close to the sun. Same with Venus, although you can see it a little bit farther into dusk and a little bit sooner into dawn.
Is level curved, Matthew?
Proving things by definition rarely works. Definitions are basically descriptions of how humans use words, and so arguing about dictionaries doesn't really say anything about reality. But we globers do sometimes use level to mean the same altitude. So sea level, when we Globers mean that, we mean curved around the surface of the Earth. Yes. But on the small scale, level just means horizontal. Like when you're building.
Why would you use one word to refer to another when they mean two different things? Or can't you just call curved and level?
That's a good point. We could use that, but it's just historically been called sea level, so we stick to it, I guess.
You could do that. You guys should do that.
If enough people say it, they'll put it in the dictionary. Doesn't matter if it's true or not. If enough people say it, it'll go in the dictionary. Like bada bing. Bada bing's in the dictionary. A nonsensical word. It's made up. But it's in the dictionary. So if enough idiots say that curved is level, then they'll put it in the dictionary, won't they? Enough important people say it.
Yeah, we're not idiots. We're just describing according to our model. This is what we mean by these certain words.
Yeah, I know, but it doesn't mean that. Level is level. It's horizontal, not curved.
Yeah, but you can't prove things by definitions.
Words have definitions. Words have specific meanings. You can't disprove things by just obfuscating the meaning of a word. For goodness sake. A little doesn't mean level means curved, yeah. Flat means curved too, I suppose.
Well, I mean, I guess you're welcome to make fun of how we Globers use our words when we're talking to each other, but I'm just explaining what we mean by the words that we use when we're talking to each other.
I ask a question.
Oh, yeah.
Is my mic okay?
Yeah, we can hear you well. It's fair income.
Yeah. I've heard a number of times a number of different people say that level is conforming to the shape of the Earth. I'm an old fella, and this is my first sort of time on Discord, so please me on Boomer. But way back in the day, I was a bricklayer's assistant. And what the brickies used to do was they'd run a string line from corner to corner to make their bricks level. And they used to put a little string line level on the string line to show that the string line was level. Now, if that's the case and that string line's level and conforming to the shape of the Earth, what's pushing the string line up to make it conform to the shape of the Earth? Is that gravity?
No, you're right. Like on the smaller scale, level is a perfectly straight line, and that, like I was saying, that's good enough for building buildings.
Okay, so if I put a whole string line of buildings together and they're all level, when do they start curving? How many buildings do you have to put together before you can see the curvature?
It depends on
how many local levels
you're looking for. Yeah. Like if it's just a tiny angle, then you're probably not going to notice. So it's like you could use building railroad tracks as an example. So if you string together a bunch of 300-meter tracks, that will appear that each one is level, but there will be a small curve each time. So you could go 1,000 kilometers, and there would be an overall curve, even if you look at each individual one looks flat.
Did they put the curvature of the Earth into consideration when they build railroad tracks?
No, they don't. They don't have to.
I rest my case.
This sounds like your imagination, Matthew.
No, I mean, I have good reason for thinking the Earth is. I admit that I say the curvature.
It's your imagination.
They don't take into account when they're building railroads, because I have a preconceived notion that the Earth is a ball of 3959 radius on average. but I have good reason for believing that. So, these other things about the horizon
No, you don't.
tracks aren't going to prove it. Oh, yeah, I do. Like, it's the best explanation for all these astronomical observations.
No, they're not.
Yeah, it is for sunsets and seasons.
No,
and moon
no, it's
phases.
not. No, Elijah just went through that with you. It's not the best explanation.
It certainly is. There's like zero flat
No, it's
Earth
not. You need a geometric horizon, and you threw it out the window.
Geometric horizon exists, but we see it slightly displaced.
You don't see the sun go over that, though, do you? You never see it. You can't measure it. You can't do anything with it. It's in your imagination, bro.
Yeah, but it's dark outside. That's not my imagination. At nighttime.
Oh boy, yeah.
And Flat Earth says, "Oh, even though it's dark, it's because the sun is up in the air over there, just far away, and there's nothing but thin air between your eyes and the sun. But it's still dark outside." And I find that
thin air, thin air,
nothing but air, nothing but air.
Thin air.
Air is thin compared to water, for example.
Yeah, so it's not thick after a certain distance.
The thickness stays the same, especially it goes down as you go farther up. But I'm just saying.
So there's not more of it with distance.
Yeah.
There's not more of it between you and some other place with distance.
The more distance there is, the more air there is between you and something. Yes.
It's thicker.
Right.
Hey, Matthew, you mentioned that when you see half the sun at sunset, it's because it's going below the curve horizon. Is that right?
No, I was asking why you don't see the bottom half. I think the clear answer is that the water is blocking it.
Okay, so I tagged you in some high altitude images of the moon setting, which seem to show exactly what we see with the sun setting. Can you take a look at those?
Yeah, I see those. So the same thing with the moon, like when you can't see when the moon sets, why can't you see it if it's still above you?
That's a high altitude moon setting. There's nothing below it. There's no Earth horizon there. It's just, you can see half of it almost.
I think something's blocking the bottom half.
No, there's nothing blocking it.
The air is, right? This is from the ISS?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the thing that I find implausible is that it's 10:30 p.m. and it's dark outside, and a flat earther wants me to say if I go outside and look for the sun is above the horizon, the sun is, there's nothing between my eyes and the sun except for air, but somehow I still can't see it. And I just don't buy it. I think that's irrational. And in fact, I think that's why most of the majority of the world's population just doesn't buy flat earth.
So if you're
Glover wants me to go outside and not see the curvature, but believe it exists. I think that's totally reasonable.
It's so
yeah. That's totally reasonable. Yeah. Maybe that's maybe there's a reason why you can't see the sun and the Earth remains flat.
I also want you to believe that Wi-Fi exists even though you can't see it. There are some things we can't sense.
Not analogous.
Exactly analogous.
No, it is not. I can't do anything with your freaking imaginary curvature. I can do something with Wi-Fi, so it's not analogous.
You can't see it.
Yeah, but we know that we know radio waves exist. We know radio waves exist. We utilize it. We exploit them.
Logic and reason help us see things that we can't see with our eyes.
Yeah, we don't do anything with curvature. I cannot utilize, exploit, or use curvature in any way, shape, or form.
But it explains how GPS and satellite TV work.
No, it doesn't explain anything.
It does.
Matthew, can you see unicorns?
No, because they don't exist.
So then why were you saying that we can't see the curvature of the Earth, but yet it exists? Why were you saying that again?
Because there are some things that just because something can't be seen doesn't mean it doesn't exist, like Wi-Fi and the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, but you can interact with Wi-Fi. You can't interact with the curvature of the Earth or unicorns.
Well, I think the sunsets are a good example of the curvature of the Earth, but we could disagree about
I
that.
just showed you a high altitude moon setting that has no curvature involved.
I think they're setting behind the Earth in those pictures, but I haven't looked.
No, that's clearly not. Look closer at the picture. The bottom half of the moon is the opposite. It's the opposite direction of the Earth curve. There, I'll blow up the picture a little so you can actually see it close. That last picture I posted, you can see the curving portion of the moon is curving the opposite direction that a supposed globe would be curving. Can you take a close look at that and let me know what you think?
Yeah, the fourth one, it's curving. The bottom part of the moon is curving up. It's sort of being squashed.
But it's not Earth hiding it, obviously.
Yeah, I think I don't know what's going on there, but it looks to me like it's being squashed by looking through atmosphere or something like that.
Right, just like a sunset.
I don't know. The sunset doesn't seem to be squashing it like that.
Look at the picture I just posted with the moonset and the sunset. They're doing the exact same thing.
I think they're different because the bottom half of the sun is blocked by the ocean, right?
You can see how it's curving around the edges, just like the squashed moon setting, right?
Yeah, because right next to the horizon, it has that effect of sort of squashing.
Matthew, can you detect something that's not there? Yes or no?
No, if it's not there, you can't detect it.
So, how do we go about detecting the curvature of the Earth when we measure the Earth?
Right, logic and reason based on explanations, the inference to the best explanation.
So has anyone ever measured the Earth and detected curvature? It's what I really mean to say.
Yeah, I don't think you can directly measure the curvature of the Earth. You can calculate it based on other things, but yeah, I don't think you can directly measure it.
And you can't measure the Earth and detect curvature.
You can't directly measure the curvature of the Earth.
And again, you can't measure and detect something that's not there, right?
Right. But just because
you can't measure and detect the curvature of the Earth.
So you're making a logical leap there. So it is true that if something isn't there, you can't measure it. But just because you can't measure something doesn't mean it's not there. The converse is not true, in other words.
Yeah, that's exactly what it means. It means because when you do measure it, it measures flat. If you measure it and you don't measure curvature, it just measures flat. It means that the curve's not there.
It means it's not measured.
No, it means it measures flat. You already agreed with the Australian bricklayer. Measures flat.
On the small scale.
No. It measures flat. Period. I don't care about scale, bro. You said join them all together. Yeah, it's still flat.
Right. You can't directly measure the curve.
So it measures flat, right, Matthew?
Yeah, it measures flat on all scales.
Yeah, there you go. You heard it, folks. Matthew agrees it measures flat, yet somehow it curves.
Right.
Flat on
And they
all.
call us crazy. They call us insane.
They do.
It's disgusting. I'm just like, I'm flabbergasted.
Matthew, maybe you need a moment of self-reflection.
No, I understand what I'm saying perfectly well.
You said flat measures flat on all scales.
Right.
I mean, it's kind of game over right there.
No, just because it measures flat doesn't mean it's flat, is what I'm saying.
Sure, it
There's
does.
good reason for it. No, it doesn't.
If I measure 6 feet tall, it's because I'm 6 feet tall. If something measures flat, it's because it is flat. It's not, pretty simple.
If something measures flat, it's because it is flat, or it's so slightly curved that it's below the threshold of what we can measure. And that's what I think is going on in that case.
600 feet of curving drop over 30 miles isn't light. That's the height of a 60-story building. So a little over half the height of the Empire State Building. That would be measurable if it was there.
If you had a 60-mile straight edge, you don't. Instead, we're measuring angles. And if you're measuring angles, then you're reduced to figuring out if it is the difference between 0.00 degrees per mile or
you don't have to measure it
0.07
with
degrees per mile.
No, you're not required to measure it with angles.
Well, how are you going to measure
Trying
it?
to measure drop over distance.
Yeah,
Black
drop over
Swan,
distance. You'd
there's
have
no
to slap
angles involved with the Black Swan.
If you're trying to directly measure drop over distance, you need a straight edge, but nobody has a straight edge that long.
But do you need a straight edge to measure parallax between stars?
No, because you're comparing it against the background stars.
Yeah, okay. It's very hypocritical.
No, it's not. They're different. They're completely different techniques.
Hey, so I'm curious, Matthew, because I'm always curious to know where people's standard of evidence lies. So how long would someone's straight edge have to be, and for them to use it, for you to concede that the Earth is flat?
It'd probably have to be at least a quarter mile, because then what would that be, like 2 inches? Or no. I forget.
Well, it's 8 inches per mile squared, so somewhere around there, I guess. Maybe less.
Half an inch. So yeah, if you had a quarter mile long straight edge, then it'd be half an inch of curvature. You could probably tell the difference between 0 inches and half an inch, that distance.
So if someone had a quarter mile straight edge and they measured the Earth flat for a quarter mile, then you would concede that the Earth is flat?
Yeah. If they put it up against like a water level or something like that.
I guess it would be a body of water, right?
A body of water would work also.
Quarter mile? Pretty sure there's like factories in China that have concrete floors that are more than a quarter mile across. Might be wrong about that.
You could be. Maybe the
close to
Boeing.
that size, though. Damn close to that size. So is that where your standard of evidence lies for falsifying the globe?
Yeah, there's lots of things that could falsify the globe.
I'll name the next one.
If you could show some astronomical observations that don't match the model, if you could show the sun, moon, and stars being in a different place than they're supposed to be, that would be pretty significant because we think we've got it all figured out.
It's already
Yeah,
happened.
well,
It's already
I gotta point
happened.
that out. That the words you just used there, well, we think we got it all figured out. That's the problem right there. So you see, from our perspective, people looked at the stars and they made up a model after looking at the stars. And the stars kind of give or take a little bit here and there with comets, etc. Like they repeat their cycle every year. Every year it just starts over. We get the same cycle with the sun, same cycle with the moon, same cycle with the stars for the most part. So what I'm saying is, for you to say that that's where your standard of evidence lies, that just seems a little silly to me, because you basically, in order to meet your standard of evidence in that regard, we'd have to like see a star or a planet we've never seen before and then be like, oh, you see that doesn't match with the globe Earth, and like see something, a luminary in the sky do something that's never done before, to falsify that. I mean, doesn't that seem kind of silly?
It's already happened. What we've pointed out the Selenian eclipse plenty of times. Geodesy, right? Astrogeodesy. That's all based on the fact that the stars aren't appearing where they're supposed to. So they make up excuses and create a geoid. That's based on their expectations of where it should be according to a globe. There's light and bending of space-time, and then this mountain over here, and yeah, let's like make it all wonky and fix it up. It's still a globe, though.
Right. I mean, our model can explain all observations well, and so
right. So there is just. Why didn't you just tell Orion that there isn't any then?
Yeah, there isn't any.
There isn't anything that could falsify it for you. Because you'll always find an excuse and then say, well, the globe's still the best explanation for it.
Yeah,
the globe can explain it.
So if there are things that the globe cannot explain, that doesn't falsify the entire model. What would falsify the entire model is a better model that explains things better. And so far, there's been nothing.
Yeah, but we're not talking about models. We're talking about reality, bro.
We're trying to figure out what reality is, and so we're doing an inference to the.
You don't use models to do that. You use reality.
Right. We're trying to see
to figure out what reality is, not models. Oh, my cartoon's better than yours.
Model, he's also throwing away water physics, gas pressure, the non-curvature
and different pressure.
So what the real water that we have in the physical and natural world, the globe cannot explain that.
Yeah, we can.
Well, no, the globe explains the water being flat
the globe doesn't
fine.
explain the
no.
Okay,
It's
so
the best
globe,
explanation for water being flat.
I'm just saying, bro, that the globe doesn't pass the water test, and it also doesn't pass the smell test, Matthew, because you cannot have the gas pressure without the container. So how you gonna smell anything? So the globe doesn't pass the smell test. What about the water test? Can you have water on the outside of a spinning sphere?
Yes.
Can you demonstrate that? Can you show it?
No.
Okay, I can show you water and I can show you spheres, and when I put those together, it doesn't show what you're claiming it does of the globe having the water attached to the outside of a sphere. Can you show the opposite? I can show you that it doesn't do what you're saying. Can you show that it can do what you're claiming it does?
Yes, our explanations make perfect sense of what we see. Now, in fact,
you explaining it is showing it?
No, it's not showing it. It's explaining how it works. But in fact, you can show a sphere that has water attached to it, like a wet basketball has water attached to it. Right? You dunk a basketball in a swimming pool, you pick it up, Most of the water drips off of it. There's still some
Okay,
water
now
stuck
put
to
the
it.
basketball in a vacuum and try again.
In a vacuum, the water would like.
But you gotta remember that the basketball has to be floating in the vacuum and spinning on the water, and the gas pressure has to be on the outside of the spinning basketball. Can you demonstrate that?
Well, by spinning, you mean very slowly rotating? Is that what you mean?
Spinning, yeah, sure, spinning in the vacuum.
Right, spinning at 0.000694 RPM.
Sure, spinning
that's barely
in
a
the
spin.
vacuum and with the water and the gas pressure on the outside of the basketball. Can you show that?
No, on a basketball on that scale, it wouldn't work.
So the globe the reality debunks the globe then?
No.
It does, because you cannot show the reality is basically the opposite of what you're claiming.
No, we explain how it works. I mean, it works. The reason there's water on the surface of Earth is because of the air pressure.
Yeah, you cannot have the air pressure in a vacuum.
There's a far cry from you. There's a far cry from you saying how it does work and just declaring it and demonstrating it to be true.
Right.
Wait.
We're looking for explanations, not demonstrations.
Yes, no. Okay, if you're looking for explanations, Matthew, then piss off.
Okay, goodbye.
We're looking for proof of the explanations.
Yeah, but before you piss off, Matthew, I want to pull a thread here.
He's gone. He's gone. He's gone.
Oh, did you just leave? Damn it. Like, he was saying, like, all the oceans and the water of the world remains water because of the gas pressure. It's like, okay. So then what happens to ice in a vacuum? Does it remain ice? They say there's comets out there occasionally orbiting the, in elliptical orbits around two bodies, like, say there's ice out there in the vacuum of space.
Yeah, it doesn't pass the ice test, like you're saying, doesn't pass the water test, doesn't pass the smell test. He said, but I can explain it, but he admitted he cannot demonstrate it or show it, he can explain it. So the globe is an explanation.
Because even worse than that, they say there's ice on the moon. Don't forget that now. Remaining ice.
Yeah.
In a 10 to the negative 11 torr vacuum. Isn't that fast? It's not turning into gas. It's not turning into water vapor. Not doing anything like that, like it would normally in a vacuum chamber here on Earth. But somehow there's ice on the moon that's remaining ice on the surface even. Or like just below the surface, it wouldn't make any difference in that kind of environment. And it's just remaining ice. Magically.
It gets to a point where his explanations are nothing but excuses. I mean, the Australian bricklayer pointed out, level. Yeah, oh yeah. Well, I can explain that. Well, I've got an excuse. Well, that's because it's just so big and the curve's so tiny. So yeah, you can just treat it flat. Yeah, measure it flat. That's fine. He's got an excuse for the sun in an eclipse. Well, oh yeah, the sun's not where it's supposed to be, but that's because bendy light and yeah. Well, that's okay. I've got an excuse. He just keeps finding ad hoc rescue devices to save his globe. He will not entertain anything other than the Earth being a globe, and whatever you present to him, which is a contradiction like Gemsy did, well, I can explain. But honey, I can explain why there's lipstick on my collar. I've got a model.
Honey, I can explain how I got pregnant when you got a vasectomy already. Just kidding.
Yeah, just let me pull it down this chart and show you the figures and the numbers, my Venn diagrams, and it's all good. But I've got a cartoon.
Time for the globers to ask themselves what's so special about Antarctica, if it's a continent, among the other 7 continents, that 50 nations would come together and decide to use it as a scientific preserve. Yeah.
It's special. It's a VIP section, you know? When you go to the club and there's a VIP section that you cannot go to, the VIP ones, they feel special.
Yeah, but what would make these people decide, hey, what did they discover in Antarctica that triggered this scientific interest? If it's a continent like Africa, Europe, Asia, North America, what's so special about it? Why
The
aren't
scientific
they?
is an excuse, because that's an excuse, obviously.
Yeah.
Because everything they do there, they can do it somewhere else, like you're saying. They can go to Africa, they can go somewhere else.
Yeah, exactly.
Do
Yeah, if it's
similar
a
stuff.
continent like if it's a continent like these are the continents, then why was that? So yeah, it's a cover up there, and it's so sad that globers cannot see through it.
Bilu. Someone called Bilu was in the chat but just left. Bilu. Bilu is an alien that some Brazilian people used to know about, and he told them the earth was flat. Some alien. Allegedly, it's a story about it. An alien that told the Brazilians the earth is flat. It's kind of funny.
There was a sailor in the 19th century who could not find a way through the ice wall in Antarctica. I've forgotten his name, but there is a record of someone who was sailing and was trying to find a way through but could not.
How long did it took him? I wonder, because there's something called the Summer Gates. Allegedly, there's like a sheet of ice that forms, like 100 miles away from the shore, and then when the hot season comes from that area or summer, that sheet of ice kind of recedes like 100 miles. So I wonder if he went in winter and couldn't find the summer. They call it the summer gate, because to go
Yeah,
to
exactly.
places you need these $1 billion
Yeah,
steel ships to be able to break through the ice.
sure.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the truth about the shape of the Earth is in some classified document in the White House. It's being kept as a secret, but one day everything will come out. Everything will be revealed.
Maybe certain information about the confines from an inside perspective, but the shape of it, like a God's eye view, like an outside perspective, I doubt it. Unless
Yeah,
unless some man, God gave some people revelation about his work.
yeah, exactly. You know, this really disturbed me. I was even about to seek some, like you said, some revelation from some spiritual people, but I thought the better of it and abandoned the idea because physics, nature itself shows us that the Earth is flat, like water. You know, if you look at the globe and the way the oceans are depicted to behave, water would never form a curve freely. It is not the water we see in the rivers and the lakes and the seas. Yeah, to not form a
That's why
curve just like that.
that's why the glober has to use crayons and coloring to paint it blue, the globe blue, and they tell you, look, water, but that's not water. That coloring
Exactly.
around the globe, you cannot drink it or bath on it, or
Yeah,
it doesn't. That water doesn't do what they claim that blue thing does.
exactly. There was this. I watched the Flat Earth documentary on the Odd TV YouTube channel, and I had a NASA. Was it a NASA official or employee saying that the Earth is a closed system? You cannot leave the Earth. There is no place to go. He was alongside the other person who was trying. Who was like, NASA are shifting their positions. When they allegedly took that photo of the Earth from space during the Apollo missions, the photo they gave the public showed a perfect marble or a perfect sphere, the blue marble. Then they later came on and changed the narrative and said, hey, it's not a perfect marble, it's an oblate spheroid. Now they are saying it is pear shaped. So you see all these contradictions. They just show that they are trying to hide. It is a cover up. Even when you visit the NASA website where they are trying to debunk the flat Earth, they've not given any argument. They've just said we viewed it from space and all and all. Yeah, very short article.
It was Bill Nye. Bill Nye. I think he barely has a degree in mechanical engineering or something, but he's a popular TV personality, so-called science communicator. Right, and he said about Earth being a closed system, you cannot leave the Earth. It was during a documentary, I think, about pollution and concerns for the environment, the ozone layer,
So
etc.
in that video, so Mr. Billy is like contradicting himself. If he says the Earth is a closed system, then that means he's a flat earther. Because in some sections of the video, he's asked, "Is the Earth flat or round?" And then he says, "Let's see." And then he says, "Round." And then he starts saying that you all go to Australia, you all go to these shows of celebrities, in America, and the other day in London. So when he argued from that point of view, it shows that he is a glober. So when he said the Earth is a closed system, you cannot leave the Earth, then that shows that he was like he's bipolar. He's both a globe and a flat earther.
So I'm guessing that this is a place where we discuss the flat Earth. So, um, what is your best proof that the Earth is flat?
No one's ever detected curvature when they measure it directly.
What's that?
Many people have measured the Earth and the waters of the Earth many different ways, many different times. To the best of my knowledge, no one's ever directly measured any body of water or the surface of the Earth, the surface of water or the Earth. No one's ever measured either and detected 8 inches per mile squared that should be there.
Okay, so it seems like you're using the Bedford level as an argument if you want to go for water and water finding its level. Is that like your argument?
Heard that term Bedford level experiment before. I'm not really familiar with it, but I don't really care. It's just as far as I know, within every instance, whether you're talking about optically, with a straight edge, or with a laser, any of those three, you know,
Yeah,
like
with a laser, we've seen it exactly the way a globe would predict, though. We've seen through repeats with temperature profiling and simultaneous theodolites, they match a curved surface. And if you use modern laser photogrammetry, over lakes, for example, like Lake Superior or Ontario, it shows targets hidden in the exact same way a globe would show you. And to argue that water finds its level, well, then you're using a term that we find in physics, which is based on equipotential. And that means that every point of the Earth has the same gravitational potential. So its level is toward the center.
Okay, yeah. I'm familiar with that concept. So you're saying that an arc segment of the surface of the Earth, or the water, has been measured. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying more so that the Earth in and of itself has a central core, and that core has its own gravity. And
yeah, I know that. Trust me, man. I'm very familiar with that. I'm more familiar with what you're saying right there than you are. I know that better than you do. You don't need to go on with that. I'm asking you about the surface.
Wait. Hold on. Let me
talking about the surface. Forget about the core. I don't care about the core of the Earth. I don't care about what's below the globe Earth or the flat Earth. We're talking about the surface of the Earth. Remember, we're talking about the surface, right?
Please allow me to finish stating my point before you assume that you know what I'm saying more than I know what I'm saying. Because that's, first of all, that's
we're talking about what's below the Earth. Go continue.
First of all, because that's just extremely disrespectful. I didn't approach you with that mindset. I approached you humbly. So, with me saying this, the idea that you're giving is that oceans can't curve when you are claiming level. But the problem is that on a globe, the ocean's surface level is level because every point is at the same gravitational potential.
Yes, I know. You're just repeating yourself. I heard you the first time, and I told you I already know.
Okay, so then what is the argument?
I know that's part of the story. I mean, that's not true. But
so can you disprove it?
Well, yeah. So my question is to you, very simply, has anyone ever measured? Like, first of all, you got to give me a yes or a no. Are you saying that someone's measured the surface of water or the surface of the Earth and detected an arc segment, has measured an arc segment of the surface of the Earth? Are you saying that someone has? Yes or no?
I mean, bro, I don't know in particular. Do you?
Well, because that's what's required. Like, so an arc segment would be a section of a circle, and a section of a circle that could be, pressed up against the side of a sphere. Because you're saying the Earth. You're saying that the Earth is a sphere, correct? Affirmative.
It's a oblate spheroid, but yes, spherical.
Yeah, whatever, oblate, spheroid, or sphere, either one, doesn't matter. You're saying that. So do you know what an arc? So the question is, do you know what an arc segment measurement on the surface of a sphere? Do you understand what that would be?
Yes, it's exactly what Eratosthenes experimented on back in 240 BC.
Well,
he measured the angle of shadows at noon
hold on, buddy. Hold on, I got to correct you there.
And they were about 500 miles apart. And
hold on, buddy.
Siene, the sun was directly overhead with no shadow, and then in Alexandria, a shadow angle of about 7.2 degrees was found. So there was an arc measurement given, and it was about 1/50th of a circle.
Yeah. So did he measure that, or did he calculate that?
If you were to multiply that 500 miles by 50, it would give you 25,000 miles, which is actually very close to the Earth's actual circumference, which is 24,901. So he got 25,000.
That requires some assumptions on his part, though, right? And now answer Orion's question.
Okay, so what's your question?
Did he measure it? Did he measure an arc segment of the surface of the Earth, or did he calculate an arc segment of the surface of the Earth? Which one did he do? Measure or calculate?
So my question to you would be, what quantify the difference for me? Just so I can be
answer my question. Do you even understand the question that I just asked you?
He doesn't know the difference between calculation and measurement. He's asking you.
I just asked you to quantify the difference for me, and then I'll give you an answer.
So one is a measurement of the surface of something, and the other is math on a piece of paper with, numerals and such, symbols.
I mean, measurement is a quantification, and calculation is kind of a quantification based on some sort of design or formula or equation that you're going to be using, right? A calculation is not necessarily a measurement, right?
Yeah, and you understand. You must certainly. This is a point where we got to point out to you. You understand that just because something works on paper mathematically doesn't mean it reflects reality, right? Like, you realize that, right?
Oh, okay. So my question would be to you then: if you traveled from Cyane to Alexandria, they're very close to 500 miles apart. You can measure that distance by traveling.
Yeah, that's not an arc segment measurement.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well,
yeah, you can do that.
the point is that the difference between those two locations, when this experiment is applied, gives you a difference in shadow angle of 7.2 degrees.
Yeah, we get it. We know. No, it doesn't necessarily, because you can do that in your living room. I can use I can use some Coke bottles, right? Place one under a light source and then one at distance, and just say that it's 500, like just on scale, 500 miles apart, right? And then I can get the shadow angle of the second Coke bottle at distance to be 7.2 degrees. Are you going to say then that there's the floor of my house is curving and must be a sphere?
Is he responsible for moving any of these places, or are these places naturally in the positions that they're in when he's measuring it?
Oh my goodness! You can just choose 2 points, right?
Yes, but you can't choose
moving places around in my house. I'm just putting the bottles there.
But you cannot directly choose the light source in question in this example, which would be the sun. You can't choose where that goes.
So what? It's a light source.
It's a variable in your experiment you're doing.
Yeah, you're not manipulating that. And Eratosthenes never manipulated the light source. He just assumed something about it in order to be able to say that the shadow angle is going to indicate and can be used to calculate the circumference of a sphere.
But in your example,
it doesn't necessarily mean he's on the circumference of a sphere, does it? Doesn't necessarily mean he's standing on a sphere. It could be a flat surface.
But in your example,
I'm sure he used a flat surface to measure the shadow's lengths.
But in your example that you gave, when you gave the example, you mentioned a factor that in your experiments was controlled. You were able to control this factor. You were able to manipulate it, where the light goes,
so
how far. Because
so what doesn't matter. You can't control the sun. Nobody can control the sun. I'm just saying it's a light source above 1 point, just like the sun was a light source above 1 point. And at distance was a obelisk, a stick, whatever, right? And it cast a shadow. Now, he measured that shadow length, and he got his little angle of 7.2 degrees, even though they didn't know what angles were then, right? And somehow he assumed that because he was on the surface of a sphere, not that this must mean I'm on the surface of a sphere. No, No, that's not what he was doing. He'd already determined, he'd already decided he was on the surface of a sphere. He wanted to know the circumference. This was not to figure out if he was on a sphere or not.
Okay.
So he had to make assumptions. So he had to make assumptions.
Okay.
So he had to make assumptions about certain things, like the light source and the fact that he was on a sphere, right?
Okay, so I'll give you that. So what about the French geodesic missions in the 1700s, when scientists sent expeditions to Ecuador, which was near the equator, and Lapland, which is near the Arctic, to measure arcs of longitude? They did this to settle whether the Earth was elongated or flattened at the poles. And the findings were that measurements confirmed Earth is an oblate spheroid, slightly flattened at the poles. So they did measure this thing. It's not like there's no measurement, man.
So that point is cool. We can go into it. You can see that Aristophanes didn't measure the curvature of the Earth because he was trying to figure the circumference, the circumference of it, not the curvature of it.
What is circumference? Define circumference. Isn't that the rim of a circle?
He calculated from a distance a section, but he already pre-assumed that it was a sphere, so he was just saying this section of the sphere is this big, so therefore the totality of the circumference is this. But he didn't measure curvature. It was a section of a circle. But then he assumed that circle isn't a sphere.
Okay, so what is your argument that he was testing whether it was circular and not spherical?
When the other guy asked you about measurements of curvature, you brought up Aristophanes, but Aristophanes didn't measure any curvature.
Exactly. Okay. Sure. I'll concede.
Yeah. Okay. That's that point is conceded.
I'll concede.
Is not proof of a globe.
I'll concede. Let's go to the French geodesic missions now. So how do you feel about that?
Can you link info about those French missions? I'd like to look at it.
Sure. French. Will you accept Wikipedia as just a general source?
I mean, I'll love to take a look at what you got.
No, I'm just asking, will you accept Wikipedia just so that way I don't have to spend too much time going deep because I have more points?
Well, being from Wikipedia does not mean it's 100% true, but yeah, go ahead and link it if that's all you got.
Fine. I was just asking if I can just send this just to save time because I have multiple points to go through. You can choose whether you believe anything here or not. It's up to you. It's in the side chat.
One of the problems with arguing with a glober using test for the curvature is that they'll ignore the evidence that you've given them about testing for curvature, because if the globe has a roundness, then that is a constant. It should the result should be positive for significant distances, like 200 miles, 300 miles. So when you tell them that, hey, we've actually checked for curvature between a mountain and an observer who are at a distance of 192 miles, they'll downplay that and then start quoting their own proof. So yeah, that is what they do all the time.
Okay, so can you show me the disproof of the argument? Because that's very feasible.
About testing for curvature, or
specifically about the geodesic mission.
Well, I've been reading it, and it's they're measuring angles to stars, right? And they're using a plane for the baseline. So right out the gate, they're using a flat Earth. You can't measure an angle to a star from a curved adjacent. They're using a mathematical plane, which is flat. So they're using flat Earth math, and then going, "Oh, it's the globe, though."
So there were multiple missions though. They had a mission in Lapland. They had a mission in the equator. So these different missions.
Pick one of the missions and go into detail about it. Whichever one you want.
Okay. So let's start with mission 2, the equator. So what they did was they established 2 precise baselines. It's on the Yaruki plane.
Are those baselines curved, or are those flat mathematical planes?
I off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you, my friend.
They're straight flat mathematical planes, guaranteed.
Okay, sure. So now listen, they established 2 precise baselines from the Yaruki plane, which is near Quito, and one in Tarki. Then they extended a long triangulation chain across the Andean peaks for about 3 degrees of latitude, and the astronomical latitudes were determined with quadrants and telescopes. The team also made pendulum and gravity observations. They also meticulously crafted length standard. They later called it the Tose de Peru, and it became the official French length standard in 1766. Over 3 degrees of latitude, they measured a total meridian length of a bit over 176,000 toises, which implies an equator degree shorter than Paris at 56.7 toises per degree. If you combine that with Lapland, which I'm about to go over after, this confirms an oblate spheroid. Now, let's go to Lapland. With Lapland, they built a triangle.
I posted something in the side chat for you to take a look at real quick when you're measuring latitudes. Okay.
Okay, cool. So
they're assuming a flat Earth. They're using a flat Earth to do these measurements, and then.
And what is the measurement proving? They built a triangulation chain over 100 kilometers of hills along the Torn River Valley. They measured a baseline precisely, then all the triangle angles to compute distances.
Measured a baseline precisely. You realize they're measuring flat Earth. When you view the baselines are not curved. Can't measure an angle of anything in this star, sun, celestial object if the baseline is curved. So they're using a flat Earth.
You like hearing yourself talk. Can I finish, please?
Well, you like to continuously talk.
Well, I haven't finished my point, and you like cutting me off in the middle to just say the same thing you just said like 2 minutes ago. I heard you the first time. So, are you done?
Yeah, go ahead. Until you mention a baseline again, then I'm going to mention that requires a flat Earth.
The word I'm going to start with is baseline.
Okay.
Baseline precisely.
A mathematical plane. You can't get a baseline from a curved adjacent.
And this is amazing. Like, I enjoy talking to people who they don't necessarily care for the validity of discussion. They just want to get their point across. That's amazing. You speak about people downplaying flat Earth and putting up their own stuff.
Explain how you get a baseline from a curved adjacent.
Essentially,
how you measure the celestial phenomena
see what I mean?
curve.
You say that the people that measure a oblate spheroid are talking over your points and ignoring your points. Yet when I'm trying to say something, you won't let me speak and instead echo your own sentiments.
Yeah, buddy, let's not have the conversation about the conversation. Let's just have the conversation, okay? You understand what I mean?
Then can you have your friends stop interrupting me, please? I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, just be the bigger man and move on. Like, let's go to the most
That's not my job. That's not my job.
Here, let me help you. Let me help you.
Quiet.
Yeah, all right. I'm going to help you with that. So here's the question we want you to answer. Do you know of any time that anyone's ever directly measured the surface of the Earth and detected curvature? And what was the method of how they did that?
My friend, I am reading to you examples of such.
Okay. Start with the technique. Who, where, when,
My friend, listen, don't tell me how to present my arguments. If I'm going to give my argument, allow me to give my argument as I'm presenting it. This is not a courtroom.
Argument. You're just rereading from Wikipedia.
My friend, I'm not even reading from Wikipedia, which is insane.
You have us go and looking it up for you. You didn't know have anything to share with us, and now you're just reading from Wikipedia. You're not presenting anything.
First of all, I'm not reading from Wikipedia. I'm not reading from Wikipedia.
You are, definitely.
I am not reading from Wikipedia. With that being said, I gave you the Wikipedia link because it was the first thing that pops up on the screen when you type it in. So that's why I gave it to you like that. So yeah, thank you very much for being disingenuous about that. Point being, I don't mind speaking to you guys, but you guys are like just very disrespectful. I haven't been disrespectful.
Oh my God! Stop having a conversation about the conversation. Get to the globe proof, for fuck's sake, dude. Seriously.
I muted Orion. I'm not interested in hearing that nonsense. So are you guys willing to have a respectful conversation?
No one's gonna tolerate that shit.
Anybody? All right, guess not. See you later.
We're not being fair to the globers because we are asking them to prove something which reality is against. So it's really tough to try and disprove reality because reality just says the earth is flat. So asking someone to go against reality, I get them. It's very tough. Yeah.
Hello?
Smushy.
Someone tell me about the aliens.
Where are they?
Get rid of them.
Yeah, I want to see some aliens.
Come on, bro.
Just look out the window. They're doing your yard work.
Like, the flat thing, if it's a thing, there's aliens. Is anyone on the same page with this?
What's your definition of an alien? Where are they from? Like
another dimension or I don't know, something, another place, another world.
Have you ever seen one?
Nah. Don't think so.
Me neither.
Unless like every single person is one, but so why do government officials go to Antarctica? And you're like, does anyone speculate on that?
That is a good question. They do seem to make some odd trips there now and then, but who knows why?
So you guys don't have any theories on that?
John Kerry and Obama, and I think other like famous high-ranking officials have gone there. I don't know why, but
that's weird, right?
Then they go like right after elections or something. Selections.
Like, hey, let's go see the penguins. Like, what?
See what? Maybe they just really like penguin steaks, and they like them fresh.
Like, if it was just one or two random officials that wanted to go there, sure. But if it's like consistently all these random people want to go there, I don't know.
Yeah, it's quite odd, for sure. Antarctica does not seem like a pleasant place to go visit, that's for sure.
Surely there's someone among you guys that's like deep in this.
Yeah, but you do realize, like, for the most part, all anyone can ever do is guess, right? As far as I can answer that question.
Yeah. Are you guys into speculation just because it makes you look more crazy or something?
Well, actually, I mean, the answer to that question is yes and no. So the policy here is Sunday is called Speculation Sunday, and that's the day when we speculate. And then the other 6 days of the week, we don't.
Oh, it is Sunday, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, I guess it is.
Yeah. It's Monday for me, but I'm assuming you're in America.
Yeah, for 5 more minutes it is. Yeah, you're right.
Oh, yeah, let's go. I got 4 minutes of speculation. If anyone has any speculation on this.
Well, my personal speculation is that all of us live on some type of factory farm type deal, and that there's some entity out there with a piece of paper that says they own this many people in this little plot, and we're basically farm animals. That's my speculation.
Like cattle.
We have owners.
In regards to taxes, you might as well be correct. But hey, man, if you want to squeeze a speculation out of me, fine. I'll give you my speculation. Speculation is maybe some high-ranking government officials go there and, I mean, I know that the world is inside a container. I don't know how far away the edges of that container are. from mainstream civilization, because it could be so far away that no one's ever reached them. Technically, that's possible. But it's also possible that they're close enough to us, the walls of this container, that someone could go to them. After all, could be any size. And so the speculation would be that they're just going there to take a look at that, whatever that service looks like. But I mean, I should ask you, you do realize it's, as far as we know, as far as anyone can demonstrate, and as far as anyone can define, you cannot have gas pressure a container. You do realize that, right?
No, I'm not really a science guy.
Oh yeah, it's a simple thing. So like, even in the definition of gas pressure, the definition is this: the force exerted on the walls of the container by the gas particles inside of it. So you cannot even define gas pressure without the word container. But you also, more importantly, no one's ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container, especially in the consistent X value form. No one's ever done that. So like, take for instance, you have 36 pounds per square inch around the rim of your car. If you have a typical average size car, probably have 36 pounds per square inch of air pressure around the rim. That's a container with a fixed volume and an unchanging X value on the inside, 36 pounds per square inch. We have the same thing at sea level, 14.7 psi at sea level. And, the thing is, whether you're talking about 14.7 psi, 20 psi in 1 cubic foot, or 36 psi around the rim of your car, the thing is, no one has ever demonstrated gas pressure in the consistent X value form without a container and a fixed volume. Because remember, if the volume decreases, the pressure increases. The volume increases, the pressure decreases.
Yeah, I can't really understand what you're trying to say.
So what I'm saying is, since we have air pressure that we're breathing right here, right now, that means that we're inside a container with an unchanging volume.
Otherwise, the pressurized system that we would live in would equalize with the so-called outer space void vacuum. They would reach a state of equilibrium quickly, kind of like opening a can of soda. You get that, and the soda, the ingredients in the soda are equalizing with the air outside of the container. So that's what he's trying to say. Or that's what he is saying.
Yeah, and another way to get a little more in depth with that is point out. So there's this second law of thermodynamics, and there's 3 parts of it. The first part is hot moves to cold. Like you heat a cup of coffee and you let it sit, and the heat from the coffee just dissipates the air around it. Hot moves to cold. Second part is high pressure moves to low pressure. That's the key part I'm talking about. And the third part is high charge moves to low charge, which is like lightning and such. So this thing, the second part of the second law of thermodynamics, this key part, high pressure moves to low pressure. If you had, so another way of describing gas pressure is torr value. You have PSI, which we usually refer to when we're talking about our tires and such. But another form is torr value. So 14.7 PSI is 760 torr. But they say that above our heads for trillions of miles in every direction and an expanding volume, by the way, because they say the edge of the universe is expanding faster than the speed of light. That's a whole separate thing, whatever. But they say that up above our heads and side to side and far below you or whatever, in all directions, is the vacuum of space. And they say it's 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum. And that it's just, goes on for trillions of miles in every direction. And while at the same time, they say down here on the surface of the Earth at sea level, we have 760 torr. So the thing is that would be accurately described as high pressure next to low pressure, with the high pressure not moving to low pressure. So with the way that that's described, with what I just described, and which is the mainstream story, it's a story that violates the second part of the second law of thermodynamics that states that high pressure moves to low pressure. It doesn't just do this sometimes, it does this every time. That's why it's the one of the laws of physics. It does it every time.
Yeah, the second law of thermodynamics is like if you have two different systems of separate and different systems of competing temperature or pressure, when you introduce those systems to each other, they will always equalize. And so our pressurized Earth system would equalize with the outer space vacuum instantly if there was actually a vacuum over our heads.
You know, I struggle to buy laws of physics at all, to be honest. Like, they're effects that we observe, like, consistently. I wouldn't say they're laws.
Let's say, can I ask you a question, Sipballer?
Yeah.
Let's say you're at a 10-mile wide lake, you and your friend, you're looking across it to the other side, okay? You're on one shoreline, your friend is on the opposite shoreline, 10 miles apart on a 10-mile wide lake. How much curve do you think the globe requires between the two of you across that lake? Like a foot or 100 feet or 1,000 feet?
You mean you want an angle, don't you? Like a degree? Oh.
No, it would be like curving drop over distance. The globe requires a very specific amount of curvature over distance. How much curvature do you think it requires across a 10-mile wide lake?
Like 0 point a few zeros and then a number? I don't know.
Like a millimeter? Is that what you're saying? Less than a millimeter?
Maybe like I'm just like randomly guessing, right? I don't have any numbers. Maybe not. Nah. So you want an actual metric, like amount, like a distance?
Don't look it up. Just tell me from your.
Yeah, I'm not looking it up. I'm trying to imagine the Earth. Like that's not.
Yeah. You're at a lake looking across, fishing or something.
10 miles. Percentage of like, I guess it would be a percentage of that. I don't know what percentage that would be, but definitely less than like 1%, right?
Less than 1% of 10 miles. What do you think? A couple
maybe
feet,
like
50
meter,
feet, 100 feet, a meter?
Or like, yeah, around there. Or less. Like no more.
A meter or less?
Yeah.
I would agree with you. I think we don't. Yeah, I think you're already a flat earther. We pretty much agree. So the globe.
Well, it wouldn't matter to me though if it measured flat in front of me. Like I'd still believe in a globe.
Really?
Because I don't think things exist at all. Like they're like waves, right? So like it could look a different way from another like place.
Interesting. So I'll just tell you real quick what the globe requires. Across a 10-mile wide lake, it requires 66.67 feet of curving drop between the two shorelines. So like the height of a 7-story building worth of curve should be between those two locations. That's what the globe requires.
That can't be right.
Oh, it's 100%. Ask AI real quick and then check it out. How many feet of curving drop across a 10-mile wide lake? And I 100% agree with you. That's what got me into this entire topic. I was like, that's way too much curve. And it gets worse. The further you go out, the bigger this curve gets. A 20-mile wide lake requires 266 feet of curve. So I would agree with you when you said less than a meter. That's what we see. That's reality.
Oh, yeah, 66.7. It's
a lot of curve.
Like 20 meters.
Yeah. So almost everybody in this group who has any interest in this subject at some point has gone out to a 5, 6, 10, 20, 30 mile wide lake and done different kinds of measurements, like near flashes, lasers, flashlights at night, and are just looking for buildings across. And the curve
the
is
light
never
allegedly
been.
bends, right? The light that shows you the object. Like when we see an object, well, apparently we're not actually seeing an object, right?
Yeah, the light, if something that's already there can be, the light between it and your eye can curve or bend, but it already has to be in your line of sight. It's not going to allow you to see over hills of dirt or hills of water. It has to already be in your line of sight.
Well, that's what this is suggesting. If it's 20 meters, because you don't see 20 meters, so it is bending. Then, if that is true,
Or it's just flat all the way across, less than a meter curve. That's why there's no measurable curvature across it, because there's none to measure.
yeah, but it doesn't fit with everything else that I've been taught, obviously.
I tagged you in it. It's a real short 4-minute video that kind of sums it up. It's a way you could also check this yourself.
Okay, I'll watch.
Yeah, let me know what you think of it.
I mean, the video just talks about you can't see curve, right?
Yeah, the frozen lake. Putting the lights out across the lake.
Yeah. So again, I would just in my head believe that like it could be curved and an illusion.
Well, I don't know. I would disagree. There's no illusion there. It's just you're looking at reality.
Well, that's not a thing we can even do. Look at reality, you know. I think that's where you guys get tripped up, possibly, because that's not a thing. Looking at reality, right?
What do you mean? Why not?
Like, it's more like you are reality, and then you experience stuff that happens, which is real. But it's not like we're in the same place and we're looking at the same thing. Like you are the thing that stays the same thing. Like you exist, but then the world outside of yourself is happening. It doesn't like exist like you exist.
Well, I would say that world outside of you that is happening is measured flat. That's what I would say.
Yeah, you can measure it flat, and you could, you know, speculate it's round. And I think if maybe one day we could measure it round if we had something big enough, but I don't think we do. I mean, this satellite that works, like weather imagery and predictions, it's all very convincing.
But none of that matters if there's no measurable curve. That's what this entire argument boils down to. Does the surface of the earth, water, does it curve or is it flat? Everything else is secondary. And it literally measures flat. That's what your everyday experience has told you when you said there's less than a meter of curve across 10 miles of water. That's just reality.
So you need like a structure that's level, and it is like verifiably level and very long, right?
Well, that's what water. Just use water for that.
But water, like on like the globe, people would say, "Oh, the water is curved." Yeah, right. It's just an illusion. They'll say that. And there's no to actually prove either way, you'd need a structure, right? Can't use light because they're just going to say it refracts.
Build some type of massive straight edge. That's what somebody was mentioning earlier. Building a 1/4 mile long straight edge.
I think they made the pyramid because it's something like this. maybe I don't know. I'm just speculating.
The pyramids, I believe there's there are holes, little tunnels going through the side of the pyramids where if you can look out and they still match up to stars. You can look through. They're like just a square hole, basically going from the surface of the outside of the pyramid to a viewer on the inside, and they can see stars, right?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
And those stars have been there, same stars that were there a couple thousand years ago, which would seem to be a problem if the Earth is going blasting through the cosmos at millions of miles an hour. Those stars would change every night.
I think they change, but that's not every night. I think it's slowly, very slowly.
No, there's the stars have never moved. We have the same 12 zodiac constellations that we had 5,000 years ago when the Babylonians first cataloged them.
But surely they're like offset by some amount. It's not like we repeat the same exact cycle every time. The same
they're
way.
not off at all. The exact same zodiac constellations today as 5,000 years ago. There's
same names, but I'm sure if we looked up like astronomy or NASA or whatever, you wouldn't trust them. But I'm sure they would say like, oh no, it's off kilter by like this much since then.
Well, of course they would say that, but there's no measurements that actually prove that.
That's their job, right? To like look at stars and measure shit.
Yeah, but that's still a problem that we still have the same zodiac constellations from 5,000 years ago, and they haven't moved apart at all.
I don't know about moved apart, just seen in the sky, like maybe in slightly different places.
I got to step away here for a minute. It's nice chatting with you, though. I'll be back as quick as I can.
Adios.
Hello? No one here. Hmm. Uh.
ฮัลโหล description.
It's a misrepresentation. What you're talking about is that your model
but it's still a
it's a
model.
misrepresentation of water, spheres, physics, all of the things that we can verify in reality. So what you're claiming is a contradiction.
I
of
wonder how
reality.
you know that, because you don't know what the model is. So
The globe thingy that has the water and the gas pressure in the outside in a vacuum spinning. That thing is a misrepresentation of reality. You cannot verify or show it.
yeah,
anywhere in
because
reality.
I haven't explained. You don't know why the water sticks to the earth, so it's you don't know.
Do you
how.
know why? Can you demonstrate why? Can you demonstrate it?
I can tell you what the model says.
But can you demonstrate it? Can you show it? Can you show a demonstration, realist level, that we can both check, look, and verify?
Well, I can demonstrate parts of it, sure.
Can you demonstrate
But it doesn't matter if you think you have debunked it. On what basis have you debunked the Earth? If you don't know
I went to water and I grabbed water and a sphere, and they don't do what you claim they do.
So what do we claim it does then?
You say that you can have water in the outside of a sphere and gas pressure being held in a vacuum by your imagination, basically.
By what causes it to stick to it?
There is no mechanism that you can demonstrate that will do what you claim it does.
Okay. So you're not going to answer what makes it stick to it, what we claim is.
There is no mechanism that I can point out. There is no mechanism, nothing in reality
So you
that I
don't
can grab and
understand
show you.
what you
No,
don't understand what makes gases stick to it?
I'm talking about real East level stuff, something that we can show, like water, spheres, right? That stuff. You're talking about something
You said you was debunking the model, but you can't explain what the model does. So
yeah, I told you already.
I'm going to hold you to it. It's a fucking ridiculous dance we're doing, but I'm going to hold you to it. Like, so what makes it stick to it?
Why are you running away from your claim? Just show the mechanism.
What claim did I make?
Show the mechanism.
What
your
claim
model.
did I make?
Remember, you have a model, but you don't have it because you cannot show
What
it.
model?
Remember that part?
What model?
Your nonsensical fantasy model on the paper that you cannot show in
And what is
reality.
it?
Remember?
Can you explain to me the one you said you
It
understood?
doesn't do anything because you cannot show
So
it. Your
what
model doesn't do anything.
What does the model says about
The
how
model doesn't say anything.
why
It doesn't have
water and
lips or vocal cords. It doesn't say anything.
okay.
Okay, yeah, it's true. What I'm telling you is factually true, but what you're saying is a fantasy thing. You're saying that your model
So you
says
don't
things,
think
but it doesn't say anything.
the model says that that
model
it's
doesn't
the
say
mass of
anything.
the
You say things about it. You're the one saying it, but you cannot show what you say. You're just saying it.
So if I were to show you a equation, would that be good enough for you?
You're gonna show me a demonstration of that you can describe with the equation. You're gonna show, and then you're gonna describe it with an equation.
Are we talking about the model or experiments now?
You're gonna show something in the realist level, like let's say an
No, I'm
observable
not.
phenomena. Oh, you're
I'm
not.
not.
Okay, so you got nothing.
I'm going to
then.
explain the model first. I'm going to explain the
So
model.
you're gonna just so you're just gonna make a story, a fantasy thing, and you're gonna say this is what
model.
it is because you say it.
No, I'm going to make a model first.
Scientific model, like something that you can show in reality and
Yeah,
verify.
equation. It can be verifiable, yeah.
Okay, show me the scientific model. Go ahead. The thing that we can verify
The one you don't understand yet.
and
I can
repeat.
show you that.
The one that you don't got. The one that you're just saying with words, but you don't have it. You cannot show it. Remember, you can't show it. It's like a secret.
I guarantee you, he understands your model way more than you understand your own model. Guaranteed.
He doesn't have a model, bro. He doesn't have one. He's just saying that. Because by model, he's saying the water and the sphere is doing all of these things, and he got a model that shows that stuff, but he cannot show it. He's just saying it.
Yeah, you mentioned something about I have an equation to show. So I have an equation, guy. I have an equation of 3 Bigfoots riding on 3 unicorns.
Yeah.
So does my equation prove that Bigfoot can ride a unicorn?
No, you have to test. You have to make a test to verify that it's true.
And you don't have that for the globe.
If you're not gonna, but Gemsi was flip flopping between actual demonstration and experimentation. Whatever. If you're gonna cut me off, I don't know.
You're gonna run away, obviously.
No, I just don't like being cut off. That's it.
Okay. Are you gonna demonstrate your baseless assertion? Are you gonna show it? Yes or no?
I'm gonna show the model, the one you claimed
What
you
model? The
understood.
scientific model? Because a scientific model, we can verify, check, repeat.
Yeah.
Do you have that?
Yes. I could start with,
Go
for
ahead.
example.
Post
I
it.
could
No, post
start
it in the
with-
chat. I wanna take a look.
Okay, so I could, for example, mention Newton's laws of universal gravity. It claims that you have a force. I'll post the equation.
It's not a
and
model.
then you have. Yes, it is a model. You can plug in the masses.
Equations are not models. Come on now.
Yes, they are. They are most definitely a model. Although you think models can only be made in AutoCAD? You are ridiculous.
Listen. The model that you're claiming has to
This is
have
the
all the pieces that will support your claim that we can verify, check, repeat. Where is that? Where is
Yeah.
the
In
the
this
real
equation,
thing?
you need to have masses, and it's reliant on the
You need to have them.
on the masses and the
Do you have
R
them?
radius. What?
You said that you need
you go-
something. Do you have that something?
Yes, you can have two masses. It's not very hard.
Where
You
is
just
that? Can
take
you show
something
that?
that's
Show the masses.
Take up a rock. That's a mass.
Take a what?
A rock has mass, doesn't it?
Okay, we take a rock, then we grab water. Now show the water in the
No,
the
it
bag.
doesn't. It doesn't say.
Meaning
It doesn't
rock.
say that.
Oh, so not the globe model. Okay, not the globe.
It says that it says that no. This is part of it, right? It says that
So we do have
you
rocks
have
in reality, and rocks in reality debunk the globe claim.
no, because you seem to think that if you have any mass, anything would stick to it just because it has mass. Correct?
Yeah, but once we grab the thing that you describe
Do
as
you think that
the rock, when we grab the rock, the thing that you describe it on the paper, right? The rock, we grab it, and then we grab water, and we put those two together. They don't show what you are claiming.
What does this claim then? What does it claim?
Remember
That
that
it
you're
will stick
claiming
to it
that
regardless?
this mass thing is is in a vacuum, having a pressurized system with liquid water on the surface and spinning that all that stuff. You cannot. The rock doesn't show that.
So you think here on Earth, any rock, everything would stick to it because of this equation? Do you think that?
Any rock debunks the globe claim. Any rock.
No. I asked you. Do you think this model, this equation says here on Earth
That's not a model.
that any? Okay, so I gave you this equation. What does it tell you?
Okay, whatever you're claiming about the equation, I want to look at what the equation is describing, like a real thing.
I gave you the equation. It's as clear as it's the most definite and clear thing
So
you can get.
If
you want like to have a cartoon made for you that is simpler, then yeah, you can go on YouTube.
Okay, so this equation is describing a rock, and the rock doesn't show what you claim after the fact, right? What you're claiming about the globe Earth and that. The rock doesn't show that.
No, the equation shows a relationship between masses and how they're pulling things together. It doesn't say that it excludes everything else, right? But you seem to think that this equation says that rock says, if I have a rock, this equation says, and then you just splash water on it, it will stick. You're severely misunderstanding this.
So not the globe baseless assertion, not that. We agree. I agree. Rocks don't show what the globe claims. We agree.
No, it shows you like you can take a single rock, but you can't take the Earth, right? I can't take the Earth and put it in a lab.
So a bunch of rocks. We need a bunch of rocks. So what happens when we grab a bunch of rocks?
If you want to test this equation,
does
then
it
you
show
can
the
test
claim?
it on masses, right? If I take up if I chop off parts of the Earth, that would be the Earth, right? It would be part of it. It wouldn't be the whole Earth. So why would I presume
And will it show what you
the
claim
Earth
on the
would be
paper?
different than this rock?
Okay, so
It's just a smaller
we go
part
to
of it,
any
right?
we go to any huge
Well, I
section
feel like
of the
this is
Earth.
not going to go anywhere. Sorry, I have to.
Your
go-
feelings.
I have
So
to.
this is all about your feelings.
No, it's not going to go anywhere.
That's what
But
you've been talking about.
I
If
wouldn't
you
mind
feel
catching up.
like the rock is gonna show
I can.
something that you cannot demonstrate.
Okay, you can say whatever you want, but I have to go anyway. I will be back later if you want to catch up the conversation. I'll be back in
No
like.
way, obviously.
I'm not
got
running
too
away. I
real
have
for
to go
you.
to the I have to go to the doctor, Jamesy. Please.
It
let
got
me
too
go
real
to the
for you.
doctor. No, Jamesy. Stop being
Once I
so
said water and rocks, you said,
Dude, I have to be at the doctor's office in 10 minutes. I don't give a shit what you say. Like, I have to go. I'll be back in like 1.5 hours.
These guys are like the black Israelites.
My
He just
God.
wants you to stay and harass you, bro. They don't give a fuck, man.
I'll be back in
Nobody's
one
holding
and a
him.
half hour.
Nobody's holding him. Nobody's holding him.
No, but you're like saying it's an excuse. Like sometimes people have to do real things. Like I
Bro,
cannot
you were
be here on this
supposed.
forever.
You said that you were gonna show this model, and now you
Yeah, and I don't have the
so
time. I started with it now. It's part of it, but I don't have time anymore. I have to literally go. Now it's 9
Obviously.
minutes left. I have
and
to
you're
be
gonna
at the
come
doctor's
back, and then you're gonna come with 10 other excuses.
Hey,
You can call it excuses. I don't give a shit. I have to go.
Obviously, excuses.
Bye.
Bye.
Sayonara.
My sane friend, the second sane guy in here.
The second sane.
Yeah, because
You came out of your doctor visit.
Is it insane to say that the surface of liquid at rest is flat?
He thinks water is crazy.
Is that insane?
Yeah, if I was a
he's denying
3-year-old
water.
or a 4-year-old, I'd believe that. You're damn right.
Is that insane?
Yeah. As
to
a
say that.
3-year-old,
So
no,
the
that would not be
textbooks are
insane. As a grown
insane.
man, yes, that would be insane to say.
Well, university level textbooks tell you that, so I don't know what.
Why is it always the Australians, man?
Yeah.
Is water
Oh, so-
insane? Is that your claim? Water is insane? Go
So,
ahead.
like,
I'm
for
saying-
example, is Nebraska University? Are they insane for saying that?
Yeah, they are.
They are. They're insane. Yeah, they shouldn't be teaching that, right?
yeah.
That's misinformation.
If they said
How
that,
dare
they're
they
fucking
teach that at university level?
They don't teach that at universities. I
They
swear to
do,
fucking
bro.
God. If some professor
that.
told me the Earth was flat,
Hydrostatics.
he would be expelled the next day.
Oh no,
and
he
put on
wouldn't say that. He has a belief. He has a belief,
would be
but
here
in
with you
reality,
guys.
right? No. So the university professor teaching hydrostatics has a belief that the Earth is a globe, but he teaches his students that the surface of liquid at rest lies horizontal, perpendicular to vertical.
Hey man,
Yeah, the
I mean, look,
professor is
dude,
a believer, just like you.
I'm not a believer. I mean, I'm a fucking.
You are a believer.
Shit, I don't know what to tell you, man. I went to school, dude. They teach this
Obviously,
shit in
you don't know
school.
what to
They have
to say.
science. Dude,
You
has
don't know
your
what that
teacher
means.
ever have you ever had
Bro.
a lesson where you just went outside and they like showed you like some cool magic trick, some science trick,
Buddy,
bro?
I don't know if you realize this, right? But when you said the word science, you're saying it like a parrot. You don't know what it means, like the parrot. He said science. Paka.
I don't think you
That's
know
you.
what it means because you just sound like
Okay,
you're
tell us.
regurgitating some
What
shit
you,
that
you're the
you
one
heard.
that said the word. What does it mean? What does science means? Go ahead.
It's a fucking word. That's what it means.
Oh, he doesn't know what
You
it
see?
means.
A parrot.
Dog, I swear to God, you're probably next gonna ask me what does the word math mean?
What's the
Fuck does
definition
that-
of
what,
science?
We don't
what
know
does
what
that
it
question even mean, bro? Well, I don't even know. Like no
Hey,
one knows what that
listen,
means.
buddy.
That's such a
It's not
gotcha
against-
question. No.
Listen,
That
buddy,
makes
it's not
no
against
fucking
you.
sense.
It's not.
No,
It's not
it
against
is
you.
literally
It's-
that is just a genuine stupid question.
You wouldn't be
Okay.
using words you don't know the meaning of, surely. That'd be insane.
Are you fucking insane? I have never been asked what science means genuinely. Like There's a reason why.
Well, don't use the word.
You're using the word like you know what it means, but you don't. That's the whole point.
I don't need to explain the definition of science because it's not something you
If you don't
explain.
know
It's
it,
something you kind of
bro.
show.
If you're going to appeal to it in
you
here,
understand
you're
that?
going to have to define it.
Do you understand that when people say science, they usually are talking about
what do they mean?
Something or an example or some type of action. You know.
Yeah, like what?
You know, like some experiment,
give us an
science
example.
experiment. No, I'm not playing into your gotcha bullshit. You guys are fucking retarded. I only came here to ask you about one thing. What do you guys think of the horizon? What do you guys think? How does the horizon work? How does the sun rise up?
You tell us what science means, and we'll tell you.
That is you really, dude. I swear to God.
He said Horizon, and I bet you. Listen, he just asked about Horizon. He said Horizon. I bet you he doesn't know what it means.
You guys will be sitting here in silence yet again. You guys want to do that?
Run away. It's okay. Bye. It's okay, bro. You can leave. Just run away. It's okay.
All right, I'm sending
you're the one that joined.
30 minutes of being quiet.
Please don't go.
Oh gosh, don't go, bro. Please. Silly monkey. Tequila, you're hot micing, dude.
Yeah, I farted. I hope you heard it. Maybe I can fart again. Hold on. I'm going to try.
Is that what you do? Is join Discords to troll and call for
Dude,
your
you
death?
believe in the flat earth. You're stupid. You're a fucking dumbass.
Is that
You're
an
a fucking
argument?
dumbass.
Is that
You're a
an
fucking
argument?
idiot.
I'm not a flat earther, though.
Yeah, the argument is space. Go outside. Look at the stars. Look at the moon. Look at the sun. Look at Venus. Look at Mars. Look at Jupiter. They're all fucking round. They're all spherical. Go fuck yourself. Show me the
Why
flat
so
Mars.
angry, man? Dude, why are you so angry?
Show me the flat sun. Show me the flat moon.
Just quick question. Why are you
show me the
angry?
flat Jupiter.
Why are you
Yeah,
so
that's right.
angry about this?
It's triggered. Hey, listen. The sun is a circle.
There's no anger.
You know? Have you ever heard of
right
the
and you're wrong.
Have you ever heard of the circle of the sun?
How can something that's flat be a circle?
Circles are flat, dude.
A quarter? A dime?
No, dude.
Those are circles in our flat.
Have you ever seen a flat table? Like a round
No,
table?
there's nothing that's actually flat. If you zoom in far enough, they have atoms that are round. Yeah, I know you don't know that. You probably don't believe in atoms, right?
That is a description of
that's
an
flat.
orientation.
No. If you look at a flat surface under a fucking electron microscope, it's fucking made of atoms, you stupid idiot.
This guy is
And
sea
atoms
lion.
are
He's
round.
a sea lion. You're a sea lion, right?
You're a dumbass. You're a dumbass. Nothing is truly flat, you fucking brick.
Mm-hmm. Okay, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever you say, you believe it. It's okay.
This guy's
dude.
time.
Yeah,
this
that's
guy
right.
happens so hard.
You can't even answer how far the moon is from the Earth. That's how pathetic your science is. Your flat Earth monkey brain science.
Can you? And how'd you figure it out?
How'd you figure it out?
Yeah, keep guessing.
It's called human brilliance. That's how.
That's all you got. It's pathetic.
It's human brilliance.
Are you an example of this human brilliance?
It's called science. Look it up.
What's the definition of science? Real quick, go. Don't look it up. What's the definition?
Knowledge.
No.
Yeah.
Not the definition of science.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Knowledge of the natural world around us.
This is what TikTok does to your brain. This guy's.
Dude, you believe the moon is in the sky. You're so fucking dumb, it's pathetic.
You believe the moon is in the sky. Where do you look to see the moon? When you look, do you look
it's
to the
in
ground?
space, you stupid idiot.
I'm looking at the sky right now. I don't see the moon.
Yeah, but how could how could the Earth be flat if the water pools bend? It just doesn't make sense.
Water bends?
Yeah, the water pools, they bend. I swear. No one can explain it, but it's the truth.
Water doesn't bend, my friend.
You can look in the picture, boss man. Send the picture, retard. Look at the pose bending.
Showed up.
You're the one making the claim, so you should send us a picture.
I just did, retard. Look at the picture. You can see the curve. I see it.
Mez,
Everyone sees it.
Tell your girlfriend to shut up, Mez.
I can see the curve of the lines. Yeah, you're right. These guys are idiots. Look at the curve. Look at the curve,
retard.
right there. Oh my god, these guys are so fucking dumb.
Look at the curve, retard.
So that water is bending front to back, but not left to right.
No, you're dumbass. The water's not bending. The fucking material's bending, you stupid fucking idiot. Look at the material. You're so dumb. You're so fucking dumb. You're so
Ends on
fucking
the curve.
stupid. It's curved. Yeah, y'all are all debunked.
What's the quota for you guys to get invited to your buddy's party? Is this what you do to get invited to the...
Is this what you do? You just start spiraling now because you can't explain the picture?
Is it required for you to troll people in here so you can get kind of like invited to the parties or something?
Backpedaling, can't explain it, backpedaling, bullshit ass video, can't explain it. Is anybody
and that's the thing, you show them proof and then they call it trolling.
Yeah, they just spiral out. They can't explain it. Is anybody going to explain it? Anybody?
Hold on. I'm trying.
Anybody?
Avi, how much curve are we looking at in that image you shared? How much curve are we looking at in that image you shared, Avi?
Oh, sorry, I didn't know you were talking to me. Dude, honestly, it doesn't. It's regardless. It doesn't fucking matter. You could see it with your eyes. I'm not. I'm sorry to break it to you. I'm not gonna go out on the ocean with a ruler. Yeah. It's not gonna happen. You can see it.
This is a tiny planet. You know, tiny houses. There's tiny houses in this tiny planet right here.
Hey, Clipcord. You just sent us a clip from a flat earther making a video debunking this claim. You really think a flat earther is going to lie?
So, Avi, how much curve were we looking at there, Avi? What was the viewer height?
I just told you if I could get out there with a ruler and swim, I totally would. But
so
I just genuinely can't.
Measurements? Do you have anything to share that has a viewer height, target distance, curve amount, etc., or is everything it looks curved?
Sadly, I don't. But if you actually look, you can see the curve.
No, I don't see any curve. How much for what?
You're fucking blind if you don't see a curve, old man. Go get some glasses.
Look at what
we know that it matches the globe radius of 3,900 miles. Everything you guys share is either too much curve or not enough curve. We've never seen anything that matches what the globe requires, ever.
What do you mean? You can see the curve.
It doesn't match the globe radius. And it's not physical curve, it's an optical phenomenon.
Well, no.
You can show the same thing. No, bro, you can set up the same thing, right, on a flat surface on a small scale and see the exact same effect. Right? I can show you side-by-side examples right now, and we can show on different days when we don't have that particular miraging effect that there isn't any curve and you can see the other side of the lakes and the buildings on the other side of the lake.
Here's another example.
It to you right now, bro.
You can see a boat going over, the horizon. It shows the curvature. I mean, it
doesn't show the curvature, bro. All right, you see extremely choppy conditions. You don't think that ocean swells can block the bottom of a boat?
I apologize, brother. I know all the evidence pointing towards...
No. You can't have a normal conversation about it. Let's stick to the Pontchartrain one.
I just need proof.
Yeah, so let's go over
it. Why would every government across the world... Yeah.
Right? You got TikTok brain, like Jamsy said, because you can't focus on a particular thing. Yeah, you can't even let me finish talking, right? You can see the obvious miraging effect when we look at it from a different angle, right?
Where's your proof?
I'm posting it in the side chat right now. Right, DJ, have a look at what I just posted. You can see the miraging effect as it all of a sudden looks like it drastically starts to curve down. We see the exact same thing with the cans on the flat floor here.
Well, no, because the cans, they don't look like they're actually going down, whereas the pools, they do.
Yeah, they do actually look like that.
Same in your first picture, you can see it curving down too. So.
Have a look at the two complete opposite effects here. Yeah?
The fucking cans aren't even at the same distance.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't even go down.
Effect. It looks like
work.
The cans are curving downward, just like it looks like the power lines are curving. Are you blind?
Even
all of a sudden your eyes don't work?
Right.
You want to see a side view?
You blind?
Those cans are the place.
Look at the side view, and then we've drawn a red line across it to show that it's perfectly horizontal. Okay, so this is a much further distance left to right. Okay, and you don't see any curvature from the side view. Okay, obviously it's just an optical effect. Yeah.
It's not an
Let's say
optical
you're
effect.
right.
Go to Louisiana.
Right?
It's not an optical effect. Well, why is it flat from the side view, dumbass? Use your
You
brain.
can see it in real time. Go down there.
Yeah, here, have a look. Have a look at this. This is an actual GIF of someone zooming in. You think it's flat, and then it just drastically curves off like that, right? And that the Earth's a little tiny little globe. This is like the movie Idiocracy. You guys think you're smart, but you guys are dumb.
Yeah, can I ask a question?
Earth appears to be flat because
No,
you're small.
Scattergun.
You're a puny 5-foot human. You're a puny
Bro, see, this is how dumb you are. We're on the internet. You don't have no idea what height I am. Look, here's the same thing on a bridge. Okay, it's called an inferior mirage. And look at the image on the right, which is Pontchartrain. We see the mirroring effect, right, where the ground and the sky appear to meet. Okay, and then the light makes it look like it's bending downward, just like on the bridge. Now I'm going to show you the video from the bridge, and you'll see that it's just a flat guard railing on the side of the bridge, and then as he starts to lower the camera down a bit, we see the miraging effect that is identical to what we're seeing in the Pontchartrain image. Now we go there on other days when we don't have that miraging effect, and we can see right across, and we can see the other side of the lake. Okay, so you wanted an explanation. I've shown you an explanation. You should say, okay, well, that kind of makes sense, but it doesn't seem like you're intellectually honest. You thought you had a gotcha, but you don't. Same with the boat over the horizon. You know, we can go over that next if you want.
Well, you don't give me a chance to speak. I gave you almost 5 minutes.
Okay, thanks. Now it's your turn to respond to what I said.
Yeah, simply put, let's just say you're right. In that case, why does every government, that's around,
I'll tell you why.
agree?
I'll tell you why. Because if knowledge is the ultimate power, and we do not have any, then we would have zero power. That's as simple as it gets. Knowledge is power, and we don't have any.
Bro, the government, the politicians, they just believe it just like you. They don't know it. They believe it.
I'm just tuning into this. Can I ask a question I've been thinking about?
You're telling me that old buddy Biden,
just don't go
old
into
buddy
it.
Biden,
Just stick to the main
Biden
topic.
is pulling the wool over your eyes, huh? Biden's really
No, he
tricking
just
you.
believe it. He's a believer just like you.
Man. Biden's really got you, doesn't he?
If you guys are really like free thinkers and it's all science based,
It's
can
not
you explain
free. You gotta pay for it.
Some of it is, some of it's
Can
not.
you explain how space works in your model?
We can explain how space can't possibly work on your model, though. We don't make claims about things we can't validate. So space, they claim it's a big giant vacuum.
Yeah, go ahead. How does space
I know
work?
it's hard to answer when there's the other globe Earth is jumping in trolling. But yeah, look, space. They claim space is a big vacuum, and they claim Earth is a big ball covered in water that has gas surrounding the ball that's inside a vacuum without a container separating.
Right. But what is space for you?
I don't know. I don't make claims about things that I can't validate. Okay, so we don't know exactly how the sky works. We can admit that. We don't try to have a replacement answer for every single claim the globe side makes, right? Because
we're not even kind of do have the burden of having an explanation and not just disproving by providing nothing, right? So if space isn't a vacuum, what is it?
Yeah. Let me finish. We don't know exactly how space works, and I would say that you've made a positive claim about what space is. We haven't. We can validate that the Earth is not a globe, right? So it's absolutely not a globe.
I get what you're saying, burden of proof, and I'm making the positive claim, whatever. But you have no idea how space works? Zero? You don't have any theories? You don't think how would we have any theories?
Well, people can speculate about it, right? But that's not really going to help anyone. We're about
even if we
empirical
do
evidence.
You can still go to space.
Well, you can't go to a vacuum of space, right? But there's space there's space around you. Okay, there's space where there's not matter, but that's a different definition.
Where do the rockets go that we shoot?
You can't validate where the rockets are going. We see rockets go up, they take a parabolic arc. That's what we see. We can't validate exactly where they're going, right? They get retrieved from the ocean in the Bermuda Triangle area in most cases, but we don't know, dude. We can't validate a lot of information. Have you do you believe they went to the moon? Do you believe in the Apollo mission still?
Yeah.
Oh God,
So
really?
Here's the very easiest explanation for why I think you're just making this shit up and you don't have any actual positive proof on your end. Is because
no, I do have
the conspiracy of faking the moon landing is such a big thing that in reality, nothing that big can be hidden with so many people being a part of it. Something that big has so many people helping on it. How is not one person going to whistleblow or say like, this shit's not real?
Well, they have.
I'm sorry.
So just because you haven't seen it on CNN.
Right. So you're a whistleblower, right? So you are?
No, I'm not. No. See, you're being disingenuous. I'm not a whistleblower. I didn't work on it, but there are people that have worked for NASA that are whistleblowers. Yeah, we can show you stuff like that.
Person that worked on like Apollo or
obviously
like that doesn't think it's real.
There's a ton of people, right? There's literally a Polish astronaut that said the Earth's flat.
Name one.
Well, I don't know how to say his name in Polish. I can post the video of him saying it. And there's multiple Soviet astronauts that have said that. Buzz Aldrin's mentioned it a bunch of times.
Buzz Aldrin is a flat earther?
Gus Grissom said then there's no way they can go to the moon. He hung a lemon on the lunar lander
I gotta look
mysteriously
Buzz Aldrin.
Yeah, we can post those clips. Yeah, we didn't go, and that's the way it happened. What you saw was an animation. It's like 3 or 4 different interviews. He said that.
If we share just one whistleblower, then you'll realize that the moon landing is fake. Is that all it's going to take? Or are you going to move the goalposts?
That's not how. Okay, so just asking for proof and then evaluating it doesn't mean you move a goalpost. That's not how it works. You know that, right?
This is what I saw today. Listen. This is what I saw today from Buzz Aldrin. Was it scary? Well, it didn't happen. It would have been scary if it happened.
Where did he say that?
He said that, mate.
I'm just asking you, where did you say that?
In a conference.
Can you link it just so I can see it? I'm not trying to catch you out. I'm just trying to see why. I just want to look at it.
Yeah. Look, I can try to pull those up for you in a second. I'll put them in the side chat. It'll take me a few minutes to find them. But do you understand that, like, if we go out and actually test the Earth over large distances of water and it's flat every single time, where it would have to have hundreds of feet of curvature, it cannot possibly be a globe. Right? That's impossible on a globe.
The guys before me just showed it. They just showed the curvature, and you think it's refraction. So I'm not going to go into that. But
no, I didn't say that. I showed you this exact same thing happening on other exactly the same as Pontchartrain. Now you can mirage effect Pontchartrain.
I sound like a robot, but I don't know if robots can exist.
I don't sound like a robot, right? Maybe you don't understand what I'm saying because you've never looked into this topic. You're not interested.
I'm saying your mic is lagging.
Why you have such a simple mind, bro, that you don't want to look into things. You see it. How's it lacking, bro? You want to try to attack me personally because you can't have an intellectual conversation.
I said your mic is lagging, not that your mind is lacking. Relax. It's not that.
Fail proof.
Yeah, sorry. Learn how to pronounce your words correctly.
Okay,
so who's it was an animation. Tagged you in a video where Buzz said the moon landing we saw on TV was an animation on an interview on the Conan O'Brien show. It's only like 30 seconds long. Check it out.
Yeah, I'm watching it.
It really doesn't matter anyway, because the vast majority of people think that the Apollo was a hoax. I mean, they hate flat earthers more than you do.
Even if you do, by the way, that's just
you don't need flat earth to talk about that.
Think it's a hoax.
Yeah, the people who think it's a hoax, which is like 30% of Americans, like
so, is that a majority? Is 30% what you think a majority?
Of them, of that amount of people, they think they hate flat earthers more than you do. So you don't need flat earth to discuss this topic. You can go right to them, Bart Sabel, whoever you want to talk to, and you can try to convince them that you went to the moon, that you did somehow, like we went to the moon. You don't need flat earth for that topic. That's the best part. The vast majority who think it was fake, they don't like flat earthers either.
Sorry, you're saying the vast majority of people that think the moon landing is fake don't like flat earthers? Is that what you're trying to say?
That's what he said.
Okay,
yeah,
that's weird.
Yeah, they hate flat earthers. Like Bart Sabel will go through and has a mission to try to shut flat Earth down because he thinks it's a CIA controlled op. Or just go with like Carl Sagan. Carl Sagan said the Apollo program was the most ironic token of all of human history. Just go with that. It was
the most
very,
ironic
very
token. Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Did you know it's more? You know they say in physics that the universe is flat. They even say it themselves. The whole universe is flat, and we actually don't even live in it.
Do you know what you're even quoting when you talk about Carl Sagan like that?
Yeah, because he said that Nixon signed a plaque that said he's meaning the executive branch of the federal government, we go to the moon for world peace. Then carpet bomb Cambodia. He said it was quite ironic to do something for world peace and then bomb the shit
you're
of
right.
third world countries.
What does that have to do with proving whether or not the moon landing or we've been to the moon?
Because where's this giant leap forward? You got somehow this is supposed to be a giant leap forward for all mankind. What happened? Quite
his quote is about like militarized industrialism and war. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's not what he's talking about.
Which is what Eisenhower warned you about. And Eisenhower's vice president was Nixon. And Nixon's
for the link
space
to the
program.
moon stuff.
Yeah, Nixon's space program was just part of the whole thing. Quite ironic.
That is a crazy jump to go from Carl Sagan's quote to saying the moon landing was fake because it was a big jump and we wanted to fake it to gain a lead. Like, I understand what you're trying to say, but that's a crazy jump.
You don't need flat Earth for that. You can just go right to people who think the Earth is a globe and they'll tell you exactly the same thing. So you can argue globehead and globehead, and you guys can debate about why your space program abruptly ends in 1972 when Nixon leaves office, and never again. Never again. It's not possible because they destroyed the technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Okay, here's a crazy theory, right? Here's a crazy theory. What if there's just not a reason to go back? By the way, we are going back.
Giant leap forward. No we. Yeah, there's no we there.
Okay.
Like you and I?
Don't get caught up on the words, bro. I'm just saying the U.S. government or whatever the fuck, right, is going back to the moon. That's the plan. But my point here is that maybe we just didn't go back because there was no reason to. Is that crazy? Is that a non-valid reason that, going to the moon?
That's not what NASA said. When is my mic coming in clearly?
Yeah, you're good now.
Yeah, sorry about that. But sorry if I heard you before, dude, as well. I apologize. But look, so when they interviewed NASA astronaut Don Pettit and they said, why hasn't NASA gone back to the moon? He said, I'd go back to the moon in a nanosecond, but we destroyed that technology and it would be a painful process to build it back again.
Yeah, so that's a quote from an astronaut, right? I mean, it's very this isn't like a hidden thing. NASA's reason is just because like the space race was over. There was no reason to go back to the moon, right? We don't have like the tools yet to do like industrial mining or have a need for it on the moon. Now we're going back to maybe do some more like science, experiments in zero G and stuff. But like there was no reason after the space race to go back to the moon. That's the point.
Well, actually, they did actually say that they were going back to the moon. They said that there were going to be like hotels on the moon, all kinds of things, right? And they've kept kicking the can down the road since the 80s, right? Like every 3 or 4 years, they keep pushing this back.
Okay.
Like there's videos about it, and it shows different presidents saying that we'll be going back to the moon soon.
Yeah, of course.
Right, and then every 4 years, they just keep pushing it back, and they're still pushing it back, kicking the can down the road to this day.
Every
this is just what
around that time was saying that. It just sounds good to say we're going to the moon because you know why we went to the moon, right? To beat the Soviet Union to the moon. That's why. So
it's like a power play, right? So they obviously they just faked it, right? You probably haven't looked into it enough. Look, even if I thought the Earth was a globe, I would 100% call bullshit on the moon landings because I've done a ton of research into it, and the evidence stacks up that they faked it, right? That the footage also looks completely ridiculously fake. Like I don't know how anyone can believe it unless they haven't really looked at it.
Yeah, they didn't go to the moon. I mean, that's obvious. I think everyone here understands that.
Well, no, this guy's still on board with that. Moon
That's
landings.
crazy. I mean, I'm happy to talk about it with you, though. I'm not like.
No, you don't need Flat Earth to talk about this. If you really want to talk about the moon mission, you've got some.
Listen, it sounds like you really want to get back to Flat Earth.
30% of English. Like, this is a big deal. The vast majority of people who think that.
I don't know why you keep saying that. I'm not saying you're wrong.
You don't need Flat Earth to discuss this.
Okay,
again, coming in here talk about pineapple on pizza. The vast majority who like pineapple on pizza have nothing to do with Flat Earth.
I'm so sorry, bro. I will move my Reddit thread to the correct thread. My bad.
Yeah, I mean, there's have you seen the long distance observations yet that are impossible on a globe that completely debunk the curvature?
I haven't, but I think you're going to show me.
If you want, only if you want to see it. I don't want to bore you if you're not interested.
No, I'm interested.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll just show you a couple quickly. I'll try not to drag it on for too long. But okay, so here's one done by a very smart guy. His name's Dr. John D. Right? He originally was a globe earther, obviously, but he went out to try to debunk flat earthers originally, and he actually accidentally became a flat earther in the process because he's got a PhD in optics, and he was using high-powered lasers and long-distance observations, to try to debunk flat Earth. But he could see too far, like way too far. So here's one of the tests that he did.
Okay.
So I'll just pop some math first.
So you're saying that the thing is he can see too far, so there's not curvature. That's the claim, right?
Well, this is the claim, right? So they tell us the size of the globe, they tell us the radius. Now we can do some basic mathematics, and if you're standing at a body of water like the ocean or a large lake, the horizon should be at a certain distance away from you. I mean, when I was at school, they taught me if you're 6 foot tall and you're standing at the beach, the horizon should be 3 miles away. Okay, so depending on the height of the observer, the horizon would have to be a certain distance. Okay, so he's going out and, he's measuring the distance that he's taking the observation from, and then he's zooming out to objects that are known distances, like wind farms and oil platforms and things like that, to try to test for the curvature that would have to be there if it's a globe. Now, over 10 miles, you should have 66 feet of curvature, and over 20 miles, you would have 260 feet approximately of curvature. So the things in the distance should be obstructed behind the geometric horizon if the Earth's a globe. So we can go and test this over and over again. So
I mean, there's the exact opposite showing, though, right? When a ship sails across the horizon, why does it disappear?
Yeah, so look, we can get into that after I show you the observation, because this is analogous to the ship example right here. There is actually a ship in this observation as well. I'm just trying to switch to a faster internet at the moment, so I'm uploading things in the side chat. I don't know if you can see them yet. Can you see what I posted there? At 14 after the hour?
Yes.
Okay, so that's just a screenshot from an Earth curve calculator. Anyone can go on Google or type in Earth curvature calculator. They're all going to give you the same results because they use the same basic math. Okay, so the observation height. So he's just setting his camera up. I think it's 3.5 foot, okay? And then he's looking out at some wind turbines. It's like a wind farm that's out in the ocean. Mm-hmm. So there's like 8 or 6 wind turbines in this observation, and the furthest one's 11.2 miles away. Okay, so when we put in the observation height, eye height level, which is 3.5 foot, the distance to the object, 11.2 miles, it says that the distance to the horizon on a globe would be 2.29 miles away. Okay, and the bottom portion of the wind tower should be hidden behind the horizon by 52 feet, meaning the bottom 52 feet should be missing, and you should only see the top portion of it. Okay, so just a second. All right, so I'll just post an image of the zoom, and then I'll post like a clip out of the video. Now there's an hour-long video where he goes over like all of the possible variables and every single aspect of the observation, which I'll post that in a second as well. But this is just a clip out of the video thing now, and an image, and just a screenshot of the weather conditions and the temperatures and things like that as well. Okay, so what you'll see is that when he zooms in from this observer height, we don't see that horizon where it has to be on a globe. Like we can see the bottom of the wind turbine towers touching the water, and then we can see the water goes on beyond the turbines. Then we can see a ship in the background, and then we can see the horizon right beyond. So this is magnitudes further than you would possibly be able to see on a globe. The curvature is missing. The horizon's distant, like the horizon at the correct distance, is completely missing. So this is just one example out of countless examples. Like I can show you one after another. So when you actually go out and check, the mathematics doesn't match up with reality that they tell us for the globe. That's the problem. And you probably think there's a whole bunch that would match up with the globe math, but I urge you to
a very simple. Hold on, a very simple explanation, right? You know what a level is, right?
Yeah, I know what a level is.
They use a level and they make them level. They're not all the same height.
You're missing the whole point, right? The horizon, which is the line in which the ground and the sky appear to meet, would have to be at 2.3 miles. Okay, it's not there. And then the bottom of the wind turbines, it doesn't matter what the total height of the wind turbines is, right? You can see the bottom touching the water. You can see the wind turbine unobstructed coming out of the water. It should be obstructed by 50 feet. The closest one's 8 miles, the furthest one's 11.2 miles. Right? The horizon should be at 2.3 miles. It's not there.
Okay, I mean, let's say that's sure. Let's say that's true. You know, even if that's true, or if that seems to be true, how do we explain all the phenomena we see that in your mind is phenomena, right? With ships disappearing under the horizon.
Okay, yeah. So this is the same thing. Okay, so they don't in most cases. Now I grew up. Well, let me explain it to you. Okay, because these things can easily be explained and demonstrated that it's not exclusive to Earth curvature. Now, the ship would have to disappear. Once again, if there was a ship in this observation, the ship would sail out and it would have to disappear behind the 2.3 mile horizon line. It should start to disappear bottom up. But even in this observation, we see a ship that is far beyond the 11.2 mile wind turbine tower. Okay, and he goes over the ship. He knows the name of the ship. It's all in the video, right? He shows you the tracking radar for the ship. So we can see the entire ship, and it's about 13 miles away. You shouldn't be able to see the ship at all. It should be completely hidden behind the 2.3 mile horizon, but it's not. Now, what happens most of the time is that you'll see a ship go out and it will kind of fade off into the opacity of the air, right? Or if it's a clear day with no waves, it will get smaller and smaller and smaller until you can't see it anymore. So you can still see the horizon, but it looks like the ship's gone beyond the horizon. But we can take out a zoom camera, like a P900 or a P1000, and we can zoom in and we can see the ship again. Unless, obviously, there's ocean swells, which are waves.
So, okay, I just looked at the image more. By the way, they are obscured more. I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, they are.
No, they're not. Okay, so they're not obscured at all, right? So you can have a look at close-ups of the wind turbines, and you can see the full wind turbines. Look, this is all covered in the video. I'm going to post the video for you.
You can see less of them further out. It's very clear.
No, you can't see less of them. Okay, so here's a close-up image.
All right. Do our eyes not work today, or what's up?
No, my eyes work just fine. So we can see the water beyond the oil platforms, right? So obviously they're not being obstructed behind the horizon, which is what they would be obstructed behind, because we can see the horizon behind them, and we can also see a ship beyond them, right? And we can see an oil rig as well in the shot, right? So I'm posting images to back up what I'm saying. So obviously it's not hidden behind the horizon if the horizon's behind it.
Yeah, okay. It doesn't have to be hidden behind the horizon. I don't know where
what would it be hidden behind?
Nothing. It just gets smaller as it gets towards the horizon.
Yeah.
Because it's getting hidden. A horizon is not full, like it's clearly getting smaller and lower.
Yeah, you know how things.
Yes.
No.
Part of it is disappearing.
No, it's not. Nothing's disappearing. It's getting smaller due to perspective, right? Obviously, when a car drives away from you, it gets smaller as it moves away. This is
not just smaller,
perspective.
It's lower. It's not lower, and more of the black part of the bottom is hidden.
No, not more of the black part of the bottom is hidden. What's it hidden behind, bro? The horizon, which is
yes.
The horizon's beyond the oil platform, beyond the wind tower.
Yeah, things don't just...
The horizon's past it.
That's not how a horizon works. It doesn't have to go...
What's the horizon? What's the definition of horizon?
The horizon is as the curve covers what you're seeing. And so that's what's happening.
No, that's not what the definition of horizon is. Right? Look it up right now. Definition of horizon. The line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet.
Yeah. Okay. So the point is, though, that things don't just only disappear beyond the horizon. As it gets lower out, curve takes effect. If you have an apple and there's a bug on the apple, it doesn't have to go all the way to the edge for you to start seeing less of it.
It has to go beyond the visible horizon, the geometric horizon, right? Like if someone walks away down a curved hallway, they don't disappear until they go beyond the obstruction of the horizon, which is the curvature of the hallway. It's, turn that horizontally, and that's what should happen on a globe. Let me show you another example. Okay, another clear example. So this one might help you understand what I'm talking about better. So just a second. Okay, so this is off the coast of Santa Barbara in California, and we have some oil platforms that are known distances out in the ocean. One second. Okay, so, right, this guy does a whole bunch of observations from his YouTube channel at this exact location on different days from different observer heights. On this day, he's doing it late in the afternoon. Okay, so his 8-foot observer height, that means the horizon should be at 3.5 miles approximately. Now, the oil platforms are there as distance markers because obviously we wouldn't know how far away the horizon was if we were just looking at the horizon. Okay, so we have the oil platforms. The first platform's called Platform C, and it's 6 miles away, and then the second one on the right is further away, and it's smaller because it's 4 miles further away. It's 10 miles away. Okay, it's called Platform Habitat. Now, the horizon is obviously far beyond Platform Habitat, which is 10 miles away. But on a globe, the horizon must be at 3.46 miles. Okay, the bottom 30 foot of Platform Habitat should be missing, but no, it's not. We can see the horizon beyond the oil platforms. Okay, we can also see the lights on the oil platforms. We can see the lights reflecting off the water, and we see a completely flat horizon beyond them. So here's another example. If we can see like way, way, way further, and the characteristics that would have to be there on a globe aren't there.
The globe doesn't claim that. You straw manning.
The globe doesn't claim what?
By the way, I think this is the misunderstanding. You know that something doesn't have to be
distance that you can see based on the physical geometry of the globe.
Yeah. So something doesn't have to be at the horizon to be obscured, only beyond your horizon.
No. If there's only one horizon, right? You can look up what the horizon is. Okay, so the horizon's where the sky and the ground meet, right?
Or where the sky meets the ground. Sure, yes.
Yes. But so we can see that's beyond the oil platforms, right?
All right.
That's the horizon.
What I'm saying. No, something doesn't have to be at the point where the sky meets the ground to be obscured. It only has to be beyond where your visible horizon is.
Yes, it does, bro.
Nothing's obscured, my friend. Okay, so we can look at close up. Hold on a second. So there's literally nothing obscured. We can see the entire oil platform, and you can look at close-up photos of that oil platform called Platform Habitat, and you'll see that it looks exactly the same in this observation as it looks in the close-up photographs. There's nothing obstructed. And obviously it can't be obstructed behind something that isn't there to obstruct it. There's nothing there to obstruct it, right? There's also nothing missing, right? The horizon would have to be at 3.46 miles. It's not there. Obviously, there's no horizon there at 3.46 miles.
That's a great point, because it isn't about obstruction of an object. It's about distance to the horizon. So don't be confused about we're saying you shouldn't be able to see or whatever about the objects, the oil rigs or any other object. It's just about distance to the horizon. Those objects there are just distance markers. We can establish that the horizon, the place where the sea appears to meet the sky, is much further than it should be if the Earth were a ball.
So yeah, there's tons of these examples, dude. Right? I mean, I thought it was
it's pretty
stupid as
simple.
well.
You're not understanding. Like, if your horizon is like 2.3 miles away, right, and the turbines are further, or the oil platforms are further, and that's why they are obstructed. You can see that the bases are cut off because obstructed
Doesn't
from
matter.
your horizon.
There's only one horizon.
They're not cut off.
No.
They're not cut off though.
You're not getting it.
This isn't about them being cut off from view. This is about where the horizon appears to be. The place where the sea appears to meet the sky.
Yeah. Just because you can see the horizon behind something doesn't mean it isn't obscured from your vision in some way.
When it's not, I just finished saying this isn't about obstruction of view of an object. This is about distance to the horizon. The thing that is supposed to be obstructing your view. Remember that claim that they always told us?
I'm saying that isn't the only, like, just because you can see it though, still, just because you can see the horizon where the sky meets the ground, that doesn't mean that something can't be obstructed and you still be able to see that.
Yeah, who cares? That's the horizon's too far.
So I don't think you understand that there's the horizon, the sky where it meets the ground, and there's a visible horizon that you can see.
No,
so
there's the same one. There's only one horizon. There's only the horizon. That's it. The horizon. They didn't teach you in school, well, if you go to the beach, you'll probably see two horizons, or you might see the horizon further than it should be, but trust us, there's one in front of something that's blocking your view, even though it's not blocking your view. Nobody ever said that to you, bro.
Yeah,
You're making shit up.
You just think the horizon is the furthest thing you can see.
No, the horizon is literally the place where the land and or sea appears to meet the sky. Period. That's the horizon.
Well, it's defined as that, right? There's only one horizon in your perspective from your view. You know, there's only one place where the sky and the ground appear to meet.
And you're told it should be at a specific distance away. Guess what? It's not. What do you think they mean by distance to horizon calculator? They're talking about distance to the place where the land and or sea appears to meet the sky. Not any other imaginary horizon. That horizon. The one you see.
It is kind of the imaginary one that they're talking about in the Earth curvature calculators, isn't it, T-Dub? The geometric one.
Yeah, the geometric one, yeah.
Yeah, so the boats over the horizon.
Yeah, sorry, go on. Sorry.
Well, no, you're right. I just wanted to show this guy, right? Like, we're talking about the boats over the horizon. Most of the times, right, the boat's not going over a physical geometric horizon. Okay, so like the image, like that the guy posted at Tagilla at 28 minutes after the hour. Okay, so he's helping us out in this explanation by showing you an image where there's big ocean swells. Okay, and that's why it looks like as the ship moves away, it disappears bottom up, because as the ship moves away, its angular size gets drastically smaller due to perspective, but those waves in the foreground, they're not moving away from you, right? They're not reducing in angular size due to perspective. The ship is. So as the ship gets tiny, it gets blocked behind the waves that are in the foreground. Okay, so when we don't have those waves, we can zoom in and see the ship again. Okay, we don't see that same effect. The ship will disappear, but it will just disappear due to angular size, right? Due to the angular resolution limitation of the human eye, which is 0.02 degrees. Once something gets smaller than 0.02 degrees, you can't resolve it anymore. Bunch of examples being posted in the side chat.
Somebody talking right now?
What was that?
The Tagilla says,
yeah,
it was
people or something came in and said something and then left.
Oh, okay. Tagilla, are you there, Tagilla? Is he in the chat? Oh, he's muted.
He's a troll.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's saying, like I said, if the Earth was flat, you could see Mount Everest from India. Bro, go online right now, right? Type in your area and say visibility rating, weather report, right? It'll bring up the weather report and it'll tell you how far you can see due to the clarity of the air. You'll probably find that it's not very far, especially if you're in India, which is extremely polluted. Okay, so it'll probably say 10 kilometers, 15 kilometers, something like that, right? You can't see further than that. On a good day, you might get 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers, something like that.
Yeah, Tagilla was flipping out. Tagilla spiraled out, going on about satellites and ISS.
Yeah, they love it. They just run away from the empirical evidence and talk about space fantasies.
Well, it seems we lost. What's his name? Dude that we were just talking to.
Yeah, he deafened. I mean, he got to that point where his cog dis was kicking in, and he was just saying absolute nonsense to try to deal with the situation.
Learned about the arc.
I mean, he was there already. He's like, you flat earthers are a bunch of conspiracy theorists because you don't believe the moon mission. Dude, the vast majority of people who think the moon mission is fake have nothing to do with flat Earth. On its face, your claim about flat earthers fits your side, the globe side, not the flat Earth side.
Yeah. Hey, Sporadic, if you're there, can you post or mention that? What's the name of that guy that you've been playing in the English Hub server? He's a globe earther, but he's like a pro at just destroying the moon landings. He's got like a radio show. So if any of the globe earthers want to not listen to a flat earther to destroy the moon landings, right? Listen to this guy, Deep Thoughts Radio. Mark's. I don't know. I'll find the link. Dude, this Mez guy is like copes so hard, right? Like just throwing the geometric horizon distance completely under the bus. It's like the globe side doesn't claim it. That. Yes, you do. You can't deny the geometric horizon. It should be at a certain distance away if the Earth's a globe.
Check this out. So from Tagila, if the Earth were perfectly flat and the atmosphere was perfectly transparent, you could see the summit of Mount Everest from up to 25,000 kilometers away with the naked eye as a tiny dot on the horizon, assuming no obstacles. Oh, you'd really be able to make it.
Wow.
I told you he was a troll.
So you could test this out, Tagila. You just need to clear out all of the air, right? Kill everyone in the process. You know, but before you do that, clear out all of the land between India, all of the obstacles and Mount Everest, right? Clear all of that out with your special equipment. Then remove all the air somehow. That'll be quite the endeavor. And then you can test your little theory. Maybe you could create a space vacuum to evacuate all the air. Okay, so yeah, I challenged you, Tagila. Okay, so, right, I literally copy-pasted what you said into ChatGPT, which was ask ChatGPT on a flat Earth, what's the farthest city you can see Mount Everest from? Okay, so it says, on a flat Earth, Mount Everest would be visible far beyond the limits claimed under the globe. Let's walk through this in simple terms. If Mount Everest is about 29,000 feet high, on a globe, the curvature calculation says that just a couple of 100 miles away, it should already be hidden by thousands of feet by the beyond the horizon. Yet we know that in reality, mountains can be seen from distances that challenge this. On a flat Earth, the limiting factor is not curvature, but the opacity of the air. The haze, the dust, the moisture in the air. The question of the farthest city you could see from Everest depends purely on the line of sight and atmospheric clarity. Clear records exist of mountains being seen over 200 miles away under rare conditions. Example, Corsica, seen from France. The Pyrenees, seen from the Alps. If we remove the globe restriction and just use Everest's towering height plus clear air, cities like Dhaka in Bangladesh, approximately 250 miles away, or even parts of Kolkata, 300 miles away, could potentially see Everest Peak under extraordinary clarity. So on a flat Earth, the visibility is limited by haze, not a curve. Theoretically, you could see Everest 300 plus miles away from big cities like Kolkata if the air were crystal clear.
That whole time he was on mute. He was sitting in here frantically listening, like he was listening, and then frantically googling, or at least, consulting ChatGPT. Yeah. Right, coping his heart out. Please let these flat earthers be wrong.
And then he doesn't want. They don't want the answers. So I asked ChatGPT, why are some people's ChatGPTs telling them Earth is a globe? It says because most versions of ChatGPT are trained on mainstream sources, and mainstream science assumes a globe Earth as the default. So when people ask those versions, they'll just repeat the standard narrative. It isn't that ChatGPT knows Earth is a globe. It's that it was trained to reflect the dominant consensus in textbooks, media, and institutions. So in short, it's not independent proof, it's just repeating the mainstream position.
What's your guys' strongest argument that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, there's zero curvature on the Earth.
How can I tell
solid.
that?
Long-distance observations, long-distance laser tests, long-distance infrared photography, and other methods. So we can see distances, right? And we can validate zero curvature over distances where there would have to be huge amounts of curvature if the Earth's a globe.
What about satellites and shit like that?
Well, a lot of that stuff we can't validate, right? So yeah, like there's definitely some satellites in the sky, but when they claim that there's satellites orbiting around a globe in outer space, right, it can't be that because the Earth measures flat when we test the surface of the Earth. But sure, there's some types of satellites, right? There's balloon satellites, there's solar drones, but most of the communication is done via undersea cables. By cables, right? Over 99% of communication is just done via undersea cables. And what's interesting is if you go to Google and you type in photograph of a satellite in space, you just get a whole bunch of cartoons.
Cartoons? Let me check this.
Yeah, go type it in. It's kind of funny. You'll see like CGI, you know what I mean?
I don't know. I'm seeing like images. I don't know if they're real or fake.
Exactly. That's what I said originally. Like there's things we can't validate, and you just kind of have to trust, have faith. But we can validate.
Why do you then prefer the tests that show the Earth's curvature over satellites?
Yeah, because it doesn't require faith. Anyone can go and repeat these tests. No, because you can go and do it yourself, whereas you can't go up to validate these space stories that you're hearing about. So like this is what I did, right? So I started seeing all of these long distance observations, and I'm like, wow, that's crazy. Like they can see so far. I want to go test this for myself. So, I lived near a giant lake where we had a 20-kilometer stretch of water across the lake. And I went and started doing my own tests. And I validated that I could consistently see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Okay, from just above the surface of the water, I could zoom right across the lake, 20 kilometers, and see the shoreline. That should have been hidden by a huge amount of Earth curvature. So we can calculate how much curvature.
Wouldn't the curvature be tiny on an Earth so big?
Yeah, that's what most people think, right? So I'll give you the exact amount that there should be over that distance right now. 1 second. So you can go to Google and you can type in Earth curvature calculator, and you can put in like the metrics. So I've got one up right now in front of me. So just a second. Okay, so here we go. So if I put in the distance to the across the lake, 20 kilometers, and then I set my camera up at 1 foot above the surface, right? So that would be the eye sight level. It says the distance to the horizon on a globe would be 1.225 miles, and then the shoreline on the other side of the lake should be hidden by 83 feet, which is 25 meters. But I can zoom in and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake, right? I can see the beach on the other side of the lake consistently as well. Because I lived right next to the lakes, and I had a boat, so I could go out and do observations, whenever I wanted to. Yeah. So it's like a huge accumulation of these long distance tests, and never been able to find any curvature.
But isn't doing one specific test prone to failure because the possibility that what you're testing is a irregularity in curvature. So what these calculators give you is an average, right? Maybe the lake that you tested is different from the average. Maybe this.
Exactly. That's why I was saying, like, these have been done in all different locations all over the earth, right? There's thousands of different long distance tests that have been done in all different places, from the Great Salt Lakes in Utah to the Bolivian salt flats to places in Australia and Canada and, oceans, lakes. It's been done over and over and over again. Now that curvature rate is pretty much uniform according to the globe model, right? Because of gravity, right? They say that the water conforms to the curvature of the Earth. And they do say it's an oblate spheroid, right? So it's not a perfect sphere, but it's almost a perfect sphere. It's just a technicality. It's only 0.3% fatter at the equator. So that's why it doesn't even change the curvature formula, because it wouldn't make much of a difference. So instead of the horizon being at 1.225 miles, it might be at 1.3 miles or something like that. But we're seeing the horizon like 10, 20, 30 times further away than what it should be. So yeah.
Well, just seeing it doesn't.
No, we're not seeing it.
Curvature doesn't apply, right?
Well, that's the thing, right? Picture this analogy. Just say you've got a hallway, a long hallway, and the hallway curves away from you, and then your friend walks away and goes around the corner, right? Basically, the curvature of the hallway. You can't see them anymore because they're blocked behind the physical curvature, right? The geometry. Yeah. So if you turn that whole situation horizontal, that's the same thing, right? So things should go over the curvature of the Earth, over the geometric horizon, and then you can't see them anymore. Like the shoreline on the other side of the lake should be hidden the same as your friend is hidden when they walk around the curvature of the hallway. But I can zoom across the lake. We just see flat water. We see no horizon there. And we see the shoreline on the other side of the lake that should be hidden by 80 feet of curvature, right? So that means if you just say you had a 9-story building on the shoreline of the other side of the lake, you should only be able to see the top story of that building popping out over the horizon. From beyond the horizon, if you know what I mean. But we see zero curvature over these distances. And then people have gone out with really high powered lasers, right? So you can do it with super zoom cameras and make observations, or you can use high powered lasers, and you can use all sorts of different ways to send line of sight signals and things like that across to a target on the other side. We've had PhDs and teams of engineers and things like that go out to try to disprove the flat Earth, and become flat Earthers in the process.
Well,
because
how do you know these tests that you haven't done are real?
Well, they're extremely well documented Okay, so it's not just the results written down on some paper and us saying, oh, trust me that these results were correct. They're logging the entire thing and they're showing it all in high definition, showing the setup, showing the equipment used, showing the weather conditions, showing the equipment used, which sometimes it's extremely expensive equipment, right? Like a $30,000 laser or extremely expensive camera equipment. And then they're going over all of the variables and details and things like that in the video. So I can send you a good video if you want to watch one later on. This is done by a guy named Dr. John D.
Yeah, sure.
And it's a very comprehensive video. He goes everything in like extreme detail because he's a very smart guy. So he understands that there's going to be a lot of skeptics. So he goes over even too much into detail. So this video here that I just put in the side chat. So yeah, it's like an hour and 15 minutes, but it's worth watching. It's really, really well done.
Okay. It's interesting what you've said so far. I don't have a defeater for anything you said. So I'll look
that's
it
all
up.
good. Yeah, no, that's the honest response, that I appreciate. I'm not trying to convince you just by this little explanation. It's just here's some stuff that you might not have seen before. Have a look into it if you choose. I find it interesting.
Just genuinely curious.
Yeah. So I can show you another one in the side chat if you want, quickly.
Okay.
All right. So this is a 21-mile observation, and it's done over the Great Salt Lake in Utah. So it's a really good place to do long distance observations because Utah is kind of like a bit of like a desert, so it's a very dry atmosphere there. So you don't have a lot of humidity and things like that in the air, so you can see further distances because it's clearer conditions. Now, I just uploaded an image. Okay, so this is just to show you which part of the lake that he's standing at. So you can see a yellow line, and he's standing up at the top there, right on a peninsula of this little island, and he's set his camera up just off the surface of the water. Okay, so his camera height is 5 foot. So I'm just showing an image now, showing his camera setup. So he's just got it sitting on the shoreline, and then the target will be the other shoreline of the lake, which is 21 miles away. Okay, so I'm just putting images in the side chat just to go along with what I'm saying. Okay, so these are all screenshots that are out of the full-length video, so I will post the full video as well. But so here's a screenshot of the Earth curvature calculator. Now, it asks you to put in the height of the observer, which is 5 foot, and then the target distance, which is 21 miles, which is the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Right? Then it'll tell you that the distance where the horizon should be on a globe is 2.7 miles, and then the target hidden height, that is the shoreline, right? So the target's the shoreline. The hidden height would be how much it's obstructed by the curvature of the Earth. So I think it says 223 feet there. Okay, so now I'll just show you. So he has a friend that's over on the target shoreline side of the lake. And this is an image or a screenshot out of the video. It's just showing like this is what it looks like on the other side of the lake. So this is where he's going to be zooming the camera into. Okay, so take note, it's just uploaded there now. So take note, you can see the shoreline. It's like quite a big like beach shoreline. And then we've got like a little mining town in the background, and you've got like a big giant white tower. Big giant white smokestack. Okay, so here's a closer view of the smokestack and the shoreline.
Yeah.
So the target's the shoreline. Okay, now I'll show you a clip that's out of the video, just where he's zooming in from 21 miles away. Right, so this will just take a second to upload because my internet's crappy. Okay, so he's going to zoom in from that 5-foot observer height. Okay, now if the Earth's a globe, there should be a geometric horizon at 2.3 miles away. And then the shoreline should be obstructed behind the horizon by 223 feet. Now what you're going to notice, right, here's the observation. When he zooms in, there's absolutely no horizon over the entire 21 miles. Okay, so we don't have a horizon at all in this observation, even though there should be a geometric horizon if the Earth's a globe at 2.3 miles away. Sorry, 2.73 miles away. But anyway, it's not there. Okay, and when he zooms in, right, I showed you that close-up image of the smokestack. All right, so you can see in the zoom what it looks like when he zooms in. You can see the same amount. Okay, so here's some screenshots because he does the observation during the day and during the night. Okay, so when he zooms in, you know, you can see the same amount that what you can see in the close-up view of the shoreline. Okay, so there's the same smokestack, the same shoreline from 21 miles away. And then once again, here's the close-up image. All right, so over 21 miles, you need to have that curvature, that drop over distance. It has to be there if the Earth's a globe. So the shoreline should be 223 foot hidden. But it's not. There's nothing hidden. There's no obstruction. There's no curvature. There's no geometric horizon. So yeah, once again, I'll post the full video if you want to check that out later. Because they also do a laser test in the video as well.
Sure.
So there's the video.
I'm sorry, Ultimate Final Boss. I didn't see your messages until now.
Chat, is the Earth round or is it flat? Let me know.
Round and flat are not mutually exclusive. You can have pennies, points, tables that are round and flat, frisbees, pizza.
I disagree.
So if you're asking, this is not an agree or disagree generated. You can have things that are round and flat. Circles are round and flat. The Earth is a circle, you said?
He conceded and left, Jamesy. You got the W.
Oh, easy win. That's one of the fastest ones.
It was like a
He said it's round. Okay, so it's flat then. When someone says the Earth is round, they're conceding that it's flat.
Yeah, we're good. We're good, y'all. How y'all doing?
Yeah, hang in there.
have we figured out what the moon is yet.
What's up, man? Anybody here?
Yeah, dude. What's going
Guys,
on?
I'm currently jorking it right now at this chat.
What'd you say?
Oh, good morning.
Yeah, I'm jorking it.
What does that mean?
Bro, what the fuck? This one guy keeps texting me. Shut the fuck up. Get out of my DMs. Like, he keep on talking about how he misses me and shit. That's crazy. He's gonna kill me. Bruh, no, I'm supposed to be the one that kills him. What the fuck? I can't get killed by someone else.
Go away. All these weirdos, man. Why are you up this early? 20 cups.
I've been up all night.
Oh, you haven't slept?
Nah, man. My schedule's been totally fucked these last few days. I'm working on some shit, and everything just got shifted over. So, yeah.
Now you flipped over to night, the night shift?
Yeah. Flip-flopped again, because a few weeks back, I managed to actually keep it in check. But these last few days, I'm like, nah, teetering back, you know?
So you're probably going to be heading to bed pretty soon, huh?
Yeah, maybe about an hour, yeah. For all I know, if I'm lucky.
Damn, dude.
It's all good. What about you, man? Isn't it like, what, 4 o'clock in the morning where you're at?
It's 5:40 in the morning.
Oh, shit, you're only an hour behind me. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it's CB who's 3 hours. That's right.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I guess you're heading out there to the shop.
Yeah, going to the work.
Cool.
Yeah, I was thinking about the debate that we had. I don't know. Did you hear it?
I did, man. And it was a painful 3 hours, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, so this, I was like, because we got clips of it, like from me and Indio, and I was working on the clip on what I was having the interaction with him. Dude, I completely destroyed him in the first couple of minutes. Like his argument.
Yeah, that whole how can I prove if I have hands bullshit. Now I know where you guys are coming from.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah. Isn't that bad?
But he's taking a very he's speaking from like an ivory tower type shit. It was really annoying. You know? Yeah. What was he saying? Like if you can't prove it like with a like deductively or something?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like what I don't understand
stupid,
how he's trying. Sorry, go ahead.
His point of view is stupid though, that you can't prove it deductively. But the conclusion of the premise that you have hands is known empirically. You can test this empirically. So it's
because it would seem to me that from where he's coming from, it would stand to reason that nothing, unless it's in a pure abstract sense, can you prove anything?
That's
by
right.
that kind
of. But he said he's not an absolutist, right? Think about this. He said, "I'm not an absolutist." But is that an absolute statement?
Of course. Yeah, I was waiting for somebody to hit him with that one. Yeah.
And he was talking about having epistemic humility, but the problem is he doesn't have it himself. There was a double standard. There was a lot of going on in that you could just pull him up on.
Oh yeah. But it got very heated, so like no wonder it didn't, you know, it didn't resolve.
That was
didn't
great.
resolve
But
on any.
he is a professor.
Right.
I think he teaches postgrads.
Poor kids, man.
Some of the people that take his courses were the ones that were complaining about his methodology, that they don't really think it's effective, or like, you know, they don't get a lot from his class.
Oh yeah. Were they in the chat or something, or?
No, you have to go search who he is, then find out, like.
Okay.
I think his name is Sam Blitz.
The guy Globetard.
So what? Yeah, go ahead. What'd you say?
Someone said Globetard.
No, he's just a weirdo. He didn't even claim Globe. And the whole thing about that PhD that we spoke to, we were asking him to go ahead and present a position, and he refused to do so. He was more interested in an internal critique about flat Earth. So he was asking us questions and then trying to interrogate us. But the problem was he never stood for anything in the conversation, which was the case for like his whole rhetoric. He wasn't able to produce the information that the Earth is an all-plate spheroid based on information that he could produce empirically. The only thing he brought up was the neutrinos test, which is a Minos neutrinos test. But he said that they didn't even, the whole purpose of that was not to show evidence that the Earth is a globe or that it's not flat. But because of what they did, it shows that it's not flat. But the goal of it wasn't to do that. You know what I mean? That's not the goal. But he said, like, it still shows that because what they did shows that the Earth cannot be flat. You see the problem we're having here?
Yeah, it's like a side effect kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Side effect. But that's the problem. I asked him, was it baked into the test that it was already a foregone conclusion that the Earth was a globe? And the answer, he's like, well, it would appear that way. And I was like, dude, like, like, he looked into something that he doesn't even, like, dude, it was so crazy. Because he was just projecting that he was using this test to show how the Earth is not flat. And I was like, is this evidence that the Earth, did you hear me when I was asking him that? Is this evidence that the Earth is a globe? Well, no. Well, yeah. Like, he was like, he didn't know.
Yeah.
He couldn't settle on whether it was or not.
I remember him trying to pick apart deductive versus inductive evidence. You know? Yes. And that's an issue because from what he was saying, you basically can't deduce anything.
Can't deduce anything. Yeah, that's the point. So, that's why I didn't want to engage, dude. When he was asking me, "What's deductive? What's deductive reasoning? What's deductive?" He wanted me to answer him, and it was a trap. So if I would answer him, then he would just use his rhetoric, right? That it doesn't mean what I think it means. So he basically, within like the explanations of what they actually mean, would conjure up a different definition of what they mean, so by which he would escape, like through his epistemological worldview. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. So him saying that deductively something that's known is not the same that of what we're saying deductively can be known or reach a conclusion. You can't reach a conclusion based on something that's absolute. For the way he's saying that, how we're presenting it, you have to reach it to the way he's presenting it. That you can't know anything to be 100%, and that's deductive. That's conclusive. You get me? That's the reason why. That's the reason why it was real weaselly that what he was trying to do. Not that I didn't know what it was, but the fact that he was trying to make it sound like deductive reasoning is not anything you can actually know for sure. So he was caught in a web of like he was all tangled up trying to use non-conclusive things to be conclusive. Like the idea we have hands is a conclusive thing and it's absolute. Now that's what I was telling him, because it's manifest in the physical world that can be tested and validated and falsified. So if you do have hands, then it can be tested and verified, right? Now, if you don't have hands, and you know what I mean, and if you say you do, then you can't test that. There's no way that you can say I have hands, and if you don't have hands, you're going to be able to test those things in the physical world, because they're not going to be able to interact with anything. You get me?
Yeah, but you know what's kind of strange about that is if they're coming from a standpoint of basically, I don't know if I'm a vat, I'm a brain in a vat or not. Right? That's like their first stance. If they continue along that line of thinking, everything that they would say would be under the assumption that they're in a brain in a vat. So therefore, if they're going to say they're deducing something, it's within the confines that they're a brain in the vat.
Right. That's right. That's why his inductive. That's why his inductive and deductive argument. Yeah, he was trying to pose to me. Hey, what's deductive and deductive? No. Wait. And he was telling me over again. If I would have answered him, it would have been within his worldview of a brain in a vat. That's
exactly.
Why.
But when he says something is deductive, it's like he's jumping from level to level, right? When you're saying something, he jumps up and says, "Oh, well, you can't prove it because we don't know if we're a brain in a vat." But when he says something, it's like he comes down from that higher level of uncertainty into his worldview, into the assumption that he is a brain in a vat. Correct. And then everything does operate within that kind of bubble, right? So he can say shit, but when it goes against him, he just hops up and says, "Oh, well, you can't say that up here, but I'm going to say something, and I'm implying that it's down here where it's a given for me." But, you know, he's like jumping from echelon to echelon, depending on who's saying what, and then arguing from that position kind of implicitly, and then... But without, like, it goes without saying, but you know what I mean? Like, it's a total double standard. When he says something, it's assumed that it's within his paradigm of uncertainty, but certainty within that uncertainty. And that, it's fucking weird, man.
Yeah, but the issue that we're having though, is we're arguing about what is real, what is not, right? So if I say that I think I have hands and I don't have hands, that's a problem. But if I say I think I have hands and I have hands, that's also a big fucking problem, right? Because if you're using his worldview, and if I say, well, I think I have hands, right? But my hands are real, that means that my hands interact with the physical world, and I'm a cuckoo bird, right? Because people are gonna look at me like, dude, you have hands. Like, obviously, I can grab your hand and hold your hand. You can push me with your hand, so your hands are real. Right? Somebody else can tell me that. But if I didn't have hands and I said, well, I think I have hands, and I would be looked as a crazy person, because the person that would see me would be like, dude, you got no hands. Like that. What do you mean? Like, you get me?
Yeah.
So it's a crazy person's position. The one he's trying to assume right now with his like idea that you can never know anything to be true.
It's about as bad as Mr. Sensible. He's on Discord, sitting in a chair, live streaming himself on Discord, sitting in a chair, and he didn't know if he was on Discord, sitting in a chair or not.
Oh, Crit, I forgot to tell you, bro. Clipcord clipped Blitz PhD waving in the camera. when he was talking about his hands, bro.
It's so epic.
I can't like when you wake up in the morning and you think about like making up crazy shit. You can't make this stuff up, bro. You really can't. There isn't anything that we could do to like show people that are just like, nah, I think he's got a good point. And then when you look at what he was doing, presenting on his YouTube to his audience, and saying he doesn't like he can't really know if he has hands or not, and then his hands are appearing on the camera and like all that shit. Like you're just like, I don't know what to do with this. You know, like he's a PhD, yeah, 9 years teaching post-grad students. I don't know, guys.
It's bonkers, man. It's just it's beyond cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Yeah, how do you square that circle, you know?
Yeah, how would you like you trying to talk to him about words having meaning and flat, the earth, like the nature of creation. And he hasn't parsed out if he's got hands or not yet. He doesn't know if Australia is real. But he knows that the moon is pulling water up, which is really down towards the moon because of tides or something.
Did you hear his explanation? He says, I know the Earth is a globe. I know that the Earth is a globe as much as I know that I have hands. That's what he said. And what that amounts to be is that he doesn't know 100% if he has hands, which means he doesn't know 100% if the Earth is a globe.
As he's waving his hands in front of a camera.
As he's waving his hands in front of the camera, yeah.
I bet you if you took a rock and started smashing his fingers, you would know he has hands or not.
No, he said that could be a delusion. He could be suffering from some sort of break with reality.
Psychotic breakdown,
yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Well, AV, you should put this in your next Frontiers Unfiltered discussion.
Oh, definitely. I mean, this is like... We've been saying for a long time, it's like you think the rank and file people are bad. Get some of these PhDs in here. They're even worse.
PhDs are even worse. You know why, right? Because they have to be the ones that they're the ones that propagated this information, whereas the rank and file are just believing the stuff that they're propagating. So where does this information come from? It comes from them. Essentially, he's the 99 level cave troll, if you could think about it like a video game. So he'd be the boss, right? And the rank and file are just like the trash mobs. Rank and file that come in here, they don't really know. They appeal to authority. Well, I don't know. The scientist knows. Well, let's talk to one and see what they say. But when you do, I mean, it's the most inane, fat shit, crazy, weird kind of conversation that you've ever had. And you're like, I don't even think that people can be this stupid. But lo and behold, in the education system where they're teaching and, at the collegiate level, you got individuals such as this PhD guy actually proposing that this is the way to think. Like this is the pinnacle of human thinking. And I'm just like, this is how? Like how are we advancing the human race with this level of philosophy? As if like this means something in the physical sense, right? Like how is this making anything better?
He'd rather claim that he himself is insane than just admit someone has been lying to him his whole life.
Yeah, and that's the thing though. I'm trying for it to come from like, it's not even about flat Earth and globe Earth anymore. It's about like how crazy people can actually be or reach depths of new craziness from just like thinking the way this professor was. I don't know, man. Like, and the crazy thing was for me is that when I was watching I watched his stream over again because I watched it a couple of times. People were super chatting him about how right he is and how about like they were praising him I don't know how you can deal with those guys, and they're insufferable. I'm like, bro, we're talking about the simple things in the physical world. But I mean, far be it for me to like, I'm not gonna keep anybody from being that fucking stupid like the way he was. Yeah, you can follow this guy if you want, like, but ultimately he's not the Pied Piper. He's not leading people astray. This particular idea was already in motion long before Blitz PhD came onto the scene. Ancient philosophers were thinking like this. So you had people in the realm of philosophy arguing for the fact what is real and such, and it has nothing to do with Blitz PhD. So he was just a victim of this mentality. But I submit to you guys, if you heard the discourse between me and Blitz or Indio and Blitz, and you would also be thinking the same thing. You'd be like, dude, what the fuck is this conversation, bro? You know, like, why are PhDs actually the guys that are being like this? Why are they not the ones that actually stand for logic and reason? They're the opposite of logic and reason, dude. They're fucking they want us to be in a world where nobody really knows anything, and that's the height of human thinking. Like, fucking hell, bro.
Yeah, he just can't comprehend that his whole life that he probably spent money and time working and teaching other people a whole fucking lie, and he's been brainwashed. He just doesn't want to believe it. It just can't be true. It's just that simple.
The reason why there's innovation in technology is because people actually test things in the physical world. Because they push the boundaries and the limits of like human thinking, not regress back into like this philosophical nonsense. It's absolutely appalling, dude, when I have to think about it, you know, in a sense of like, you know, what we could be doing instead of like people going to school for this shit.
Yeah,
Like,
I
in what?
do think it's kind of
Fuck,
sad
dude.
that people, like some people out there, genuinely want to, quote unquote, go to space or some shit.
Yeah, well,